final spots in top 8 as we speak, and then things get really, really fun as the top 8 gets underway. We'll be keeping an eye, of course, on Esports Arena Red and Blue to see what they could do here tonight. They're trying to build off of, a roller coaster of a season that they've had, some highs, some lows for sure, trying to grow and learn here in the scene. It's tough, especially when you look at the fact that teams like FaZe Clan, Oxygen, Complexity, and more are coming out week after week to come and compete. It's good practice, but they are very tough tests for these squads that are trying to come up, trying to learn and take kind of those next steps in their competitive career. So keep an eye on those squads here tonight, as well as a range of other talent that will be here competing for cash and more in Series E. So looking forward to that. If our first set, though, is ready to go, as production pops into my ear to tell me so, I've got a couple of fantastic gentlemen ready to bring you all of the action today. My good friends Why Not and Shyway will be casting all of our games here tonight. I'll be here in between to break things down, keep you abreast on what's going on in the bracket, and plenty more. But we're kicking off Mike and Ike's week here at Series E. So if you need some Mike and Ike, go grab some. You can pick some up at walmart.com/esports arena. But let's not wait any longer. Mike and Ike week, Series E, Halo Infinite, it all starts right now.
Be back. Hello and welcome back to Esports Arena, your regularly scheduled program. I'm excited for the competition we got coming up here. I'm Shyway. It's again great to have my man Tony.
We have some great action today.
16 is his KD right now. So we do
some information on that player. Finally finds him hiding in the corner, ends up getting the double melee. Luckily, JK putting his body on the line. Gold Star beyond
resources, 37 and counting, making 38. It just seems like they're in their heads. Halo fans, hello. It's Monday. It's Halo Monday. Mike and Ike's week as well. And with the NA Super done and dusted, the grind, I think, never really ends, though, does it, Tony? How you doing, by the way? You had a busy weekend. I can't wait to get back into Halo action. Just get back to our regularly scheduled programming.
I'm feeling great. I think that yesterday's tournament was absolutely insane. The whole weekend was incredible. And, big shout out to G1, to Optic, Sentinels, and Cloud9 for doing their thing. But like you said, it feels good to be back into our weekly habit. And it's into the weekly grind. I want to see some of our up-and-comers go at it for $1,000 every single week.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, if anything, a tournament like that would inspire the grind, right? If you're, an AM on the come-up, a player on the come-up, you get hungrier, I think, seeing a tournament like that, seeing G1 push all the way to grand finals, taking that likes of C9, Optic. There's a storyline there that would inspire me as a player. And we got a pretty sweaty lineup of teams in this tournament, Tony, that I can't wait to get into. First, let's talk format, because like you said, $1,000 tournament. This is every single Monday. You can see the prizing on the right-hand side. First place comes away with $600. Also, this is single elimination until top 8. Yeso said it earlier. We're already figuring out what that top 8 team, what those teams will look like. They're already fighting in the bracket. But once we get to top 8, we will, of course, have double elim, best of 3 the whole way through in this tournament, even grand finals. So these matches are quick and clean.
Yeah, once we get down to that top 8, that's when the real tournament starts. That's when we get into that double elimination. That's when you have that second chance. But either way, you never want to drop early or at all into that elimination bracket. You want to do everything you can to make it into that grand finals with that competitive advantage of making it out of the winners finals.
I can't wait to see who makes it today, Tony. Just about teams, though, let's shift to that, though, because there's a couple sweaty rosters in here. Of course, our top pro teams, they traveled to HCS Houston, you can call it, over the weekend. They've been in Texas trying to take advantage of the connection, So I don't think we'll be seeing those top teams in this tournament. What we will be seeing are all the hungry, up-and-coming AM rosters. I think a good one is Native. Native was in the tournament just this weekend. I don't think they traveled out to Houston, but you've got Piggy, King J, Mines, and instead of Kratos, we have Huss on the team this time. That's a big one in this tournament. Tony, you also have Mason Cobb, Neighbor, on a team once again here.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Cobb go in. I got the chance to listen to him and Name go back and forward. I hosted Neighbor on my stream, and when I come in, he goes, "Oh, you just walked into my Metafy session. I'm teaching Name how to play the game," and then Name's going back. He's like, "Well, hold on. You asked me to play." They're going back and forth. It's absolutely hilarious and really good vibes. And that's what I expect to see out of Name and JK, formerly of Need.org, joining the likes of Coach Cobb and now Bohm, formerly of Built by Gamers. Those duo was on. Really excited to watch those two go at it. And I'm actually hearing they're on our first matchup, actually. So I won't have to wait long to see them.
Let's go. They call themselves Trail Mix, apparently, for whatever reason. What a trail mix is what, like a mismatch
mixed bag of tricks, you know? Yeah,
treats.
that's what they are.
You
got
treats.
a coach here, you got a Bohm there, you know, a couple former ex-Oxygen Esports members here, and you put them all together, and you have some trail mix.
That is what
they're
it feels
definitely
like.
nuts.
They're kind of nuts. I like that. There's plenty of the nuts gameplay coming up from them, I'm sure. So what that makes me think, though, is I wonder if they'll fare well against the teams that are not trail mix, though, against the teams that have some chemistry, that have been working together for a couple weeks, like we just brought up with Native. In the meantime, we still got apparently Soul Crushers is the name of Groovy's team. Groovy, the Gears player. We got Rails, Facty. I believe that's Eli Elite to round that out. Very talented players there. We got our H5 Kids team that I call it. It's a Ragers Esports. Simply Fear Me, Astound, Glitchy, and Dazor. I haven't heard of him, but I'm down to meet some new players. And then, of course, Sintenegra tuning back in once again on top of ESA Blue. We've got our sponsored team in here as well.
Yeah, really excited to watch all of them go at it. I'll just add one more, Breaking Shot, Red, Tricky, and a Grand Shiesty, I believe it is, for now going as Need.org. So maybe if they perform well in this tournament, some orgs might look out and say, you know what, maybe it's worth taking the risk on Need.org. So gonna be excited to watch these guys. Like you said, tournament time makes you hungry. It literally, you get to watch these teams go do what they do. You get to watch a team like G1 grind all the way from the bottom. Now they're here, kind of thing, and it just inspires you to really grind yourself and really take your game up to the next level.
Exactly. I feel like watching G1 is proof that, and not to say that these are like lower tier players by any means, but it's proof that a new team can form and take space in the top 3 in a tournament, which is pretty wild. Of course, this is a bit of an unprecedented run, and yes, it's online, and I'm sure we could talk for days about online versus LAN and connection. Despite it, you can't deny that that's an incredible run at a G1 to take down 2 juggernauts. And yeah, hopefully it inspires some competition for today. We got Blackhand in here as well, by the way. Tony Sylvanic, Cortex, Diagram Avenue. That's a hell of a roster right there. Diagram Avenue, we've seen bouncing around on a couple top teams, and their brother Suppressed on SSG as well. So plenty of high-level experience. I'm sure they're getting in on a regular basis. ESA Blue, of course, we didn't label the roster. Actually, let's just focus on what's screen, by the way. Blackhand is here. We got Sintenegra as their competitor.
Yeah, I mean, that's really exciting. Blackhand really just clearing out their entire roster. And if this is going to be their signed roster going forward, Cortex is the only player that's actually of the original 4. You obviously have Sylvanic that was promoted from the hand, their secondary roster, but then Avenue and Diagram twins, or part of the triplets, along with Suppressed, who I've always been impressed with. I think they're absolutely incredible. I think they have a ton of talent and a bright future here at Halo Infinite. So really cool to see them find a home. Not, like I said, not sure if they're officially signed or maybe this is their tryout, but they definitely got an uphill battle going up against Sintenegra, the second best team in Latin America.
Exactly. And a big difference with Sintenegra is this is the 4 that have stuck together for quite a long time at this point. I mean, I remember Fire and Ice when they were still kind of, finding that roster, finding the perfect kind of match, we'll say. But this is Yoan, Guardian, Magico, Nasty Bullet. We've seen them together week after week. And no doubt the chemistry is starting to show, especially with Yoan recently. The man's been popping off, looking real nasty. So can't wait to see how this looks. This Blackhand roster, that's a pretty stacked duo to add, I think, to the roster with Diagram Avenue. But will it work as far as chemistry goes, timing, etc., when they go up against a team like Sintenegra?
And that's where they're really going to be tested. I mean, we obviously know these teams have the potential. They can win their individual gunfights. They obviously can communicate well, play in duos well. But the question is, when you're going up against a team like Montenegro, who not only have been together for so long, but also they don't cheat the grind. They're always in these online tournaments, whether it's only Latin American only or coming in on the North American side and getting their practice. They're always putting the work in scrims. So one would only think that they would bring a level of coordination that some of these top teams are going to bring. You might be able to catch them off guard with some of their gunfight, because it's not like you're going up against the likes of Renegades or Bounce, but that coordination that professional teams are going to bring, Montenegro are going to go with that, and you better be damn sure they're going to win a few gunfights as well. This is going to be a great test for Black Hand.
Definitely, Tony. Can't wait to see it go down. Of course, our series layout on screen, best of 3 series, CTF Aquarius, Slayer Catalyst, and if we get their Strongholds on Streets. I like that discussion on just, team chemistry versus like some juggernauts. You said, well, Black Hand isn't Renegade or Bound, right? What's interesting is the storyline from last weekend, though, and FaZe, and just that roster, like the caliber of the players individually on the team, but the fact that it hasn't so far, at least, quite worked out, I guess, chemistry-wise, right? Like when it comes to finding that perfect match, that timing, they're still figuring that out to the point where a team on paper like G1 is outperforming.
I mean, I say it all the time. The only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary. You got there's going to be some teams that hit the ground running, like say G1 and United, implementing new pieces. But there's going to be some teams that are just going to take some time. You're talking about 3 different teams and 3 different philosophies coming together, and ultimately try to make something happen there. So, with this FaZe roster, I'm not upset that it's taking them a little bit of time to get used to it. The only thing that's scary is that when you compare them again to other teams that are adding new pieces, they figured it out. G2 or Barco looks incredible. Like I said, the United implementing both Suspector and Manny, but after FaZe literally steals Spartan, that all these, even G1 bringing in Boo Boo Doo, the very team that FaZe dropped, in order to I guess keep that snipe down alongside of everybody else. It makes you kind of worried, like, wow, everybody else has been able to figure it out in such a short amount of time.
Yeah,
why haven't you? And ultimately the team that we had the highest expectations for.
I think that's the difficult thing too, is just the amount of pressure, expectations that I think comes with forming a roster like that and having that roster under the label of FaZe. Like FaZe brings fans, brings expectation just off the brand name, and then you got the players on top of that. So we can feel that, honestly, even just looking at the Twitch chat. People either they're full in support of FaZe, or they are just trash talking any little misplay that goes down. It's a rough spot to be in. They are still finding the chemistry, and like you said, interesting for a team like G2 with Barcode. Apparently, I talked to Callus. Apparently, they only had 5 full scrims before this tournament as a team, which is not much to work with for a new player. But despite it, Barcode's popping off. He's finding that rhythm, and they continue to, seemingly improve. They outperform FaZe as well with the top 6. So just wild tournament, Tony. And hopefully we get to see little signs of that in our matchup coming up. Of course, a little bit of chemistry on the side of Montenegro up against a little bit of a new roster, new team, Black Hand.
At the end of the day, you just got to simply figure it out, and whether it's FaZe or whether this new Black Hand roster trying out this new one, or even Montenegro have been together for quite some time, because they no longer want to be just second place in Latin America. They want to be number 1. So they want to go at it against the likes of Pittsburgh Knights, tapping buttons and the boys. So Montenegro, they're going to work just as hard. They're going to try to put in that work and figure out how they can turn their weaknesses ultimately into strengths. And maybe the next time is a Latin American tournament that goes in, maybe they get the best of Pittsburgh Knights. And the same thing with Black Hand. You're implementing 2 new pieces. We're going to give you some time, but you know, hey, eventually the lights are on there, and eventually Black Hand is a great org. I've seen them do some big things that I know what Sylvanic and Cortex have available to them and what their potential is, and the same thing for Diagram and Avenue. So at the end of the day, we'll give you a couple of tournaments, we'll give you a few scrims, but after about a month or so, we're gonna be like, okay, where are the results? What have you done for me recently?
Yeah, I think all that's left, Tony, is to just see him play. Of course, we'll jump into the match as soon as it's ready. They're getting the lobby ready currently, and then we'll be right into the games. In the meantime, Tony, we can talk shop just about the maps, game types. CTF Aqua to start things out. Of course, we've seen this time and time again. What do you hope to see, I guess, out of Black Hand, this newly formed team, if they want to start out strong on Montenegro?
Well, it's going to be tough. Aquarius definitely lends to a team that, has coordination and speed, and Cincinnati definitely have that. Luckily for Black Hand, they have it as well. And, I remember that Black Hand goes, shut up, I have camo. Control the camo, tell your teammates to shut up, and maybe you can come out on top, because that camouflage is so deadly, especially when you combine it with, the heat wave or even the dynamo grenades. You can really do some damage and turn the tables very quickly. So you got to come in with that coordination. You got to get your slays, and then also know what you're doing with them as well. That small talk better be there. Call out where they're spawning, call out what side you are blocking, because if you don't have that coordination and you let Cincinnati break out of their spawn, all that work you created to put them down ends up going to nothing.
Well said. Not just the utility, but how you're coordinating with it once you get it, right? Once you have the camo, shut up, I got the camo, let's make a play. Let's see the plays, though. We're finally in the game here. Opening strat already underway. It looks like Nasty Bullet and Magico going to pop out with 2 as they try to get the camo here, top mid.
3 down go Black Hand right off the rip. Black Hand getting backhanded as Cincinnati having control on board with Nasty Bullet holding down the car side. Meanwhile, you have Guardian Flies holding down the P side, and here come the nades.
Nasty Bullet just trying to live from the cross-map BR shots that seem to pick him off. Looks like it's Sylvanic who's got the best of it. He'll make his way up to blue base. Av already picked up a kill on Magico, so despite the loss in that opening strat there, Black Hand, they bounce back. They got a touch on the flag, maybe an opportunity. Little coverage as this flag runs through util.
Savannah getting that flag over quickly, so despite going down, like you said, they end up answering right back. But here comes the double push out of Cincinnati, putting Black Hand 2 down. Nasty Bullet might be able to get a counter pull of his own.
Nice work on a Nasty Bullet. Doesn't go for the return, immediately takes advantage of that timing to run back for the flag, pick it up, let the teammates come help out, and secure this return as they try to run the flag at the same time. Going to be a bit of a struggle to do so, Yohan. He steps on the flag. He's still up, just barely. Surviving here, bait and switching going to be so important. The Nasty Bullet, he's in a tough spot.
Timing is key, and as of right now, Cincinnati looking like the masters of past, present, and future. But here comes Cortex with the double kill. And with that, Black Hand are already working on the return and now advancing forward and towards the opposing utility.
Quick answer out of Cortex and team, and look at the position he's gained for it. That's this player not going to check the corner as he goes in. Almost getting killed. Looks like the stray nade will delete him, but Sylvanic, Diagram, they take advantage of their picks. This gives them map control. I see Diagram pausing there for a split second. Looks like Av, he's not going to slow down, though. That flag is moving.
There's a place off Ocean Avenue, and it's right through the utility side. With this flag, he goes. Black Hand getting it towards the flag side. A bit of a fumble. Will they make them pay? Cincinnati puts him down to 1 shot, stops him short. Sylvanic finding the kill onto Magico, but ends up losing his life. In the interim, Diagram going to be the final player alive or the last one to go down, as it looks like Cincinnati are moving for the flagpole and the return.
Oh, so unfortunate. Cincinnati, they picked up that flag, tried to toss it out the window. Couldn't quite do it before dying there, so they got the return and the plant, and Cincinnati now down 0-1. They're going to have to try to fight back for an immediate counter. What a perfect out of Nasty Bullet. He has a chance here.
Has a chance indeed. Cincinnati getting Black Hand 4 down, and now that flag is starting to move. Now at this point, they have to look for those overextenders over toward the P side, and you're seeing the kills on the kill feed. Magical ready for the pushers. Magic ready for the overextenders. A couple nades are going to slow them down a bit. This flag is not home just yet.
Oh, Avenue, Sylvanic working together. They just shut that down. Cincinnati down numbers. They're going to pick up a flag. They can get returned. This is rough for Cincinnati. If they can't spawn up and overextend off the rip, this might be 2 flags in a row.
Avenue breaking right through the utility side off the screen. Nasty Bullet does find the pick. 1 shot, he goes. Still going to try to bring it home. Ends up being stopped, but it looks like that flag will be punched in by Black Hand. A 2-0 lead with 8 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock.
Slight mistakes out of Cincinnati get punished so heavily in high-level Halo. Unfortunate situation, Cincinnati, they're going to have to find a way to bounce back, and Sylvanic making that tough. He'll whiff the melee, though. There goes 2 deads. Cincinnati with a slight advantage here. Diagram just going to try to stay up. We do have camo spawning shortly. Survival going to be big for Black Hand to get hands on it.
50% of marriages end in divorce. But I would say about 99% of them have that honeymoon phase, and that's what we're seeing out of Black Hand right now. New team, little bit of a honeymoon phase. Their marriage is still nice, and it's working out 2-0 Black Hand over Centenegra right now. They must be feeling good.
You know, it's unfortunate, Tony. In 2022, we see a lot less marriage in general. It's just tough to stay in one relationship when, you know, there's so many easy options for, I guess, teams and players to play with. But hopefully we do get to see these boys stick together and make big plays. In the meantime, Centenegra, he's looking to break up, or they are looking to break up the partnership.
Guardian Flies makes its way over toward the car side. Going to be met with 2 players on the opposing utility, so a pivotal battle is about to ensue. Johan ends up going down quickly. Nasty Bullet will follow. Magical answers back with a double kill off of screen here. And now Guardian Flies finally finding his next target or his next victim as the teamwork comes in out of Centenegra, and they look to take control of the mid-map.
That they will. Guardian already up top car. Gotta watch his left-hand side. They're getting pelted both angles. Teammates there to help out. That's Yohan with a kill. Yohan gonna bust into back base here. A little flank comes in, but the melee out of Av will shut him down. Magico in position still, but he doesn't have teammates to work with here.
3 down goes Centenegra. Black Hand gonna have to take advantage of this, and as Avenue finds the kill with the commando, that's gonna be big out of Black Hand, putting a dozen kills on the board is Sylvanic, and now Centenegra being pinched and stuck over toward utility side. Black Hand are aware where the push is coming from. Avenue finding the kill onto one. Sylvanic making it toward the base. A little bit of a dipsy doodle, and even the thrust wasn't enough to get him to kill. Luckily, Diagram drew up a plan.
Diagram's in trouble, though. He's weak in base, hasn't pulled flag yet. Cortex needs to help. He's already tagging up one. Big kill out of Cortex. Going to give some space on the map, hoping for Diagram, who's still, I believe, in the base, looking for a pull. Camo about to spawn here. Sylvanic just backing up. Av, who got obliterated. And I think because of it, Centenegra might... Actually, I take it back. Diagram, he rotated back to mid to get positioning for this camo. I like to play just to keep Black Hand in the game.
Black Hand never truly back down. They bounce back all the time as the ninja comes in. Sylvanic going Naruto on us. A little bit of Rasen Shuriken teleporting it right to the backside of his opponent. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Black Hand, and now we're gonna see yet another pull. Centenegra go 3 down. Sylvanic still having that camouflage in hands. What a play! What an opening! What an opportunity Sylvanic was able to create.
Tony, as much as I also love Naruto, what part of that was a Rasen Shuriken?
That you know like, what? I was trying to get the teleport. You know when Naruto threw the shuriken up and he was able to teleport to its position. I think it's called Flying Rasen. I want to say it was. I had messed up. That's on me. I
was thinking just a classic substitution Jitsu would have been fine.
That works too.
Replaced
that would have been
by
easier.
the log, hits the back smack, classic Shinobi style. Either way, we're going to need to see something like that and more, I think, out of Centenegra. They're starting. They still have time, I guess, but they're just kind of stuck at this 50-yard line.
Johan going to be the first one to go down here. Meanwhile, Cortex cross-map shot starting to connect, and now we're going to see the double push coming out of Black Hand. Diagram finds one, can't find the second, but a little bit of a challenge here. Cortex missing a couple of shots, but eventually able to take down Guardian Flies, clipping his wings.
That gives Cortex an opening. His teammates already pushing up on the fridge. That'll keep Centenegra kind of trapped in that back corner. Magico did get a kill. Sylvanic with a trade. Incoming util spawners, though. Cortex doesn't quite find the win on that fight. Centenegra, I think they should be able to bounce out of this team attack, but they got to find a way to flip the switch here.
Guardian Flies are going to take height here over toward the P side. Has to win this engagement. Had no idea his opponent had the thrust and the bait and switch so strong in Halo, and especially in Halo Infinite teamwork, making the dream work. Another invis being gathered up by Black Hand, and if Centenegra want to bounce back, I think they're going to have to control the utilities. You can't allow Black Hand to continue to get all these active camos, the heat waves, the thrust. It's going to be deadly. It's going to be at your detriment.
I mean, last time... Oh, don't tell me he does it again, right? Last time we saw a camo, we saw a ninja. Av looking for more. That camo is off the map, but damage done. Black Hand still on the aggression, though. Johan does get a double. Answer back. Cortex looking for a win in this fight. Thrust to close the gap just enough for a trade. All well it happens. Guardian flying into the back of the base. Tries to get a sneaky pull, but Diagram not having it.
The Black Hand quickly turning into a fist. Get out of my utility, says Black Hand, as they shut down that pole almost immediately. Magical looking to make some magic happen here on the P side. The shots start to fall. Diagram able to find the kill off screen. Avenue going to follow it up, and Centenegra are having a tough time simply staying alive, let alone getting the pulls they need.
Looks like Magico got some utility, though. At the very least, Heat Wave could be useful here. Thrush still up front base. He's not going to go for it, though. He's beelining straight to center, hopefully for a return. Nasty bullet with the kill already on Sylvanic. Magico, he'll just double straight through util and wait for his opportunity. This is a big kill on Cortex. Might be a chance here. He's one shot, but he's going for it all.
Right into the face of his opponents, ready to risk it all, but high risk, high reward. And one's going to go down, make it all four for Cincinnati, and Black Can going to take that flag right up the middle. We might see a little bit of a relay, passing up to one or if not two. Love the teamwork coming out of Black Hand, but the execution not on point. And now we see Diagram getting executed, going for that second flagpole.
That flag toss, you know, I've been working on tossing the flag after watching Lucid. He has this perfect run that he does on Bizarre with the grapple where he tosses the flag out to market. Flag tossing is tough in this game. There's like a technique to it, an upward flick you got to do with your right stick and then timing on the toss or else the flag just goes nowhere. And I think that might have been an example. They might have just fumbled it a little bit, though it might not matter. Looks like Av and team, they'll muscle their way through and plant that one in for a 3-1.
And they try to say esports and sports are different. You got to always bet the flick. You're playing football, you got to flick to get that spiral. You're playing basketball, you got to get that little flick and whatnot to get that perfect rotation on the ball to get the swish, you know? And even in Halo, if you want that flag to run the way you want to, you got to get that flick.
I think Hermione Granger and Harry Potter said something similar. It's like a flick and swish. What was the Wingardium Leviosa technique?
Look, we already made one anime reference, man. Now a Harry Potter. We're one more way before being called dweebs by the whole chat. I don't know, man.
The point is, where can't we go? You know, we're having fun with it. And Halo's fun, so it all makes sense. Cincinnati, by the way, they're not done. They got less than a minute. They got to keep this flag alive. And it looks like that kill might give him some space to get to it. A touch, not going to be enough, though, with Diagram here.
Halo is fun, but you know what? It might not be fun for Cincinnati right now because they must be feeling the pressure. You're down by 2 caps. You only have 40 seconds to work with. You're able to get this flag over toward the home base, so at least maybe getting into an opportunity to force the sudden death as they pass it along, but they only have 31 seconds to get yet another pull. And at this point, Black Can must be playing a little bit of advanced defense. 25 seconds and they win the game, but the dynamo grenades are starting to fly. Guardian flies, ends up being spotted and taken down immediately.
Rough spot for Guardian, stepping just one step too far out that door, and there he goes. 13 seconds to make an impact. Magico, nice shots up the Diagram, does get the kill. They got to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge to that flag, though, and I don't see that movement just yet. Magico, he's top map. Who's in position? 3 seconds, he's nading back. Blue Fridge, what's going on? I think they gave up. I think game 1 goes to Blackhand with a 3-2.
And to my surprise, Black Can taking game number 1, and now with Cincinnati, they're going to be playing off their back foot. Let's not forget, this is a best-of-3 series. Cincinnati now having one opportunity here on Slayer Catalyst in order to tie things up. Otherwise, they'll be dropping to the elimination bracket.
They don't have a lot of time to figure it out. So unfortunate that we didn't see them really kind of throw themselves at that flag at the very end for a touch, even though it might not have worked out. To see them kind of turn around and change their mind, that's not what you want to see about a team that just goes the full distance, goes all the way, you know, all or nothing. Hopefully we see that in Catalyst Slayer because, like we said, this is tournament life, I believe, on the line. Unless we're already in top 8. We'll be figuring that out, of course, as we go. Top 8 is still double elimination. Catalyst Slayer, though, this could go by pretty quickly, Tony. We saw a very close Catalyst Slayer a couple times on the weekend. The biggest one that comes to mind is the G1 C9 series.
Hold on, we got a couple replays on screen. Okay, look, hold on. This is the Ninja. Oh, Magico. Sylvanic making him disappear right there. That was disgusting. God bless. Let me see that. Let me see that one more time. Come on, one more time. The shots go in. At this point, he spots one, has nowhere to go. There's only one play he can make, and God bless.
He really did have no other option in that situation. Just hugging the edge of the doorway like he did, that perfect positioning, right? That was just enough to cut the angle, but not too much that he got shot by the other guy chasing him. So really nice movement, decision-making, very quick, and it worked out. And by the way, substitution jitsu, I think, is what we landed on for that moment. In the meantime, Slayer Catalyst, of course, coming up next. I will just kind of jump back to that discussion, though. Tony, with C9 G1, I mean, that was a nail-biter in itself. I watched the end of that game, and it actually came down to a repulsor pickup. That was it. Like, it was what, 10 seconds left on the board? Penguin sprinted by repulsor at the end to get into the base. He had a sword hiding in the corner. Predevinator didn't. He picked it up, and because he had repulsor, he managed to take on 2 and pushed the sword player away, and then they won the game. So utility, I mean, we talked about it in Aquarius, I think even more so in Catalyst. The sword, the repulsor, the grapple, the skewer, there's a lot to control here.
Yeah, if you're ignoring the resources that are given to us here on Catalyst, you're gonna have a tough time, especially against these top tier teams. At this point, everybody can win a 1v1 gunfight. Everybody can shoot straight. And what are you getting a hold of? What are you taking control of in order to give your team advantage? It better be that repulsor. It better even be that grapple, which this map is really a playground. I was making plays with that grapple just earlier today. It was incredible. Sword, overshield. There's so much here on Catalyst.
Just watch out for the glowing red light from Avenue's skewer, because this thing is damn deadly. We saw it cross map earlier. So far, nothing has connected, but 7 kills on the board here for Blackhand as they do start pretty strong. They're going to use those numbers to hopefully get more. There's a nice shot in the nasty bullet, and the reason why the skewer is so powerful.
Avenue turning that skewer into a shotgun barrel, stuffing his opponent. It's so strong. An 8-3 lead, a strong lead in favor of Blackhand as he lines up yet another one. Guardian flies, Guardian falls.
Hopefully he comes back with a vengeance, because things looking rough here early on, Tony. 10-3 to start things out. Av just going to circle around for the spike nades, come back to join the team, holding hands as a team, especially in this map. So important, just being ready to bait and switch your way out of these hallways. And Av not ready for that nade.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of 4-man pushes onto like either the skewer or the sword side together, or even 3-1 pushes, maybe somebody taking height like you see Cortex up here. It's really easy to stack. It's not my favorite type of game type, but you know, I'm not a big fan of stacking. I want to see more surrounding your opponent. I want to see a little bit more coordination and strategy, but either way, definitely takes some skill to win on Slayer Catalyst, and you're seeing the skill being put to work. Blackhand already having an early lead there, just 1 kill away from doubling the lead of their opponents. Cortex about to go off here.
I'm definitely with you on that mindset. You know, with just, taking position, holding a perimeter is typically what works. I think the biggest difference with this map is just the open sight lines, right? Just massive, wide open sight lines. Unless you're moving together around the perimeter like we're seeing currently with Blackhand, they're just kind of bulldozing through. 17 on the board here, still holding on by 7 with the advantage. Cortex not quite there for the kill. Guardian does get the trade. Magical will drop another trades at this point, though. Blackhand, they want him.
Avenue gonna go into a challenge real quick. Ooh, nice little strafe by his opponent. Luckily, Sylvanek comes in to clean up the pieces there, and Avenue will live to see yet another engagement. Cortex taking down Guardian flies, and all of these pivotal fights going in favor of Blackhand, and even a decent amount of assist on the board as well. Blackhand are playing near perfect Halo right now. Cincinnati are struggling to keep up with the pace.
And they got to watch out for these 3-1s as well. Look at that play out of Diagram as he just takes another kill. Diagram somehow rotated around the pushing team of Centenegra there. The distraction of 3 at a Blackhand took the attention and gave them easy kills. Now 24 on the board. Skewers up as well. Centenegra definitely hesitant in their movement at this point. They need to start to come away with kills.
Yeah, it must be really tough at this point. They have to start valuing every single one of their lives. Otherwise, this is gonna get a bit out of hand. The shots go in, another trade, and all of these trades gonna end up working in favor of Blackhand. And Diagram, no spike grenades, heating a little bit. I don't know what was going on here. There we go. The shot's starting to collect onto his opponent. Got a little aim assist to help him out. The assist does end up coming in as we switch gears over towards Cortex. 5 kills, 6 assists, has only died 3 times.
As you say, Sylvanek picks up another 2 in the feed as well. Diagram, he's rocking 10 kills. Everything looking good on the side of Blackhand, and no signs of slowing down. OS about to spawn here too. Sylvanek, great vantage point as he peppers him, just keeps him back, but his teammates, I believe, in position on the repulse, so they might make the play. Losing his life there might give Centenegra a chance to get to it, though.
Fighting off a little bit more, they can chew. Ends up going down, and with that, Magical and Cincinnati look to heat up, look to take advantage as the first 2 go down. Magical now going to try to find the last one, who ends up getting away. The spawners are coming in, but complete map control in favor of Cincinnati, and with that, they're able to steal away the overshield. Johan taking flight, going airborne to get the back smack.
Gotta say, that was pretty convenient for Johan. Cortex in the worst possible spot there underneath that repulse, and Johan will take full advantage of that opportunity. Fight going to continue to go down here. Repulse side, you can see Energy Sword is up, so winner of this earns the sword. And Nasty Bullet knows it needs to hit the shot. Of course he does. A double for him. He's got more work to do, and he'll land the stick from the grave as well.
And Cincinnati really needed that, but I'm still taking a look at the scoreboard. They're still down by double digits. So even though Cincinnati are making plays, they just dug themselves too deep of a hole. And with that, I hope it's not 6 feet under. Otherwise, Black Hand are going to bury them.
Here comes the two-man pushes, though. All as we say it, we need to see perfect play out of Cincinnati. Nice kill without an answer. Guardian looking to keep that up. He'll just keep that one player suppressed on Catwalk. There comes Magico. Nice work with the team there to crossfire, take advantage. They skipped the sword. Interestingly, maybe it's a mind game. Maybe they're trying to get aggressive.
Guardian flies, making sure that he checks every single corner. Lots of ratty spots to hide in. And this player hiding in plain sight. His diagram finds the melee kill onto one. Now we're seeing Cincinnati start to dedicate their resources over to this side of the map. The first melee catches. The second one goes a bit haywire. Magic was somehow still alive, but can't say the same for his teammates. But his teammates didn't have a sword.
Good live out of Magico. Just barely surviving with the grapple. This sword going to be so important to control. They still have 7 kills to make up for it. He's in a great spot. Look at this. That'll take one. They can't get two, though. 2 players side by side going to melt him immediately. And Black Hand avoid what could have been devastating. Now 40 kills to their name.
At least Cincinnati were able to take down that overshield player, so that's a net positive in my book. Down by 7 kills, which is still a lot better than down by 12 earlier. But at this point, Black Hand have reached the end game. 10 more kills, and they steal the win. Cincinnati need to be careful here. Johan finds the kill. Sylvanic ends up getting a double kill. Now going to go in for the triple, or he spots himself a sword. Says, you know what? I'm going to trust my teammates to do the light work. Let me get away with the sword. Let's work on the spawning players coming out of Cincinnati.
Rough spot for Cincinnati. Sylvanic so high on the vertical in that situation, that opponent could not look up quickly enough to get the sword swipe in. And now look at what he's gained because of it. Make it 2. He'll come back for more, eat a bullet to the brain. Either way, I don't think it matters, Tony. 46, I think this is done and dusted.
4 more kills needed. That's 1 more squad wipe as Johan does find his 13th kill. Meanwhile, I'm taking a look at Guardian Flies. Not the best stats you want to see in a team slayer. 4 and 12, 7 assists are nice, but it's not going to be enough. They definitely needed a bigger performance out of him if they were going to make it out of this winners finals. That's not what you're seeing. We're seeing 1. He does take down Cortex. Goes down to 1 shot, ends up being hunted down by Diagram. They need 2 more, and it's about to be 1 after Sylvana catching 1 with his pants down.
Yeah, he got caught in the sandwich. Unfortunate situation. Final kill to close it. Cincinnati, they're all together, but they can't afford to take space on the map. Meanwhile, Black Hand have all the space they need. There goes the final kill. It's Yoan who drops, and in a 50-41, Black Hand come out on top with a 2-0 in the series.
Hope you weren't questioning Black Hand picking up Sylvanic because, woo, dropping a 20-piece right there. Yeah. They asked him for a dime. He said, don't worry, I got you with 2. Black Hand going up 2-0 here in the series, knocking Cincinnati down to the elimination bracket.
Sylvanic looking nasty for sure. I think the closeout as well to get the kill on the sword player from right above and then turn that into, I believe, 2 or 3 more afterwards. Definitely a lot of mileage for one play. And then you've got Av and Diagram, who are looking not too shabby as well. Tony, this is a hell of a team from what we've seen. Cincinnati definitely no slouch. We've seen Cincinnati, take down some of the higher level teams in our tournament. So to see something so definitive gives me, some expectations maybe even that we'll get some, very closely contested matches with some higher ranked teams later. Of course, we got Piggy in the mix. We got Neighbor in the mix on a different squad. I can't wait to see how this goes down.
Yeah, I mean, those, I say it all the time. Those who are born together thrive together. And we've seen, twins and now triplets just be successful. You got the Ogres, you got Reality Check's very own Sutter twins. And you have me and you as well. So, twins have been absolutely running Halo for quite some time.
If you're wondering why we look so different, I couldn't tell you, man. One of us might be adopted, but just don't tell Tony, okay?
How could you be a twin if we're adopted? That's not how it works.
Look, I don't know. You're making it sound like we're somehow... Anyway, I tried to play with it. I clearly dropped the ball, Tony. In the meantime, I'm looking at the bracket, but I don't need to. Esports Arena, they always know exactly what to do, and they give us more matches. We got Native and ESA Blue. Native, interesting little storyline here, Tony. Do you want to talk about the recent team change or speculate on it?
Yeah, I mean, Native, they were running with Kratos over, and they even qualified for the Super together. weren't able to get the exact results they were looking for, and so Native decided to go a different direction. So they have 3 players signed to the roster, the original 3 that were going into the Super. Kratos no longer a part of this roster, and now we're seeing Huss come in. So one can only think that this is maybe a tryout, and if Huss does well, maybe they end up being signed by Native. But I'm liking the squad. I think Piggy and King J have a very similar game type. They're very in your face, they're very fast, and they win their gunfights. I think Mines is always one step ahead of his opponents. I think he's a phenomenal player, and every single time I watch his point of view, I'm always impressed. And now bringing in Huss, who Huss had one incredible weekend, and it really has been thriving since formerly on Torrent, which I believe even Piggy had a short stint with, maybe for like a week or so.
I can't wait to see this team either. And I know I kind of put you on the spot with the team change, but you handled it very well. Huss now on the team. I can't wait to see what he puts together with this roster. EXO definitely overperformed as far as like expectations, right? Huss was a part of that team that had Chakoi and Shock on it as well. They just blew through some incredible other rosters. And I think the result here is Huss, of course, on Native. What will this mean? I think we're already starting to see it, and apparently this might be game 2, Tony.
I mean, at one point, Mines and King J were teaming together on Built by Gamers, and now they find a new home here with Native. Huss on screen with the skewer, looking to make a play off a screen. King J finding his 4th kill. The game just started. How does this man have 4 kills and 2 assists? What's going on here? Start with a handicap or something.
I mean, he's King J. It's in the name. King of the lobby, king of the slays, whatever it is, man. He's just the king. Let's see. Oh, but look at this opportunity, by the way, Cave. He said, so many options. Who do you choose? Saw a similar situation in the end of a CTF match with Boo Boo the other day. He had, what, 3 targets? Couldn't figure out who to shoot, and in the end, you end up with pretty much nobody.
Us better be careful. We don't want to see anybody goosing on Native.
Right.
Meanwhile, Cave on screen. Esports Arena Blue going to do a double push over towards the right-hand side of the map here. Ty is going to be the first one, putting his body on the line. The nade starts to go. Here comes the shot that Cave wants to see. Ends up finding Huss, but ends up going down. That might leave Ty a bit by himself.
Wait a second, Tony. What if it's just a cursed position on the team? It's not Kratos. It's just, the 4th spot on the team is just cursed. Like what can anyone do about it? If Kratos can't do it, Huss can't do it. It's just, time for another goose.
I mean, it's all about coaching. If you're out here messing around with your shooters coach, you want to get somebody like a neighbor, for example, who can really help you shoot straight. Right now, Huss has been working with Owen.
Take it back.
He's working with Owen too, but finally finds a hey, Coach Owen. Don't work with him. He gonna get you in trouble. Coach Owen bad.
We're out here throwing in so many, like, what is it, just like under the table jokes. I can't even keep up with which one you're talking about at this point, but we're having a good time with it. 17 on the board, by the way, as Native seems to be looking confident with the new member. Huss, by the way, on screen. He's going to be the first one to lead the charge here. Not quite going to find the kill, but maybe he'll swing to victory.
I will say, only having 2 kills, but the 5 assists really makes up for him. Obviously, he's being efficient on the map. He's participated in 7 engagements, which is actually a lot more than most players have on the map right now, so definitely being efficient. Meanwhile, King J, double-digit kills, the first one to go along with it, having 10 on his own. Meanwhile, the entire ESA Blue roster having 15 as a unit.
ESA Blue with a shot here still, for sure. Just a couple trades. Or 1 good round to slays, and this whole thing flips. Unless, good attention to detail. Gonna spot King J. King J with an immediate rotate out. Almost actually escaped from that fight. Couldn't quite get it. In the meantime, Piggy, they come in with the collapse. Gonna pick up a kill, and what a beautiful shot to execute 2 back-to-back. A spree for Piggy. He doesn't let up.
Executor's right. Executed both of those players with the double kill, does Piggy.
Yeah.
6 and 1 right now, 3 assists. Skewer is up, so that's to end up in the hands of one of his teammates, and you see King J starting to put the pressure on ESA Blue, starting to get trapped within their spawn, starting to get pinched from multiple sides.
Reverb just trying to take advantage of what looks like 2 dilemmas here, right? Player cross map, hallelujah. He manages to get the kill. This is going to give him a chance to rotate out, grab the repulsor. So important. And we'll see why in just a second as he sends one sailing, picks up the kill. That's a perfect for him as the trades continue here. Not quite the same deficit we just saw. Still a chance for ESA Blue to bounce back right here.
Especially if they're able to find these kills, because with that overshield sitting towards the mid-map, that can be critical to the comeback, as Hallelujah obviously went to church yesterday because the man's going off. Puts his 7th on the board. We're going to switch gears over towards Cave, and I'm not sure exactly what happened to that overshield, but ESA Blue have been able to eat away at that lead a bit.
Cave going to play patient. Oh, it doesn't even matter that he has the combo. Can't get the BR out in time. To be honest, if he drop comboed that plasma pistol, he would have got the headshot and won that fight. So that's a little note to take maybe in the future. In the meantime, because of it, look at the advantage Native will take here. King J comes out with one, Huss with another, make it mines for a third.
Native absolutely controlling this map, as Piggy getting very creative with staying alive, goes down to one shot and soars to the sky with the repulse. And now you're seeing mines off screen, can find himself a kill with the skewer. Everything working in favor of Native, as they now have a double-digit lead just moments ago. This was just a 5-kill game, not anymore.
And they're starting to get very aggressive because of it. Piggy knows he can get away with trades here. Just going to get away with his life in the meantime, though. Pac does pick up Huss. King J, Piggy can just survive, grapple side, use their numbers, and make ESA Blue hesitate about getting aggressive. They'll hold off in the base. This is a rough spot for Reverb, though. He's now down. Piggy looking for another target.
One time?
Huss not going to spot him. What did you miss, Tony?
He's only died one time.
Piggy? Yeah, he's just...
Yeah, well, I just
maybe this is why.
realized...
Look at the game plan.
King J has 16 kills right now. Piggy's only died one time. This must be the most frustrating thing for ESA Blue. They don't know what to do at this point.
Piggy not fully committing to any challenge, though. I think is the biggest thing. Is like the moment he recognizes he is in a... Oh, that was in a very rough spot, but he's got King J to support him to get the kill. King looking for a second. Taking full advantage of the little Piggy running back and forth center base there. King J gets 2.
On board now with Piggy. Almost matching his kills with assists at the moment. He's gonna have multiple players in front of him. Goes for the remote detonation, but as a player pushed up toward the left side and finally able to give him his second death. That's a win in my book, but not gonna count on the scoreboard, as ESA Blue still down by double-digit kills, and Native for 7 away from taking this game.
And not just the game, Tony, the series as well. Native currently lead 1-0. ESA Blue, if they don't find a way to bounce back, they might not have another chance to bounce back in this tournament. Hallelujah, there's a big pickup on OS. Make it a double. Those are the plays we need to see, but unfortunately, it might be too little too late.
Hallelujah, really making some plays right there and trying to do something, but 3 more kills needed by Native. I'm right there with you. I don't know if there's enough time on the board. Ty's coming in with the nades. Piggy off her screen, finds the kill onto Pac Mandela. Hallelujah finds one. Mines finds the final, so we're looking for one more kill by Native, and that's going to be it.
Reverb might be that victim. It looks like maybe it was Mines who found it. Didn't quite see it. Either way, we can see the result. 50-35 to close the game and the series as well. ESA Blue, if they are in top 8, they might survive in lower bracket. But in the meantime, we do know Native. They'll be pressing on.
Yeah, I believe we're in the winners quarters finals, so luckily I believe ESA Blue are going to drop over to that elimination bracket. Okay. Meanwhile, Native are going to be moving forward. Big wins coming out of Native, and Huss fitting in well, but King J, oh my gosh, he playing like he got something to prove. You already got the contract, bro. I don't know why you playing like you're going for another one.
Man just born to win, though, right? I think it's the Piggy King J combo, though, right? It's not just the slays out of King J, it's the lack of deaths out of Piggy that might be giving King J opportunities. I think we saw a perfect example in center base, CTF. Piggy turned around. He was dead, like dead to rights in that situation, but King J, there to support him, ended up picking up a kill off the distraction, and Piggy, who scampered out, managed to stay alive. He got 2, so little situations like that, King J is the perfect, kind of turret, I think, to take full advantage of the evasive maneuver we just saw out of Piggy there. In the meantime, Tony, just taking a peek at the bracket once again. So Native, they move on. Like you said, Trail Mix, they seem to still be here winner's side. Sauna's Finest is who they might currently be playing. Maybe we can jump into that game. Soul Crushers and Sleepers are the other 2 rosters still on this side of the bracket.
And one thing I'm noticing right off the rip here is that we're going to have a little bit of a Built by Gamers reunion We're actually going to have Coach Cobb, formerly of Neighbor, the coach of Built by Gamers, along with Bohm, going up against Mines and King J in that winners bracket semifinals. The winner makes it into the winners final, so things are going to get very interesting on that one. Why don't we send it over to Yeso to break all this down, and when we come back, we're going to have some more Esports Arena open action.
Welcome back in, everybody. A couple of sets in the books there. Unfortunately, Esports Arena Blue headed down to that lower bracket, but we kicked it off with a nice win from Black Hand. And there was a wonderful highlight from that series that I wonder if we could take another look at. That beautiful, beautiful ninja play that I caught all of us by surprise. Just kind of one of those innocuous moments coming around a corner, but that slick jump back to get the ninja secure as that play around to the corner, that was special. That was really cool, and just a great way to start the day with that kind of play. And these players coming out and they're really throwing everything they can at it here today. Of course, there's cash on the line, but so many folks, especially, a lot of teams, you look at what G1 was able to do this past weekend at the NA Super. So many squads really galvanized to grind, knowing that, sure, there is Cloud9, Optic, Sentinels, all these big teams, FaZe, right, that stand in the way of teams trying to do something special at these events. But when a squad, newly formed like G1, really getting things going, does something like that, I think it excites a lot of players to try and make some things happen. And that was just chef's kiss there. Sylvonic with the wonderful ninja just jumping in right behind Magico and able to clean that one up. So well played there. And just, I could just watch that one on repeat all day, honestly. That was so much fun. So, of course, Blackhand moving on inside of top 8. They play the winner of Soul Crushers and Sleepers. I don't have an update on the result of that one right now. Then, of course, our second set, we had Native, Piggy's new squad, which, of course, congratulations. That announcement came out today. Piggy and the roster getting signed, joining Native, of course, in the lead up to Orlando. So congratulations to them. Of course, Piggy is a player that we've gotten to see a ton of here in Series E over the last 2 seasons, and his squads have been really good, really consistent, especially when you look at the last few weeks here. Has been coming out almost every single Monday night. Has come out a couple of times on Friday, and they've been doing really good, and they just got to be feeling really good about that win against Esports Arena Blue. Kind of handily, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and taking a strong victory. They move on today, and they'll keep things rolling on the winner's side of our top 8 bracket. We have plenty of action, though, still to go, so I'm going to hand it back over to my friends, Why Not and Shyway, to get you ready for the next set.
Thank you, Yeso. I'm ready for the next set. Are you ready, Tony? You look like you're in shock for some reason. What happened?
I was trying to show my good side. Never mind. Yeah,
my good side's my left side, personally. I don't know if
it is a good side. Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, it's like slappable. I mean, it's like very like.
Okay.
No,
right.
I'll
keep that in mind.
My ass.
Good thing I can matrix dodge it if I ever need to. I'm more agile. Yeah, I mean, if my gameplay is any indication, I can curb slide IRL. In case you guys didn't know. By the way, Yeso, I wanted to say I love the desk setup, dude. That looks just it's like a standing desk. It looks like athletically advantageous as well. You don't just sit all day. You got Mike and Ike's if you need energy. It's just a great setup. In the meantime, Tony, let's stick with our setup and start talking Halo. We got our series coming up.
Yeah, guys, don't forget it is Mike and Ike's weekend, so you get that giveaway. You could actually win Mike. You can win Mike.
Wait, who's Mike?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, you win.
What?
You don't. I'm sorry. I'm being told by production you don't win Mike.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There's no Mike giveaway, but you can win some Mike and Nice. Make sure you type in ! giveaway in the chat. Meanwhile, we have Trail Mix, definitely not as good as Mike and Ike's, going up against Native Gaming here in our winners semifinals.
I'm just worried about Mike and why he doesn't have any rights, and you can win him or lose him. It's just it seems unfortunate.
I misread. It was like an end of a sentence, and
okay.
It was like you can win Mike and Ike, so that was on me.
You're good. Hopefully Mike is doing okay. That's all I can really say. Either way, series layout, on-screen, Strongholds, Live Fire, Slayer, Recharge, Oddball Streets, if we get there. And you know what? I think we might. I think this could be pretty closely contested. Tony, you gave us a little introduction before we threw to Yeso, this is kind of the BBG matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, you got Minds and King J, formerly of Built by Gamers, going up against Bohm and their former coach, or formerly known as Neighbor, but now Coach Cobb. So King J and Minds going up against Coach Cobb and Bohm from Built by Gamers. So a little bit of a reunion here, now on separate teams, and we're going to see if Native Gaming are going to be able to take down the likes of Trail Mix. I think both of these teams are very capable of making it into the winners finals.
Can't wait to see it, Tony. I personally love seeing Neighbor competing again. What do you think? Do you think this man still has it?
I do. Let me tell you, man. It's crazy to me that Built by Gamers was able to get him out of that retirement home. You know, like I think he was enjoying that rice pudding and the soft foods, and now he's out here putting in absolute work. And I feel like I'm back in '08. I ain't gonna lie to you. I watched every single MLG event. It brings me back to when I was a kid. I had my pizza, I had my wings, and I would watch Neighbor absolutely decimate in Halo 3.
I got to actually agree with you. Back on LVT on the weekend, we were watching Mason Cobb and his team at the NA Super. He was making plays kind of reminiscent, I think, of, the Sneaky Beaver back in the day. Also some really nice, just like little classic Halo-esque outplays, too, with like bank nades, using walls cover really well to kind of jiggle peek and just kind of mind game a little bit. Hopefully we see that today. Hopefully we get some replay tech. We can watch some individual plays. What was that, Tony?
He showed me a crazy nade. I gotta show it to you later. It's over from B box. You throw. I'm sorry. Excuse me. B box on recharge. Over from B box or trippy corner area, you chuck nades all the way to the sky. It bounces off the glass on the roof and lands perfectly on top control or top tower. It's so crazy. You literally throw them. It bounces off the sky and lands right onto top tower, right where the commando spawns, and it's insane. He hit it like 3 times in a single game and caught everybody up there.
I honestly think that nades are one of the most underdeveloped parts of this like Halo meta, to be honest, Tony, because I'm starting to see stuff like that too. Like I saw Formal sitting in like, bottom of B stairs in streets where there's like the little cubby where like you're coming with the rockets and you sit like underneath the staircase like a Walshy spot. Not beside that generator on the other side, the front side of the staircase, if that makes sense. He's like there. And he throws a nade up into a pipe, like way up in the ceiling above B-Rail, and it falls straight down onto B-Rail and just perfectly hits somebody who's sitting behind it, which I was like, damn, I got to take notes. And then SLG was on B-Rail. He throws a nade into Purple Street, and then he slides over to Tires. The nade banks off the wall in Purple Street, knocks the shields off a guy sitting beside Vending Machine, and then he headshots him on the other side of the vending machine from Tires, from the window, if that makes sense. Like, so he just like big brain bank nade to the alley, execute. I don't know. I think it's the skill gap. I thought I was
good with the nades. I got a couple of nade spots. I got the nades off B stairs. You bounce it off the pillar. They land perfectly on Tires from B stairs. Those nades they're kind of sneaky, but the ones you describing, those are next level. My gosh.
Formals was like, when like those viral videos of like you drop a ball into like a sequence and it goes like through a bunch of tubing and like hits your mom in the head and like down, it eventually knocks down dominoes, whatever. That was what it looked like with Formals, where it like got caught in a pipe and like kind of wiggled down. And I don't know. That's the skill gap. I can't wait to see it. So, maybe Neighbor's got a couple more of those nades, or maybe we'll see a Neighbor nade in the recharge game coming up, Tony, once we get there. Of course, lobby's still being formed. For the record, this is not a podcast. The podcast is on Friday, in case you guys didn't know. We didn't call it the Shy Nut Show, the Shy Nut Podcast. I think we missed an opportunity, but it's the Why Not Shy Way Show this Friday, by the way. When the lobby's ready, we'll jump in. We'll play some games.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Stronghold's Live Fire is one of my favorite map and game type combinations. I can't wait to watch these two go at it, because I feel like King J and Piggy, they're always flying across the map. And if there's anybody that can match that intensity, it's going to be the likes of Bohm and friends. They're going to be able to slow them down a bit. So I'll be really excited to watch that. And then going into recharge, like you said, I want to see some nerdy nades, but I also want to see the game get close where we kind of create a stalemate. Recharge is like the only map, in my opinion, that's kind of easy to stalemate, kind of cut the map in half, where some of the other ones are a little bit too small. You're not stalemating Aquarius too well.
Not really. especially with the way it works, right? The corridors are completely shut off from that center, that open center. Recharge has that same kind of vibe, but yeah, because of the size of the map, you're forced to kind of rotate around perimeter. Unless, of course, you make that bottom mid push. You always see that one sneaky player come up the box and then time the push into Turbine to try to flip the map. We'll see, though. Finally, we're in the game. Live fire strongholds to kick it off. Best of 3 series. It could be a quick one, or maybe it'll go all the way.
We have JK and Name coming from Need.org. Actually, both of them, I believe, former members of Oxygen Esports at one point, joining the likes of Bohm and Coach Cobb to make up this trail mix. Like we said, it's just a mixed bag of tricks to make up this squad. As Bohm showing us the drop meta ain't just for the Mangler, it's also for the Sniper as well.
Already looking for spawners here, too. Doesn't quite tag one. Does hit the body on the second. That'll open things up for that OS player. Looks like it's Mason Cobb and JK getting aggressive on B. Bohm will hang back. Look to line up another shot. Already predicting A-side spawners.
4 quickly go down for Native Gaming. Trail Mix looking to take advantage. Right off of spawn, 2 players are able to break out, but they're still stuck on the A side. Ooh. They want to get towards the sandbags, but Bohm is watching this angle perfectly, and with half of Native going down, Trail Mix definitely have control. 45-2 lead. The double cap still in effect, and Native Gaming dropping like flies.
Bohm, of course, in the center of all of this, working so well off his teammates, right? Decides to get aggressive, go back B. Now he's going to rotate with them, but just paying attention to where the team is, using that to predict the spawn, predict his follow-up play here as he does take another kill. There goes Huss. Teammate will get into C. He'll snap onto another in B. Not quite going to hit the shot, but looks like Bohm might get aggressive.
Bohm now making his way over to the B side. He does have at least one above him on the green. Repulses him back, going to try to stay alive. Somehow able to do so, but eventually hunted down by his former teammate in Mines. 2 down for each of the members. Native going 3 down. Name having the opportunity to make this a full squad wipe as he goes in for the challenge. But Piggy was ready for it.
Mason Cobb and team just trying to keep Native in the blender right now. As long as they stay down numbers, it's going to be tough to regain the map. That's a big kill out of King J, though. Does give him some space with shields. He'll get back to B. Might miss the OS for this, though. Huss does pick up 2. I take it back. Huss going huge. Opposite side of the... Wait, actually, he died. That OS might actually be in the hands of Trail Mix. So King J, he does come away with the hill, but for how long?
Momentary double cap going in favor of Native Gaming. Name gets right into the face of his opponent. The nade starts to fly. Infinite nade combo. Left, right, triangle, A, Y, R, B, and that's what you have over the rat tunnel. 2 down go Trail Mix. Native Gaming taking control.
There's enough nades already in comp, Tony. Don't tell the cheat codes, okay? This is top secret. And only select players are allowed to know the infinite nade glitch.
King J finding the kill onto Name, and now you're seeing Native Gaming start to take control of the C side. They do have to contest onto the B. Love those shots out of King J, but Neighbor simply doesn't miss. The heat wave coming into play. Piggy's gonna go down, and just like that, Trail Mix once again taking control.
Bohm, round 2 with the sniper as well. 94 on the board. They'll get back to C to keep control on their side, and Bohm, he's getting ready to line up a couple heads. First victim on the scoreboard, tags the toes. BR will do the trick. Drop combos it too, just in case. But as long as he stays up with this snipe, this is going to be difficult for Native.
Native trying to make a play here, but they're shut down at every turn, and Boom is absolute nuisance. He's a thorn in the side. Forget the thorn. He's the whole rose. He's the whole garden. As Native Gaming going 4 down, the sniper rifle still in the hands of Bohm, and Native having nothing to do but to try to get it out of his hands. Bohm finding yet another one. They're finally able to take him down, but the damage has been done.
Bohm making full use of the snipe, the BR, anything at his disposal. He'll get kills with it. And Trail Mix looking dominant because of it. Native, you can tell they feel the pain. Bohm going to come back with the heat wave this time. Actually, take it back. It's Coach Cobb who has it. Either way, what's clear is Trail Mix have full... nerdy nades. We talked about it. Maybe the man's listening right over the map in the sea.
I hosted him this morning. He just sent me like a bunch of nerds. Like, you gotta watch this. I'm like, all right, I'm here. He's been practicing them, and clearly they're working. 12-4 after he does end up going down. And with that, half the members of Trail Mix Native Gaming going to want to get aggressive off of this one. They're already working onto the alpha side. Boom isn't able to push onto C, so we will see a double cap, and we will see some time go in favor of Native Gaming. But look at the scoreboard. It's going to be very tough for them to come back.
They got to stabilize this somehow. Start to go up in slays. Put Trail Mix in the blender that they've put Native in all game, and we might start to see that here. Coach Cobb somewhat alone on this push, as he will look for one in the tower. In the meantime, Piggy does get a trade. Not quite going to find his target yet. There we go. Flank in session. Beautiful. Shots with the commando opens things up, but he's not done.
2 down for each of the members here. A pivotal battle when Neighbor will be the first one to go down. Piggy already in Bravo without wasting any time whatsoever. So a trip cap in favor of Native Gaming. I said it wasn't going to be easy for them to come back, but it's certainly not impossible. Native Gaming showing that they're not giving up here in game 1.
We've seen it time and time again in Strongholds, Tony. Just one little bout of control, especially a trip cap. And if you're getting just pelted off spawn, if you're spawning on splits, you can't get back to a hill just in seconds. You know, the game can completely flip around. And Huss looking to recreate that here. OS Snipe going to spawn shortly here too, man. Can't decide if he wants to jump or if he wants to fight the OS. And a little bit of hesitation might have costed him as Trail Mix. They do get aggressive here.
Boom going in for the challenge onto the sandbag side. Tries to back down to safety. Runs into Piggy. But Boom is the wolf. Taking him down quick. And now Coach Cobb able to distract long enough for JK to find the kill. Overshield in the hands of Trail Mix. And that's not going to be good for Native. Native need every single resource. They can't go down. They can't be losing this sniper rifle and overshield combination. They need it in order to come back in the game.
Definitely not. Here comes the cavalry. JK with a kill already. Trade does come in, but Coach Cobb looking like the Terminator. You know he's going to go flying. We'll see if he finds a kill on the way. Player hiding back B. He'll find them. And a repulse is all that's needed. He'll send a snipe in. Does whiff it. Would have been beautiful if he hit it. Why not, right?
Why not be reckless? I ask myself that every morning. Neighbor finding 2 in front of him on the Charlie side. Doesn't look big spotted. And he's going to send another one, this time for the low ground, but all he does is just reposition him over toward the nest side.
Wow.
And Neighbor trying to get creative once again with staying alive. And my question is, why do we have this man holding a clipboard? This man's a player. The Coach Cobb, take the coach out of your name. Just go by Cobb.
On top of that, I was thinking the snipe is just a front this whole time. He's just he uses the snipe to scare you, but really it's the repulse that you got to worry about, right? That was the source of all the kills, all the dismantlement, if that's even a word, of Native in this situation. Not too much more time left to put things together here. Trail Mix, they got the map, and one more round of slays, and that might be it.
I don't want to put everything on the stats, but, you know, I will say, first of all, Boom dropping 18 and 7. Absolutely ridiculous putting up video game numbers right now, if you will. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think Mine's really struggling. 5 and 16 is not what you want to see, and definitely not what we expect to see out of a player of his stature. I would definitely be surprised if he carries that into game number 2. I would expect him to have a huge bounce back into game 2, and hopefully for the rest of this game, because it's not done yet, 242 points in counting here for Trail Mix. Mine's going to try to cross the map over towards the seaside, and this is still possible. An AC hold in favor of Native Gaming. They can play perfect Halo and maybe have one of the most incredible comebacks that we've seen on Stronghold's live fire.
One last good effort out of Trail Mix. That's what this, out of Native. That's what this is. Trail Mix, of course, they put this down. They get back in the hill. They'll close out the game. But 244 and the full map in control by Native. This is a situation where you'd like to see the blue team not start to scramble, not start to panic. Because we've seen this all too often, Tony. King J in the zone right now. Does he get a kill with this? He does not. 2 dead. Numbers advantage. This is where Trail Mix look to close it out.
Might have done more damage to himself with that heat wave as opposed to his opponents. JK able to find the kill with the commando. 3 down, go Native, and with that, Bravo will end up going in the hands of Trail Mix. And at this point, they're taking game number 1. Native gonna have to have a huge bounce back going into the Slayer.
In every category, even looking at the scoreboard there, you've got pretty overwhelming odds on the side of Trail Mix. What was that, 19 kills, I think, out of Boom to close that? Just looking at the perspective we've got, of course, I've got the stream open, Tony. Even Mason Cobb was 16 and 8, by the way, at the end of that game, at least towards the very end. I think it was 16-9, final scoreline, 8 assists. You love to see that at a Neighbor. There's a lot of slaying power on the team in that first game, and Slayer's what's next. So you got to see this red team bounce back.
We really do. I mean, it was a 100-point game that Trail Mix was able to win over Native Gaming, and to be honest with you, it felt even worse than that. Trail Mix really controlled about 90% of that game. Native Game, I want to say maybe there was one good round of slays, maybe even two. I was like, okay, maybe they're able to come back, but then Trail Mix come right off a spawn. They weren't punished. They come right off a spawn, get the slays that they need, and just end up bouncing right back. Going into the Slayer recharge, we need to see much more coordination. We need to see a much better execution out of Native Gaming. They just signed those contracts. At this point, you gotta be feeling that new money kind of. I want to see it bounce. I want to see a little bit of swagger, as opposed to Trail Mix just styling on you.
Here's hoping they're still in that honeymoon phase, I think is what you're trying to say. And I think it all comes down to having the right weapons for the job. At the start of that game, the first half of the game is Bohm with 2 snipers back-to-back, landing, kill after kill. That set the pace, and it was something that they managed to maintain for the rest of the game. We need to see the shock in the hands of King J, or, really anyone in the team, I think, can obviously put it together, but just in that control, the grapple, the repulsor, the camo, et cetera. There's a lot to work with, but I think the shock being the biggest tool, and then maybe the sword as well in those close quarters.
My eyes are on mines. I know what King J and Pig are going to bring consistently, no matter what game type it is. They're going to slay. They're going to put up numbers. I think Huss has the ability to do so as well. But Mines didn't have the best statistical game in game number 1. So I want to see him have that huge bounce back, because we know what he's capable of. How many times have we seen Mines absolutely take over games with his plays? I think he can do that right here on Slayer. Hopefully he's able to do so. But Native Gaming, starting off going 3 down almost immediately. Why don't we switch on board with Coach Cobb?
Yeah, it looks like we won't quite see it off the opening strat. Trail Mix, they take full advantage. They're not going to select the sword, though, in that situation. Looks like they will just take advantage of the timing to get aggressive. And that's a timing that might work out as I say it, though. 3 dead. Name last up. He doesn't get the kill with the camo. It's going to make it tough to take full advantage of this now, but a 1v1, he can handle those.
Trail Mix getting that first camouflage and already having the advantage as Native going 2 down. And now you see Trail Mix start to force the split spawns, already collapsing on the gold side. But Piggy spawning onto A, not spawning all that far away. The melee comes in, so do the nades. Huss will end up going down. And just like that, tied up at 7 apiece. Both of these teams trying to fight for that early map control.
Piggy in a great spot. Whirlpool, he's got sightlines on spawners back long haul, as we see already. Just a simple strafe to the right. He can do so much more damage and help out with this fight. That positioning out of his teammate up in top attic makes this easy. Turns it into a double as he'll bounce out and hold on to this section of the map. Looks like the shock is somehow in the hands of Trail Mix, but not for long here. Native, now they've finally got him on the ropes.
Piggy has a very simple gameplay. If you're not looking at him, he's shooting you. The moment you look at him, he gets out of this. He gets out of the situation. Now you have to worry about his teammates. It's very simple. It's, I'm going to do more damage to your team than your team is going to do to me. And it's very simple, and it's working. He's 5-1 right now, 2 assists. Once again, getting a hold of the sword. We saw the damage that he was able to do, the space he was able to create on Catalyst with it. And I'm sure he's going to do the same here on Recharge.
Is it safe to say that players play like their gamer tags? Is that a thing? Like, just like unknowingly, just like on a subconscious level, like King J. He's just all about, give me the one, right? Yeah, why is he rolling? I don't know. I was gonna say, is it a Piggy play style to not take direct fights and to try to flank? I'm not sure.
I'm about it. You know what? He's a squirrely guy. He really is. And Mine's always trying to think 2 steps ahead of his opponents. I'm not. Name always trying to make the enemy say his name.
In your head.
Yeah, I like it. I ain't mad. Coach teaching us with the nades. Coaching us a little bit. As Name making a play with the camouflage and the shock rifle combination, and the body shotting the player onto the triple stacks, and now the collapse coming in out of Trail Mix. And if Native don't be careful, Trail Mix is gonna run right over them. They're making nutty plays.
Yeah, it's Name with the shutdown right there. JK looking to pick up off of it. Bank nade in. Piggy now dead. The Trail Mix getting aggressive. JK's not done. He takes 2. With Mines down and the rest of this Trail Mix team up. They've got the map back in session, and King J taking full advantage of the weapons on it, too.
My plasma pistol don't work like that, let me tell you.
Double
plasma pistol. Battle the green guns. Looking like a bunch of elites out here. Both players going down to one shot. Both of them going to reset and regain off screen. JK finding one. King J have to count on the BR, and of course he hits the perfect kill. Name going to have to think about that for the next 8 seconds.
Just a battle of skill gap out here, Tony. Unreal. How many skill gaps? Look at that needler skill gap on the wall. Going to be collected in just a second. King J doesn't want it. He's going all BR. He'll get aggressive. Picks up the kill on Name. Name might not have known that he was one shot there.
There's a reason why we nicknamed the green gun the what is it called? The something combo? The skill gap combo. That's what it is.
Okay.
The skill gap combo. There's a reason why we call it that. The green gun, but now going to swap it out for the commando. Very good from long range, but Native going 3 down, being left by himself, down by 5 kills. Native Gaming needs to bounce back, but the double push out of Trail Mix going to be too much. Bone finding one, sending that nade back home, and Trail Mix are just too much for Native to deal with right now, down by 7.
He was looking good for a second for Native, but the moment that Trail Mix caught fire, they have not let up. As I say it, though, 3 dead. There's a nice little answer from Native. They're not done yet. 27 on the board. Name forced to play slow, in control. They've lost the map off that exchange. You can see how split Native is. There's one player hiding in long haul. I think he might have died, unfortunately. Coach Cobb, Bone working together. They'll retake the map off this.
Native Gaming are struggling to simply stay alive right now. They're going 2 or 3 down, and worse, Trail Mix are punishing their spawns. They're identifying exactly where the pressure is coming from, and they're answering right back. Even Mines making a play with the sword ends up being shut down almost immediately. King J finds himself a kill, the 11th one on the board. Him and Mines having 21 of his team's 31 kills. And as I say that, Native Gaming started to bounce back a little bit. Somehow only down by 2 kills. What a run out of the boys in red.
Native not letting up. They've got the weapons here, too. King J, top map with the shock. Down below, coverage with the sword. If somebody gets close. Looks like King J is the one who wants to be aggressive. Repulses the stick away before it could do damage. He'll stay alive. Just a 1-kill game off that play. And the rotation in. With Huss opposite side map, they might be able to coordinate some sort of a pinch. You can see a split 2-2 off the spawns on both sides here as King J will look to find an opening.
This is the opportunity Native Gaming we're looking for. You can't just find it. You have to create it yourself, and that's exactly what you see them do. Damn. As King J making another play, a bit of reversal right there. Camouflage coming up. Mine's gonna be the first one to go after it, but looks like it was end up being used as bait. King J recognizes that, earns himself a killing spree with that kill. There's one more coming in. Body shot. BR out. King J is absolutely dominating here on recharge, and now you're about to see a lead change go in favor of Native Gaming.
He might not be tagging heads, but the damage is clearly done out of King J here. At positioning on control, going to net him another kill. And like you said, Native are not out of this. Just a 1-kill game. 3-1 setup here. King J alone in a flank position as his team takes the distraction. Can he find a head here?
There's a reason why we call them the Natives. They're not visitors. This is their house, and they're looking to send us to a game number 3. King J currently 16-7. A large reason why they're still in this game, but off the screen, JK finding that remote detonation. King J almost finding the head with the shock rifle, but now finding a couple of grenades as another remote detonation coming in. Trail Mix gonna use that to start to get aggressive. They now have numbers once again as we switch on board with Name. Currently up by 3 kills. Trail Mix looking to sweep Native Gaming.
Oh no. Trail Mix getting very cheeky, taking full advantage of those nade shots. Not going to be able to do it that time, though. 2-man push out of Native, going to break through the pipes. Piggy here as well. They'll get the save for the teammate. He picks up a double. It's just not quite enough to prevent the trade. 47 now. Not unwinnable. They've got positioning to work with here, too. One slight mistake at a Trail Mix could net them a full team wipe, and Mines just bobbing and weaving from high ground here.
Trying to avoid as much damage as he can. Mines and Native Gaming cannot die a singular time right here. They need to win this 4v4 engagement. If they have any chance of coming in, Neighbor trying to get away with that camouflage ends up being spotted right away, and Mines gonna reap what he sows. Mines having this game in his hands.
Maybe, right? Neighbor going for that camo. I don't know if he had the support he needed to keep the lead they had here. That might have been the risk that hurts them in this situation. Tie game now 48. Coach Cobb off a spawn dead once again. Native taking full advantage of this kill and camo pickup. And now they're spawned in long haul with limited options.
2 more kills needed for Native Gaming to take this win. They have the lead for only the second time in this game. It's been all Trail Mix that's been able to control most of it. Huss, it's his responsibility to make sure that nobody's able to gain access here toward the A side. Meanwhile, you do see multiple members of Trail Mix start to push the long haul side. The sword does end up coming in. Boom gets it for free. KJ gonna try to answer back, finds the kill.
God.
Now they got to challenge. JK wins that. This is it. The nades start to fly. He has a couple more nades left, and King J not going to commit to it. I think he needs to throw those nades.
You're right. He had nades. There was one player, one shot in the corner. He did not want to stay there because 2 were shooting at him. 49 all game off that exchange. Who dares to budge? You can see the crossfire coming in from long haul currently. Huss just going to hold down the A door. Sword in control. You can see him sitting there waiting for a challenger. King J could be the difference maker with that shock. Piggy's in a great spot from the bat ledge. He's got info, but nobody wants to budge. We got 2 minutes on the clock, Tony.
Wait, what? Wait, what was that? Did he see him?
Huss knows exactly where this player is with the sword. He might have heard him maybe whip out the sword right there and had the audio cue to let him know exactly where he is. Trying to ping, but King J almost catches a grenade that he did not want to see. And with the shock rifle, King J needs to be the difference maker. The nades start to fall. Huss not able to connect with the first one and forced to back down. And there is one player that might try to get froggy here. But like you said, it's 49-49. 1 more kill needed. Piggy spotting one over toward the bottom side. And Boom ends up getting caught and cannot get out. Native Gaming are sending us to a game 3.
Unreal exchange to end that game. So many different components to that, Tony. I mean, from the start with the neighbor play to get to camo, risky as that was, not sure he had the backup. They kill him. They flip around what looked like a close to the game. It was 47-44 at that point. Bring it down to what, like a tie down to the wire. That standoff at the end, absolutely bonkers. And not to call out Bohm, but did you see how he tried to escape in that situation? At least my nerdy side there is if he jumped and waited slightly longer with the repulse, he wouldn't have bumped the roof. I think because he bumped the roof, it made it harder for him to escape. It wasn't a clean escape around the corner. Maybe it just came down to that, or maybe he shouldn't have been there in the first place. I don't know, Tony. I mean, there's so many little dominoes, I think, that had to fall to give us that 49 all.
Yeah, it's really tough to blame 1 or 2 players or 1 or 2 plays, but like you said, Bohm did end up getting caught. It was that 50th kill. You even mentioned before where Neighbor did end up going down. Mine steals away that camouflage, and they go on a 4-0 run with the camo, specifically on the backs of Mines. Mines able to get 3 out of the team's 4 kills right there. So one can say if both teams were just using it as bait, that camouflage wouldn't have been able to be grabbed as easily, and maybe it's Trail Mix that are pulling off the sweep as opposed to Native Gaming winning that game and sending us into a game 3.
I'm down for a game 3. Either way, Tony, give us a series that goes the distance. Damn close. I'm trying to take some mental notes, though, I think, on what was that situation with Huss, like, tagging control directly where that player was standing? Like, do your feet phase through part of the map or something? Like, maybe there's something we don't know about that section of the map that tipped him off and he knew there was a player there. Or was it the positioning out of his teammate, King J, in the attic, who does have a line of sight, sort of, to that corner if he was to move a little bit. But interesting close, Tony. And that's why I love Recharge Slayer. It does tend to go down to the wire like that.
You could be. I wonder if there is a glitch there. I think it's something just totally even simpler. I think either maybe that player poked out and Huss saw him, and then he backed down behind that wall. So Huss was just trying to shoot. Like, he's right here trying to tell King J to just keep that line of sight with the shock rifle in case he pokes out the window. Yeah. And so it could have been that or the audio cue that the sword was able to create. I'd be really interested to know. I might reach out to Huss and find out. But either way, Native Gaming playing lights out to bring that game back because they were down quite a bit. Had no momentum on their side and were able to clutch out when it matters most. And like you said, I'm down for a game 3 as well. It's going to be oddball on streets.
That's right. Going down in the streets. Can't wait to see it here. Oddball longer game type is going to be a bit of a back and forth, I expect. Of course, 2 full rounds to close out. And those rounds come down to the pace off the opening strat, which it looks like Native plan to dictate. That's 3 dead. Actually, the whole team very quickly there as they take the ball, the weapons, and spawners already they're already victim to this.
Whew. Rockets in the hands of Huss, and Winter starts off with a 5-0 run, even having an assist to go along with it. And of course, Native Gaming are the first ones to get hands on that ball. A 20-0 run to start off that game.
One good opening strat. You can see the damage that it does. Gives them a setup back A. Perimeter formed, though very quickly. Mason Cobb, he'll break through the center. Trail Mix here to follow it up. Name and a teammate. Going to try to find their opening back A to win the Slays. Hopefully collect the ball on their end. Name, he's just going for the quick rotation. Sends the ball out to a teammate. They might be able to get that back to C. Unfortunately, Name dies immediately, though. That'll slow their roll. Just trying to pick up Slays and hopefully avoid a split spawner. How's that red player in C?
Trail Mix still not able to put a single point on the board. Meanwhile, going 3 down right off the rip. Native Gaming controlling the Slays in this department here, and now looking to continue that. Gets right behind enemy lines, almost getting the front side. Ninja Coach Cobb, though, able to break toward the PD side. Huss takes him down. Snitches get stitches.
46 now off of this. Ball hold still favoring Native. Ohm just roaming. Gonna have to do some damage breaking to see shortly, though, because you can see very quickly Native have found control. And they're moving off of this little momentum that they've gained, I think, in that close 50-49 Slayer.
And with that control and momentum, they look to keep the pressure onto Trail Mix, who already starting off going 1 down. JK gonna try to play his life with a Sentinel Beam out of Mines, hunts down 1, and ends up getting a triple kill. Does Mines. The heat wave full in effect. A 68-0 run. Trail Mix in danger of getting shut out here in round 1.
That'll get in your head, without a doubt. Mines, what else can he do? Teammate here to work with. That one shot will stay alive as he just throws himself at it. That's JK now dead. A killing spree. Shotgun and Sentinel Beam. All right, he'll replace. Actually, he wants the Sentinel Beam over the shotgun. New meta established here, apparently. He's just juggling them. Can't figure out what he wants. Doesn't really matter, though, right? 5 seconds left to close out this round. Trail Mix, they do not have an answer to push up, and Native with a flawless opening round. Trail Mix, this has to hurt, right? Coming off of such a narrow game 2 to lose like that in round 1, game 3. Hopefully they bounce back.
Yeah, losing a round number 1 and game number 3 is already hitting the mental, but that right there must be stuck. At this point, I mean, you got not only did you lose that round 1, but you got shut out. You were absolutely dominated and were barely present on the map. King J ended up with 2 kills in that entire round and still was able to win that out with the amount of ball time they were able to put on the board here. JK gonna try to break that seaside quick, but Piggy gets right behind JK with that flank. King J now trying to break through the subway side. No numbers here for Trail Mix, but a team grenade might be able to slow down King J himself.
Scrappier opening this time, though. No guaranteed control or setup. King J does pick up a trade. They'll continue to trade blows until one team can break away here. Ball now picked up by Trail Mix. Mines off his spawn, looking to do damage. And damage he'll do. That's Name melted as he tries to escape. Taken 2, sorry, with Piggy. That ball played out center. Best Trail Mix could do to try to avoid an immediate setup. And I love the survivability there out of Trail Mix, too. That was JK who milked his life.
6-4 lead, still in favor of Trail Mix right now, but it's obviously not much. Still looking for the setup that might open things up. Trail Mix going 3 down, not what you want to see. We have Coach Cobb by himself. Nades coming in out of nowhere. Piggy, just shoot the man. There we go. Reversal kill comes in. Coach Cobb does end up going down, and Native still away from that ball, still have to grind forward, and my gosh, the Sentinel Beam so strong here in Halo Infinite.
Still a bloodbath out here, whether it's Sentinel, BR, shotgun, everything doing damage. Melee this time. And Trail Mix just trying to take advantage of those numbers to pick up the ball. Still not finding it, though. Bohm off his spawn. He's nearby. He's getting tagged immediately. Left-hand side about to be pinched. Here, too. Native coming in from down below. Stalker not going to work out for him, and Native might have an opportunity for ball here with Name now dead.
On board now with Piggy making his way onto the mid side. It looks like rockets are about to come up any moment here. Mines having eyes on it, also having eyes on Coach Cobb. Rockets and thrust, what a combination. Finding out quick as he gets himself a double kill, a killing spree. Mines taking over here for Native Gaming.
Okay, he still got the kill with the rocket there. Man was getting just lit up every single direction. Managed to fire a rocket before dying. Pick up a kill from the death. Get the weapon off the map. 26 on the board here for Native. So opening control out of them. Trail Mix doing a better job fending them off, but not a better job of just holding on to control here. They're 7 and counting as they get a couple scrappy seconds, but look at the kill feed. Bohm ultimately not in any of the action here as the ball is picked up again.
The scrap time going in favor of Trail Mix, but those seconds start to turn to minutes when Native Gaming locked down this setup. A 38-7 run. Just as dominant as we saw in round 1. Mines off the screen finding Coach Cobb. Bohm winning a piv. That's going to be a perfect. And now we're seeing the push out of Bohm and JK. JK goes down to one shot. The nades start to fly. And here come Native Gaming laying down the law, but going 3 down.
Mines always has a different weapon to use, doesn't he, right? It's the Sentinel Beam or the shotgun or the AR, just taking full advantage of the sandbox to be a nuisance. Coach Cobb, all fists, no weapons this time. As he picks up Stalker, he can collect ball here as well. But Trail Mix still struggling to get control as Native continue to get aggressive here.
3 down, go Trail Mix once again, and you gotta hope. You gotta hope they're gonna be able to bounce up in the slays department. Name is 2-16 at the moment.
Bro.
They need a full team effort if they're gonna come at Native Gaming. So far, we're not seeing that. Finally, some numbers going in favor of Trail Mix. That's gonna force Native Gaming to play that ball over toward the mid-map. Trail Mix ready to intercept it, but Trail Mix also one step ahead, working on the spawners.
Bohm's opportunity comes from these rockets, and I would have liked to see him launch a plasma into that rocket spawn, maybe slightly earlier, and try to launch that rocket out, pick it up from the safety of tires. He won't get it. Instead, Huss has it. He'll send one sailing. And there goes JK because of it. Huss still with a rocket to work with, 59 on the ball. And Native got them against the ropes. Trail Mix just unable to find some momentum here. They're dropping like flies, Tony.
Huss bringing the pain here. Multiple going down for Trail Mix. And with that, Native Gaming gaining so much time. Finally, that ball forced to be played, but Piggy just drops the ball and then drops JK right afterwards. 66-8 run out of Native Gaming. They're absolutely out of control.
Yeah.
Trail Mix are struggling. Trail Mix cannot seem to find an answer for every single one of the pushes that Native Gaming are able to create. There are no pivs going in favor of Trail Mix.
It is that simple. Native just winning their fights. Whether it's team shot, 1v1, they're coming out on top of most of these situations. It's just giving them more opportunities. We see it once again, as unfortunately JK will drop Bohm as well. Mine's still up here, looking to get back to the ball. Scrappy pickup here for Trail Mix as they will collect it, try to rotate it, get some seconds on it. Just enough to get to 17, but they got a lot more work to do. Name does pick up one in the feed. Mine's here to deal the damage. There's the trade. Fights will continue to be scrappy. You'd like to see Trail Mix find the opening off of this, though.
2J on screen, tagging up one, but has multiple in front of him. Bohm will win that fight, but Piggy slides in for one. Now we're seeing Coach Cobb trying to get involved, and at this point, time might be a factor in this one, because you have Native Gaming close to the edge. Meanwhile, in 53 seconds, Trail Mix run out of time, so between the scoreboard and the timer are Trail Mix at the moment.
It's a rough spot to be in. 40 seconds to make this happen. Bohm needs a kill to do it, but Piggy not going to let him get anything. There goes the Rockets. Shots at a Coach Cobb. Not going to be enough to get a kill. Time still ticking. 30 seconds on the board. Can't quite find one. Now he's caught behind the planter. No idea how he survived as long as he did. It's just, that's not good enough. We need to see guaranteed kills at a Trail Mix if they want any hope of control here.
Finally, we see Piggy throwing that ball toward the mid, so at this point, they're willing to play the shot clock here. Native Gaming now playing a bit of advanced Slayer, finding one, ends up finding a second one. The janitor's here, cleaning up the mess that his teammates were able to create. Numbers do momentarily go in favor of Trail Mix, but they end up going 3 down, 2-1. Native Gaming not only taking this game, but also taking the series. They're going to the winners finals.
Native Gaming, a perfect example of perseverance, I want to say, in that series, Tony, to clutch up a 50-49 in Slayer and then to take that energy and dominate in Game 3. I mean, what a storyline they just created out of that series. It was all blue in Game 1, right? With Bohm, with the sniper to start it off. We had Mason Cobb making plays. Everybody was in their pocket, I want to say, in live fire looking confident. the moment things got shaky on recharge, they didn't bounce back in ball. It could also be, maybe a lack of experience together in specific maps and game types, whatever it is. Maybe Native had more reps on this one because they definitely looked more comfortable when it came to Streets ball. But either way, Native, they're better today. They'll take it.
And luckily for Trail Mix, they will have second life over toward that lower bracket, and maybe we see the rematch between Native Gaming and Trail Mix, because I think they're both highly capable squads, definitely capable of making it into the grand finals. Yep. And I will say, for early in that series, it was Trail Mix that were dominating. It was Trail Mix that were in control. Native Gaming have really had to step it up over towards the midpoint of the series, and that's exactly what they did. So really excited to see Native Gaming get the win on that one. We're going to be waiting on Soul Crushers and Black Hand to figure out the winner of that. We'll play Native Gaming in the winners finals, and no matter what happens at that point, both of those squads are guaranteed a bit of money, guaranteed a top 3 placing here in the tournament.
Right. What I'm curious to know is, are we waiting on that series, or can we maybe jump into the series? Right, Tony, you said Black Hand, Soul Crushers, I think currently underway. Winner of that goes up winners finals, right, against Native. Soul Crushers, what is this roster, Tony? I'm going to try to find them. Must be a hell of a team.
Oh, for sure. You have Kyle Groovy, Eli Elite, Rails, and Facty. Facty was formerly teaming with Sylvanic back in the day, which I believe Sylvanic's on Black Hand. So, you have Facty from the hand. I think even Rails at one point was playing with the hand, at least at one point. So, bit of a rematch between them and Sylvanic over on the main Black Hand squad. And obviously, you mentioned Kyle Groovy over in Gears of War, was able to reverse sweep Oxygen Esports at Kansas City to make it into pro bracket. And Eli Elite is quickly becoming a veteran. He's still young, he's still hungry, but Eli Elite, formerly of Esports Arena Blue, back in Season 1.
What do you think, Tony? Off of what we've seen with Native, narrowly winning, I guess, the game 2, but then the series definitively, do you think anybody beats Native today? What do you think?
Yeah. I think Native have earned the rights to be the favorites right now, especially with what we've been able to see. But Trail Mix were able to take a game off of them. Trail Mix were able to take moments off of them in that oddball. We still have yet to see Soul Crushers in action, and I would say even Black Hand getting a big win on Sensanegra. So obviously they're looking very capable as well. So Native Gaming are the number 3 seed for a reason. And I will say they look good. They might be the favorites, but there's plenty of other competition that are looking to take that throne away from King J and the boys.
Right, and I think the beauty at ESA is with best-of-3 series, you never quite know how things could go. I think that recharge, clutch, a slight mistake led to that 50-49. Had things played out differently, who knows? That would have been it. Would have been a 2-0. We wouldn't have been able to see the capability of, an oddball Streets that followed. So these series, they can go by very quickly. As I say it, Tony, our series is underway. Currently, like you do seem to be noticing in the admin text, we've got Game 2 Slayer currently with Black Hand and Soul Crushers. They're in the match. Not quite sure who's up right now. Not quite sure if they're streaming either. If we can jump in, we will. If not, we'll just keep talking, Tony, until we figure it out.
Well, I think there's someone else that wants to talk, so why don't we send it over to Yeso, and when we come back, we're going to have, hopefully, that matchup for us, and because I want to know who's going to be joining Native Gaming in that winners bracket finals.
It's a good point Tony makes there, talking about Native in the bracket here tonight. Definitely, I would agree they are our favorites at this point, but I think it's important to remember the specific context of the win from Trail Mix in that series, as well as the position that Native got put in, right? Trail Mix comes out, they win game number 1, and then, Native was a slay away from going to losers, right? They almost got 2-0'd. Luckily, brought things back there in game number 2, and we get down to the 49-49, standoff there at the end of game 2, and Native do come out with the win to stay alive, and then are able to parlay that into a strong game 3 performance that gets them into winners finals. But I think it's important to remember that Trail Mix was literally a single kill away from getting a 2-0 and sending Native to losers, I would say, earlier than a lot of people would expect. So important to remember that context. I think, we get a lot of teams coming out. We get, as Shabba likes to call them, the GOAT squads. We get the FaZe Clan roster coming out, or E United. And there's a lot of talent here, to be clear, today. But there's not that clear number 1, way ahead of the pack, is going to get right into grands through winner's side and probably 2-0 grand finals. I don't think that team exists. It doesn't mean it can't happen here today, but the competition seems to be much, much tighter here tonight. And of course, the Native do move on. We are waiting for the result of that other series. But for the time being, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we will have winners finals ready to go. So don't go far. Plenty more Series E when we return.
I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist, I'm never old enough to give a promise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Esports Arena. We could not hesitate to give you as much Halo action as possible. So on screen, you're seeing Soul Crushers versus Blackhand. This is winner semifinals. This is in the middle of the series, by the way. Game 3, as we find out who will make it to winners finals.
Already saw one game, number 3. Might as well see another one here. And looks like Avenue and Blackhand starting off really well, putting Soul Crushers 2 down right off the rip. An 11-0 run by Soul Crushers, but Blackhand seemingly responding.
We got to witness Blackhand earlier today. They were looking pretty damn clean. Tony, they took out Cintanegra, a team we've seen many times in ESA. Soul Crushers, though, a different beast, and a roster I've never seen together. Of course, Eli Elite, Facti, Groovy, Rails. What do you think of this team, Tony?
I think it's an interesting one. I'll be honest with you. I'm not in love with the roster right off first look, but I want to see them in action because I think there was a couple of teams that I wasn't in love with, like for example Lions or formerly of Anime Demons, and then I saw them in action. I was like, whoa, they really impressed me. So even though I'm not in love with this roster together, it almost seems more of like 4 available free agents as opposed to an actual team. If we see them take down the likes of Blackhand, that'll change my mind so quick.
That would be the statement for sure. And so far it is 1-1. So they have taken a game. And maybe they can close it out. They still got work to do. You can see that A side pretty heavily covered by Blackhand, though. Soul Crush is dropping left and right. Eli Elite, he is in trouble as he tries to back out of this situation. Got a teammate to work with for the bait and switch. Can he get the kill? Looks like he won't just yet. Cortex and Sylvanic going to come out without an answer on the other side. That's a ball hold and a setup.
Back-to-back kills going in favor of Blackhand, and like you said, they have that ball in hand, so they're not ready to let go. In fact, we're actually seeing Soul Crushers trapped over toward the subway side. They're finally able to deal with the pressure the diagram was able to create, and now we have to see Soul Crusher pass the 50% portion of the map because this is way too much time being accumulated by Blackhand, and now you see Cortex go absolutely ham with the Bulldog, takes down 2-3 down, go Blackhand. 3 down, 4 down goes Soul Crusher, and Cortex is 10-0.
Cortex just soared out for a second. He was hoping for the overkill, looking for a target, and realizes they're not going to push him immediately, so he'll double back and just play for the dub here. You got to respect it. 71 and counting, all the utility in the hands of Cortex. An easy pickup with these rockets the moment he finds it, and that moment is just seconds away. He'll actually whiff it completely. Does get a kill on the Groovy. Damage done regardless, right? 83 and counting. That ball does need to be played to center. But Soul Crushers, as they break through, they might have a chance to stabilize before it is too far out of control.
Soul Crusher able to ice out Cortex before he puts the running ride on the board, so that's going to be huge for them, but the damage has been done. 83-11 lead in favor of Black Hand right now, with Cortex right off a spawn and right back in the action, finding himself 1, goes in for the challenge onto 2, almost able to get the double kill. Luckily, Kyle Groovy having that drop wall and the Bulldog.
Cortex is 12-2, by the way, in this game, so that triple was just kind of a fraction of what the man's done for the team so far. Definitely popping off. Kyle Groovy looking to do the same to hopefully turn it around. He won't find his moment just yet. Rockets, I believe, or sorry, not spawning. That's ball that just popped up. Rockets will be up shortly. Diagram, his worry is the ball, though. With 84 on the board, they need to play just a little longer to close this out.
Soul Crusher going to have to take a very long round in order to try to get the ball out of their hands, and they're running out of time here. Just 5 more seconds, and Cortex may not be in position to get the kills, but gets the rockets, and right back he goes. Takes down 1, gets the double. There's 1 more player in front of him. He soaks up a bit of ball time, even gets himself a triple kill, and Black Hand are 1 second away from taking round number 1 in this game 5.
Damn, that triple somehow not enough to close it out. Facty last up did pick up ball. They got the PD side spawners, though, so the immediate setup with the ball to hopefully keep Black Hand back. But 1 round of slays is all it's going to need. Very difficult to play perfect Halo at this point. Diagram, he's in trouble. Av with the help. They'll clean up the kill. Ball still in the hands of Soul Crushers, but for how long before Av just plows through?
No mistakes can be made by Soul Crusher, and you just saw them go 2 down. Luckily, the God spawn's coming in over toward the A side. Kyle Groovy gets himself guarding the purple street, and there will be an engagement here. The drop wall's gonna let him know exactly what Kyle Groovy is, but the fight back's in. Fact, he finds himself 1. That's a fact indeed. And now Cortex once again going airborne to find himself a kill.
Diagram, I think he slid on that ball and touched it, but maybe not for a full second. I don't know. It must have just slipped right out of his hands. The moment he got to it, ball still sitting center. Ab does take a kill. We'll have to see Soul Crushers dive on it. Dive on it they will. They take it back closer to C, but they got to win their fights. Exchange comes in, and Diagram will dive on the ball for sure this time. Final second out in round 1, done and dusted.
Love the resilience coming out of Soul Crushers, but it was only 1 more second needed by Black Hand. Eventually they find that. Hopefully Soul Crushers can bounce back, bring that momentum that they had towards the end of that round, and maybe get an early lead. Otherwise, Black Hand's going to be sending them down to the elimination bracket.
And once again, that opening strat dictates the pace. So as we say it, Black Hand already had the ball to start. Groovy looking for a flank just to open things up, but a double kill out of Av going to close him immediately. He's the line of defense. Groovy will try to poke and prod. It's not enough. Cortex is there for the trade. Thrust pickup for Av. He's got everything he needs to continue to make plays. Oh, my.
Avenue going to take a little bit of an 8-second nap. Luckily, his teammate's here to have his back, and it's going to be Diagram, but can't find the kill. Facty puts him down quick. Black Hand going to try to rotate that ball toward the mid-map. Groovy moving and grooving. Finds the shots onto 1, but can't find the pick. Black Hand once again having early control.
Almost thought he had the stick there. Wasn't quite enough. Instead, like you said, Black Hand, they just hold down the doorway. Not in position for the ball. They might have to slay 1 more time. Cortex hears 1 up above. There he goes. That's Av with the kill. Diagram tagging him out on Plaza. The numbers advantage you think would help, but the stray nades will do the damage. Diagram, he's in a great spot, though, for a flank.
And Diagram is so important. He has to stay alive here onto the Panther side. He has to be a thorn in the side of Soul Crusher. The shots are starting to tag up 1. Gets himself an assist. Just his ability to stay alive and his presence being on the map is making things hard for Soul Crusher to make anything happen for them to get into their defensive stance.
Man, just in and out of fights, right? Bullets whipping by. Somehow they're not killing him. Here he comes. Sentinel beam for the quick melt. Ball pick up. He'll toss, not even toss it. He's a gentleman. He's going for the setup in the back of the base, but despite the spree, looks like he will die. That ball with the immediate handoff to the twin brother, Av. And Rocket's about to spawn here as well, so I like the attention to detail. Keep the sleighs up, earn the center map.
Avenue finding shots in the factory. Factory going to try to find the exit route, but instead ends up going right down, forward. Down goes Soul Crusher and Black Hand, getting right back into their subway side setup. Now we're seeing Avenue knowing that the pressure's coming in from the B side. Off the screen, Cortex able to find the kill with those rockets. Cortex does end up going down. Soul Crusher needs to break through. It's a 50-2 run in favor of Black Hand.
Tony, this is looking a lot like our native series that we just watched. Just no real opening for Soul Crushers. They'll get a couple slays, they'll break in, but they can't quite get a setup. And time's just ticking away. That first round was an indication of it as well. Blackhand still holding the ball, still locking down C. Soul Crushers running out of chances to really break through, get a setup of their own. I see trades, but we need to see movement on the map, a rotation off these trades.
Soul Crusher looking for the holes in the defense of Black Hand, but they're finding out quick that Black simply doesn't crack. 2 down goes Soul Crushers once again, and that's more ball time in the favor of Black Hand.
Woo. Cortex knew he was going to miss that skill jump, so what does he do? He thrusts last second, guarantees the clamber, and then gets the timing for the back smack on that fight. That was enough to hold on to the setup, by the way. 71 and counting. And Black Hand looking to close it out here. Soul Crushers, what do they do? Rail center map. He's already getting tagged. Looking for a push over through the B rail side of the map. You got Sylvanic locking that down as Diagram looks to rotate the ball. So Black Hand, the teamwork coming into play here. Soul Crushers, they can't find a way to break it.
Soul Crushers is simply getting outclassed right now, and Black Hand are putting a master one on the board. We do see one kill go in favor of Soul Crusher, and Black Hand going multiple down, but Avenue answered back almost immediately. Bit of a bloodbath here over towards the end game, but 3 down goes Soul Crusher. The 4th one ends up being wiped, and about 20 more seconds, Black Hand are taking it, and all of Soul Crushers on respawn.
It's all going to come down to these rockets here as well. If Diagram and team get the rockets, Soul Crusher's really out of options, and they know that. They dive to center map. They're not ready for the flank out of Diagram as he takes 2, and I think that might be enough to close the curtain on this series. Diagram with a back smack just to put them out of their misery as they go out dominantly to end the series.
Came in to watch an exhilarating game number 3, and instead we got whatever the hell that was. Black Hand 2-1
bulldozer
over Soul Crushers as they make themselves over toward the winners finals. The winner of this next matchup is going right into the grand finals. We are getting down to the nitty gritty.
We definitely are. And this is the type of energy you'd like to see out of a team like Black Hand to have a shot against Native. Native are looking damn good, taking down, of course, Mason Cobb and team just previously. So this actually could be a hell of a matchup, Tony. Might be very closely contested, a best of 3 once again. So better bring your A game early on.
It's going to be Black Hand going up against Native Gaming. In case you guys forgot that roster earlier, Native Gaming made up of, I want to say it was Piggy, King J, Mines, and Huss.
Yep.
So I almost forgot for a second there.
I do it all the time.
Native Gaming in the winners bracket finals, and they were looking really good at their semifinal match. And what we saw right there was pure dominance out of Black Hand, which is what we want to see, because Black Hand was able to find a lot of success in the mid-season. You know, I remember that J-Grav, Cortex, and I want to say Pals was on that team for a little bit. They were finding lots of success, and hopefully they're able to bounce back here, even though only having one player left from that original roster being Cortex.
It's still early for sure, but I think with a pickup like Diagram and Avenue, that definitely, I think, should benefit the team, especially when you look at the brother like Suppressed, who, you know, he's just finding waves left, right, center on SSG. Just seems like a matter of time till the rest of them follow suit. In the meantime, it looks like our series is getting ready to go. You can see the matchup on screen. Of course, the boys have to jump out of one lobby and into another. Before we jump into this one, I'm sure we'll have a series layout to look at as well.
Yeah, excited to watch these two go at it. You know, on one side, I'm looking at Cortex. Cortex consistently shows us that he slays out. Dude is the real deal. He's so tough to deal with, winning most of his pivs, and he has the players on a high enough sensitivity where he's able to dip and dodge out of these terrible situations. But kind of the same thing from Piggy. Piggy, same thing. High sensitivity, able to win his gunfights, plays really fast, and is so slippery. The moment you put shots at him, he ducks away, and the rest of his team are pushing up. So it's not just one you have to deal with. It's always the team. The openings that both of these players are able to create as entry frag players are going to be so important, especially on a map like Bazaar, especially on a map like Aquarius, then ultimately going into Streets if we see that far.
I think that survivability is everything. Back in the JJ Events tournament, we had talked to the KCP members, right? Druck and Soul Snipe. And one of the biggest things they brought up is just like that one moment where one player lives in a situation they shouldn't. And that kind of creates the domino effect, like the chain reaction that leads to a full team wipe. Because that one player who just lives, gets around a corner, kills two players, whatever it is, it creates that opening, that space on the map for the rest of the team to collapse. And then next thing you know, you're caught in the blender of the spawn cycle. So situations like that, very powerful in Halo. With Bazaar CTF coming up, you're going to want a player who can stay alive. You're going to want to look to kill Piggy, I think, if you're on Black Hand.
Well, I mean, maybe not kill. That's a strong word. You know, put to rest. You know,
roast Piggy is a pig.
I'm a fan of bacon. Let me tell you, I know you love some ribs too. I got
ribs slow cooking as we speak, Tony. I got the slow cooker going. They're just sitting there getting all, fall off the bone tasty if you guys are meat fans. If you're not, then I'm sorry. We've totally shifted gears. We always do this, though, don't we, Tony?
That we do. We'll bring it back. Capture the flag, Bazaar. Why don't you talk to me about some of the keys to success for winning on a map in game type like CTF Bazaar?
The more I watch it, the more I feel like it's that one player who overextends that does so much damage. Of course, it's a high-risk, high-reward type play. You leave your center map kind of open, but nowadays, if you can get that opportunity to overextend, get that pull on the flag, and make some links with it, you can draw a lot of attention to yourself and alleviate some of the pressure off the player's center map to dominate and really get out of that kind of headbutt scenario that we see so often in Bazaar CTF, which is so tough, right? You got to get a full round of slays and then be patient, try to get the next round of kills, or, predict where the spawners are going, cut them off on the rotation. You can cut into a lot of that time with one good flank, one good overextension, but of course, risky play. Either way, Tony, I'm down to see it. And then, of course, you got center map and just everything to prioritize, from the grapple to the rockets to the shotgun to everything.
Yeah, everything going towards that center map, and one of the reasons why it's so important to inch forward. I remember talking to Wes Clutch, one of the lead of the competitive insights team for 343, when talking about this map, he always talks about starting off with that rocket launcher control and then inching forward into your opponent's BR, or you can even do palms as well, whatever you prefer. But it starts off with getting those slays towards the mid map, pushing up over towards your opponent's base. You're gonna need a secondary round of slays if you pull that flag out, and you have to be aware of the overextenders that are coming in. So it's usually 3 rounds of slays at a minimum in order to get a flag from your opponent's base all the way towards your own, which makes Bazaar so tough, especially with how open that mid map is.
Something I've seen too, if you are that team that does go down and the enemy is running the flag, it's kind of like, where do you go off of spawn with that overextension? Do you just beeline the back flag and hope to make a last stand and hold them off? No, you don't. If you can, ideally you try to take space in their BR or in their locker, right? How much of a nuisance is an enemy player sitting in the opposite side locker or opposite side BR when you're trying to run that flag? So just, knowing how to play your life with the little opening that you get off of your spawn, knowing that they're predicting you and your route, you might still be able to trick them up with, your positioning where you land so that you get that last second save, you break through and maybe get the return.
Well, Bazaar CTF is going to be coming up next. No matter what, we'll see Slayer Aquarius, one of my favorite maps that we have in Halo Infinite, and then Streets, which is right up there with it. I can't say the same for Bazaar, but I like watching Bazaar more than I like playing Bazaar. Aquarius and Streets, I could watch play it all day. If they literally took Catalyst, Recharge, Bazaar out of the map and just gave us Aquarius and Streets, I'd be down for it.
No way. You get so sick of it immediately, though, no? You go back and forth. What about Live Fire, by the way? You got to have the trio at the very least.
Okay.
I like Recharge
as well.
a
little bit Live Fire.
Well, oh no, dude, as much live fire as possible for me personally, at least. Less Bazaar, but what do you do, right? There's not so many maps at the moment. Forge is honestly our saving grace, Tony. I'm hoping we get I don't know, either remakes or just something that works perfectly with Infinite's tech. In the meantime, though, like you said, as casters, I think, watching Bazaar, not too bad. I can't complain. Watching the battles go out, watching how these teams take full advantage of flag opportunities. As far as my own gameplay on that map, hit or miss. I tend to just go for the skill jumps, Tony. I don't know if you hit it yet, but the back door, double door skill jump, do you ever go for that?
Yeah. That's a little bit tough. That's a little bit out of my
Okay.
forte. Give me a grapple. I can't do the jump.
I'm abusing it now at this point. Like, I've gotten to the point where, especially the one on, how do you say what side is what? Can you say, I guess it's red side, right? The red side
East,
one.
west, or red or blue, yeah.
Yeah. That one I hit every time. That's my game plan. Like, I just off a spawn, I go straight to double door, I go up and down, like I bait somebody from the door, I go wrap around, jump back up top. Like, honestly, if you're consistent at it, it's a very annoying spot on the map just to do damage and come back with an awkward angle. As I say it, the match is finally underway, and you know what? Who needs skill jumps when you can just plow through and hit every shot?
Diagram going right over to the opposing base here. It has one or two, actually, man, now two players to deal with. His teammate takes down one. 3 down, go Native Gaming. Mine's going to be the only player alive for his team, and Black Hand getting that flag across mid-map quickly.
Very quick at that. Black Hand with the rockets as well. Not quite as accurate with it as you'd like to see. Av gets 2 kills in the meantime. That makes things a little easier for Sylvanik, because that flag guaranteed caps to start the game. What an opening out of Black Hand. Just getting the slays immediately. No wasted time with that capture. They didn't have to do a lot of work to bring that one through center.
Not many times we see a flag cap going within 55 seconds here on Bizarre, but not many times we see Black Hand do what they do, especially Avenue on screen. 5-1 right now, outslaying the enemy team by himself as he goes down. Diagram making a play with the Commando, thrusting up high. That's going to be a trade courtesy of Piggy, and now you see Black Hand going 3 down this time.
Back down to Sylvanik once again. Can he get a kill? Av, though, actually, in the kill feed. 2 more. 7-2 out of this man as Sylvanik looks to hold it down with him. And no flagpole because of it. Native, now that they've lost the numbers, they might have to back up and reposition to try again. You can see one is hiding in locker here currently. Sylvanik just going to stay alive as the trades come through.
Invis coming up in about 10 seconds here. Both teams want hands on it. Black Hand getting right up close and personal. Gonna have to trade out that kill. Avenue going down to 1 shot, comes out for the bait and switch, grabs himself that overshield, not able to pop it, with Piggy pulling off that double kill, and looks like Native are going to be able to steal that overshield away. That's not looking good for Black Hand as they try to run away, but here comes Piggy. Obviously, you know, pigs are the ultimate hunters in the jungle.
The ultimate hunters are hunted. We won't worry about that. In the meantime, Piggy just trying to live in this situation. He's got teammates there to work. Wow, he jumped straight to the little grating there, or the metal. See, I get ADD for skill jumps, Tony. I can't help it. But that little spot that he jumped on is a tiny little speck. It's hard to hit. I have a special lineup, so I hit it every time, but I don't do it the way he did. So taking notes on the Piggy movement.
Notebook and pen is out here. Piggy getting the seal of approval here from Shyway. Meanwhile, Avenue find himself a kill onto Piggy. No skill jumps are going to be able to keep him alive. A Black Hand going multiple down, and Native Gaming going to be the first ones to spawn and first ones to mid-map.
Mines with an immediate pickup of rocks, but can he live? Just getting tagged left and right. Can't quite get out with his life. I think he might have dropped the rocket down below. In the meantime, King J just brawling. Does pick up 2. Gonna have to get out of the spot. Looks like 1 rocket does whiff. Thankfully for him, the melee goes through. King J just surviving. Backdoor being a nuisance.
2 down go Native Gaming once again, but Avenue not able to win that battle successfully. Cortex coming in with a beautiful nade. Bulldog is out. Look at this, in and out. Yeah. Shots go in, pressures come. He's backing down, waiting for his teammates to grab his back. Cortex always keeping his eye on the prize.
Oh. Or you're getting hit in the face with it too, but he manages to live for now. And Shoddy's so useful to stay up in the fight. Looks like he doesn't end up surviving. That was a good example of the power of Rocket's side of the map, though, right? We talked about it coming into the game, just how much space you open up with the sight lines you can fully take advantage of. Piggy going to leave Rocket's side, though. Something more important is spawning.
Piggy stealing away that overshield with the grapple. Black Hand are not going to be happy with that. Piggy comes in, the double melee going to connect. Bit of reversal kill, ends up getting a double kill. And now we see a spree out of Piggy, working on the 3rd. Black Hand getting squad wipe. Avenue getting the first ones to spawn. The nades start to fly here. Avenue able to find 1 right off the spawn. Now got to slow things down. There's 1 right above him.
Oh, what?
This is the melee, and it gets put on a stretcher by Huss.
Gonna have to airlift that man out the battlefield. That is a rough way to go. Thankfully for Av, though, he's 14-8, by the way. He is far and away main slayer in the lobby currently. Gonna look to hold on to that, assuming he hits the rest of his melees that follow. Oh, an unfortunate nade here, too. Catching the man at a bad time, but I like the attention to detail here. He does have the shotty.
I know for a fact that Avenue winning every single one of his pairs because man got 0 assists at the moment. Man has 14 kills, only has died 8 times, 0 assists to go with it. It's just straight pivot everyone on the battlefield.
Hopefully he's still pivoting as we say this, Tony, because it looks like we're back to us at the moment here. Not sure if that was a crash on the ESA end or if that was on the game end. If it's on the game, or sorry, the ESA end, the game might still be going, so Ab might still be making plays, and we'll get an update as soon as we do. In the meantime, Tony, pretty closely contested game right there, just 1-0, I think, off that one strong opening from Blackhand, but no, back and forth contention since.
Yeah, winners bracket finals definitely not disappointing there here on Mike and Ike's night. Now that we have some time, I know you guys are probably thinking like, I need me a candy. I need me to get energized. I want to be at the top of my game. And need a little bit of a sugar in you if you're trying to go for those long sessions. Make sure you guys go to Walmart.com/esports arena. Get yourself as much Mike and Ike as possible. Just box. You just got paid last week. I think you need to dedicate a minimum $350 just on Mike and Ike's. Go right now.
Damn. Listen to the man. I think he knows what's up. I've never seen somebody so confidently swear on purchasing Mike and Ike. So, you must be right, Tony. I'll have to get some, too. I haven't had Mike and Ike's in years. So, ESA, if you want to maybe get me the hookup, that'd be awesome. In the meantime, as we figure out this delay on the game here, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. We'll jump right back into the action. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Tyson boneless buffalo bites have that tasty kick of flavor, so they're perfect for any get-together. If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson Anytizers Chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling snackers, more to love. Tyson.
All right, we're back with Series E. We did get to catch the very end of that game through King J's stream, so it looks like the game itself didn't crash. We missed it, unfortunately, there. We are jumping back in for Game 2, though, so we'll be on board and casting, of course, the rest of the action. I just got the chance to catch the end of it, Tony. I'm not sure if you watched much of it yourself. I think it was a 3-2 to close. It was Native that took Game 1, and that was off of the opening strat we saw at a Black Hand that was flawless, right? Less than a minute to cap the first flag.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive. Obviously, we said we weren't fans of Bazaar, so we just said, you know what, just get out of the lobby. We want no part of it.
I think that's what
we want to see more Aquarius and Streets, and now with Native Gaming going into Aquarius Slayer to have the opportunity to pull off the sweep, knocking Black Hand down a bit earlier, but, you know, we love to see Game 3s here, and I don't think this winners finals will be done justice if we don't see Black Hand respond here for Game 2.
Hopefully we see it, Tony. We've definitely seen a close Slayer already with Native, right? Down to the wire, 50-49 on Recharge. Recharge a little bit different, though. You can kind of stabilize if things are looking rough. It's harder to snowball the game, whereas Aquarius is faster paced. If you don't win this opening strat, things can get dicey pretty quickly.
Camouflage grabbed up by Mines, but I don't think he was able to pop or at least able to get any value out of it as he does go down. Diagram, making sure that nobody's coming in from his corner side. There is one player in the utility. Spots up, puts a couple of shots into one, switches target, doubles back for the melee. Hush does end up going down, but so does Diagram.
Nice narrow opening for this game. No real, grandstanding advantage, I guess, to work with on either side here. So Cortex now center map. You can work with Av as they make their way through Car. Looks like Huss and Mines already managed to get 2. Trey going to come in, though, as they do try to answer back, stabilize things, but Native Gaming coming out on top with 3 kills and some utility to work with.
The utility not going to be able to keep King J alive as he does end up going down. Black Hand looking very good, but the double push out of Native Gaming looking even better. Piggy breaking right through, finds a shot onto one. That's going to be an assist. Huss does end up going down, but it's only a matter of time before the final 2 players will join him here. A 2-kill game in favor of Native Gaming. Black Hand needed to respond.
Piggy just going to drop a couple nades as he gets back down to center map. Try to work off the team. It's good awareness he's got, or info, sorry, on that player flank. He doesn't quite know where he's gone. No, looks like he's found him now, though. First member of Black Hand out of the picture. 13-12, though, just a 1-kill game as Piggy looks for a new target. King J opposite side map to play off of. He needs to find a spot to impact here.
Things are getting spicy. Clearly a fire has been lit under the bellies of Native right now. Huss going to try to stay alive. The nades to deny access onto the utility side and buying enough time for King J to sneak away with that camouflage. That's going to net so much value coming out of Native Gaming as Piggy finds one. Huss going to find the second. Black Hand losing that camouflage and also losing these engagements as well.
This is rough. Might put him on a bit of a spawn cycle. You can see Black Hand spawning yellow, going to try to break out of the base. Take space on the map as quickly as possible. Sylvanic does get a kill. Not quite sure where, actually King J, there he is on board with probably the rest of the camo there to get the bag smack on the Diagram. The remainder of Black Hand, they rotated out opposite side map, but they're just catching him off spawn at this point. Huss going to help the team to drop another. Piggy with 2 on the feed, now 22-15.
And that's the problem when you go forward down. Your spawn is immediately identified, especially on a map as small as Aquarius, and you're spending so much resources, dedicating so much to try to break out of your spawn, that ultimately Native are now just cutting you off and now putting you on a cycle over and over again. What do Blackhand and my smoothie this morning have in common? They're both being put in a blender.
Yep. It's rough. They need to get trades to pull out of it. They need to slow the game down before it gets out of hand here. Sylvanek with a little flank does open things up, but still a 10-kill deficit to work from. Just needs to stay in high ground here, work with Av and team to hold on to what they've got. Things looking rough.
Sylvanek on screen, able to steal away that assist. A couple of shots going to be forced to back him down as Blackhand trying to fight back here, keeping things close, down by 8 kills. There's one player sneakily over in the back blue side. Sylvanek not knowing where he is. He's gonna jump right in front of him. And look at King J, so patient. Patience, not a virtue, but a weapon. And with that weapon, Blackhand go 3 down, courtesy of Native Gaming.
If Blackhand want a chance to bounce back, it's gonna come down to this camo. And King J trying to deny it. Av already dead. They got to use what's left of their numbers just to get across, make sure that camo doesn't get picked up and pulled away by Native. And as I say it, I think it was already collected by Huss. Heatwave in the back pocket of King J as he looks to put it to good use. Doesn't get the kill on Cortex. Trade will come through. Scoreline not quite as different as it previously was. The gap closing a little bit here as Sylvanek getting aggressive.
Blackhand started to fight back here. The powers are shifting over into their favor as they put Native Gaming 3 down. A bit of team grenade gonna slow down Cortex, but you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. He's coming in with the heat wave. But another team grenade gonna put him down. King J awarded multiple kills on that one, and Native Gaming moved that much closer to victory as Blackhand going 3 down. Make it 4.
Yeah, it was the full team, which made things a lot easier for Native to predict the spawners. As I say it, Blackhand very aggressive off their spawn. Do find immediate trades. Piggy, he's brawling though. He'll take Sylvanek. Looking for a second here. Looks like it will be P1 as the pick. Cortex now dead. Av as well. They're just bleeding left and right. At this point, running out of chances to make a turnaround.
And it's not just a paper cut. This is a gunshot wound right in the face of Blackhand. And I'm not sure Band-Aid's going to be able to cover this one. A 44-31 lead still in favor of Native Gaming as multiple do end up going down. The nades are starting to fly here. Piggy smells blood, and of course he's here to hunt.
You see Blackhand just trying to rotate out of back blue base. It's a tough spot to be in. Get back with the team. Hopefully a situation where they can win fights, but what do you do? And Piggy is a one-man wrecking crew. He takes a double. He'll look for 3 here too. Somehow that player not checking his left-hand side as he gets cleaned up by 2, make it 49-34. A final kill to close the game and the series and punch Native into grand finals.
Native Gaming going to the grand finals. Blackhand having to win 1 series in order to get their rematch as they drop to the elimination bracket finals themselves. Not exactly the winners finals that we expected to see, but Native Gaming really coming out hot and showing why they're one of the favorites to make it here in this tournament.
Right. I think that was the question, even just coming into the previous matchup, is are the team to beat? Can they be beat at this point, Tony? And you had a little bit of hope, I think, for Blackhand, but that kind of gives us our answer. Blackhand, of course, they've got a shot to bounce back, but lower bracket ain't going to be easy. You still got Neighbors team in there. What was the name of that team? Trail Mix. Waiting in losers bracket as well, along with a couple others. I can't wait to see who's still surviving. I think we were previously in lower bracket quarters, as we're just kind of getting through the gauntlet at this point for the rest of the tournament.
There's not many that can dominate Blackhand like we saw right there, but Native Gaming showing they definitely have that dog in them, or that pig in them, the wolf in the pig. Native Gaming.
There's a king
going to the
over
grand finals. I have no clue.
They got fight.
They definitely got that fight in them. And like you said, you still got Trail Mix, Cincinnati in the lower bracket. You have Soul Crushers we saw for a little bit. I don't think we actually saw Sauna's finest just yet, but those are your final teams here as we're already down to the top 8, and now I believe even the top 6 here in the losers quarters.
Not too much left to go, Tony. It's going to be a slaughter, I think, through the lower bracket. Always my favorite part of the tournament, honestly, because you get that opportunity for a second win. You get to see if anybody kind of levels up throughout the day and finds that focus, that end zone, whatever it is, the what is it, Ultra Instinct in DBZ. Is somebody going to go Ultra Instinct and pop off, break through lower bracket, and then sweep their way through grand finals? We saw it with FaZe a couple weeks ago. Maybe we'll see it with the team today. What?
I'm now thinking, I don't think they want to go Ultra Instinct. So Ultra Instinct is when you stop thinking about your movements, and then you let your body take over. But I feel like Halo's a very technical game. The moment you stop thinking, you're going to have some problems at that point. Well, I don't know. I think you got to think. I don't know. You got a big brain, and I see the plays you be making. You know, you're cutting off your opponents. You're anticipating spawn. And the moment you stop thinking, that's when you start getting put in a cycle. That's when you start going 4-14, 4-15, start putting up my kind of stats.
Interestingly, though, I think, and this is something that I think is mirrored in sports, is when you're playing at like the highest level, you're not really thinking at all. Like all of the mental kind of aspect of it is removed. You're just so locked into what you're doing. It's muscle memory. It's like you're fully immersed in the moment. You ask somebody like, you know, Renegade or Lucid or Formal, like, how did you hit those shots? Why were you so accurate or so ready in the situation? He's like, oh, I don't know. I was just, you know, they just know in the moment. They're just kind of flowing. They're flow stating. Right, so hopefully you hit the flow state. Maybe that's what is that Ultra Instinct. It's like kind of a DBZ-esque flow state. I'm trying my best here, Tony. I want to see a flow state. I want to see a lower bracket run at one of these teams, and hopefully we get it.
In losers quarterfinals, I think we have Soul Crushers, who are up 1-0 in the series right now, going into game number 2. A Slayer, meanwhile, Sauna's Finest fighting for their tournament lives here in the lower bracket. And mind you, only the top 3 get paid, so lots on the line here.
Oh, yeah. Just another Monday, another $1 grand. And as we do continue these tournaments, Tony, we get closer to Orlando. We get closer to Worlds. I think we're coming, obviously, hot off of the NA Super as well. A lot of high-level Halo competition to inspire the grind and hopefully maintain it as we finally get back to the, what do we call it? It's like the true Halo experience, this LAN Halo, right? When you finally get down to what matters most.
Can't wait to get there. And also, I mean, I will say, I miss LAN Halo, but I also love the fact that Esports Arena giving us $1,000 online events every single week. Open events that you guys can sign up for. ! Sign up in the chat if you want to get involved. Get yourself a chance to win some money or just some great and valuable experience against some highly capable players like we're seeing on screen. Sauna's Finest, Yakazin, who I'm not too familiar with, Native, Maffy, and Leaderness. I've seen those 3 around, but your cousin, okay, show me what you got.
Sauna's Finest, I think referring to the Discord, right? These boys be sweating all day in pretty high-level 8s lobbies and then taking, I guess, that directly into ESA today. We'll see what they can do against Soul Crushers, of course. This match already, or this series already well underway here, Tony. This is game 2 in the series. Soul Crushers, they currently lead, looking to crush this team in game 2.
But as you say that, Soul Crushers do end up going 3 down, and Sauna's Finest now having that map control that you want to see. Yakaza coming in, taking down Facty off of screen. Rails was able to find the pick and a perfect kill out of Native, showing that he runs this house.
Damn right he does. As he locks down the doorway, he'll get aggressive on a second. What a way to pop a double. Good use of the thrust there. 2 kill deficit to work off of, though, and Sauna, they are not going down without a fight.
Native holding down this closet-to-closet angle. There is multiple players that are trying to fight through it. This car side so important. And we are seeing Soul Crushers start to push up. Maybe grab a couple of dynamo grenades. Maffy breaking through. Groovy finding himself a kill as well. And right as the camouflage coming up, Maffy needs to find the kill. Not going to happen. He has to deal with 1 and 3 down. Goes Sauna's Finest. Soul Crusher in the driver's seat.
Blows being traded here left and right. But in the end, looks like Eli Elite is the one to slip away with the resources. Let's see what he makes of it. Of course, being very patient here. He wants the thrust, heat wave, camo, ultimate combo to do damage with. 3 shots it'll take for him to take 1, but that's 2 dead. Got info on the remaining 2 on the map, and this is info you want to collapse off of. Soul Crushers might look to get aggressive off this. You can see spawners yellow base as they start to collapse.
Not just crushing the soul, but the mind and bodies as well. Sauna's Finest better be on their A game. Otherwise, they're going to be knocked out of this tournament here. Kyle Groovy off screen gets himself a double. Make it a triple as all 3, make that all 4 go down for Sauna's Finest. This is where bad turns to worst.
Yep. You talked about it with your smoothies earlier, Tony. This is the blender that we're about to enter here if they don't break out of it. Looks like red fridge, or sorry, not red, yellow fridge with the spawn for the red players here. Kyle, nice survivability, though, staying up in the pipe. They sort of incorrectly predicted spawn, and because of that, it might have shaken up their timing on the collapse here. Might give Sauna's Finest a chance to break out, though. As I say it, things still looking grim.
Looking strong once again. Kyle Groovy immediately taking control of the mid. Finding one onto the car side. Going to find more than one as they're spawning onto utility, but the shots are being fired across the map. Kyle Groovy finds an entrance with the heat wave. Makes one shot. Not enough to get the kill, but enough for his teammates to pull off the collapse. Luckily, Maffey answering right back, taking down Facty, getting into yet another engagement. Highly capable, but Eli Ali with the beautiful nade placement.
Soul Crusher's just starting to edge him out in individual fights here as I say it. We see Groovy do exactly that. Two do drop on the opposite side, though, and Sauna still finding answers for the pressure. Just isn't enough at this point. 25 now on the board. Leader going to take top map here. Already tagging up one. Soul Crushers finding two to answer. The leader needs to stay up for the camo here.
Leader is currently 5-11. I'm wondering, where is he leading his team to? Down out of this tournament, apparently.
Hopefully not.
Yakazin. I don't know. He's on screen right now. Yeah, Eli lead off the screen, able to find himself a big kill. Camouflage is up. And it looks like one ends up going down. Soul Crusher might be able to use that as an opportunity to steal it away, and that's exactly what they do. Facts, no printers, as Facty gets away with the camo.
You're just coming up with this on the fly, huh?
I don't know what I'm doing, man.
No, I mean, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. Either way, you might not have much more time to spin your little web. I don't know what I'm saying here, Tony. It's about to end is what I'm trying to say. 42-28. How do you bounce back in this situation when Facty's just roaming for free?
You don't, At this point, you tweet out, looking for 8s right now. Because Sauna's Finest.
You tweet FA.
Getting shut down. And it's sad to see. I mean, I've seen Native, Leaderness, and Maffey as a team of 3 before, and they look good. They really do. But Soul Crusher looking even better right now. As a heat wave coming out of Facty. Jeez. They can't touch that, man. I'm saying with moves like that, how you down by 16?
Honestly, it took me that long to realize Native was in the lobby before. I mean, I just broke down one of this man's plays. I know he can move, but seeing that strafe just woke me up a little bit. Tony, somehow the man dodging heat waves, it's just not enough, though, at this point, right? Their tournament lives over 48 on the board here. That nade will nick him for 49. A final kill to close this out, and Soul Crusher's looking to move through the lower bracket.
Sauna's Finest played well to make it up until this point, but sadly, it's over for them here in this tournament. Hope to see them next week, and hope to see them even better than what we saw today. Sauna's Finest ending out in top 6, which is nothing to hang your head low about.
Not too bad.
But Soul Crushers are moving up.
I mean, with a team name like that, you'd think they'd get pretty far, right? That's a pretty confident team name. They're looking damn good, though, in that series, at the very least. I think we caught the tail end of their winners bracket series where they did go down to Blackhand, I believe, right? So maybe a rematch opportunity. Blackhand, of course, lower bracket. Losers finals, though. So they'll be the last kind of boss of the lower bracket before we get 2 grands, where things only get more difficult. Who else we got in this tournament still, Tony? We have Cintanegra, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Still
winner of
kicking.
Trailmix. The winner of Trailmix and Cintanegra will actually play against Soul Crushers here in the loser bracket semifinals, and then the winner of that matchup is going to play against Blackhand, which you kind of mentioned before. So there's a chance we could see a Blackhand and Soul Crushers rematch, but they have to go through either the likes of Trailmix or Cintanegra, which are 2 absolutely incredible teams.
Right, and based off of what we've seen with Trailmix earlier and the very close series they had with our grand finalists, this could go any direction. We could see a whole flip of the script. So maybe we'll see it. In the meantime, let's send it back to Yeso and see what he thinks.
I'm right there with you, Xiaowei. Honestly, Trail Mix and Native was a pretty damn tight set there. Again, kind of broke it down earlier, really, how Trail Mix was a kill away from totally flipping the script on what we've seen so far in the bracket. Of course, Native now sitting in grand finals, courtesy of that strong 2-0 performance against Blackhand just a little bit ago. And rightfully so, you and Tony pointed out earlier, They're the favorites for tonight, and rightfully so. They've looked really, really strong so far today. Pretty dominant performance there against Black Hand. And now the question is, who's going to get that rematch? Is it Black Hand waiting as that final boss in the losers bracket? Is it Trail Mix to try and make that run? They still have to take care of business against Centenegra, which is no easy task by any stretch. Or maybe do we get that new opponent? Does Soul Crushers get a shot at Native? We will find out very, very soon. But Soul Crushers taking a nice win there, honestly, over Sauna's Finest. They move on, and as Shyway just pointed out, it will be the winner of that Trail Mix and Centenegra set that moves on, and that would set our top 4. So whoever wins that sets the final spot in top 4, and we'll take on the Soul Crusher. So looking forward to that set. Looking forward to this final run through the bracket as well, because things are going to get real fun as we get deeper in, and these matches, of course, only more at stake. They're going to be even more interesting, so I can't wait for that. Do want to remind you, of course, it is Mike and Ike week here at Series Z. You can see got a couple of boxes here in the studio with me. If you want to pick some up, you can at walmart.com/esportsarena. And also, we've got an awesome giveaway going on this week, courtesy of our partners over at Mike and Ike. If you want to get in on the fun, exclamation point giveaway is the link that you need. Go in, enter in the giveaway this week, win some awesome swag and stuff. So get that awesome Mike and Ike care package. Make sure to enter today. I will be reminding you on our shows all week long, so don't miss out on that. Right now, though, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep things rolling here with Halo Infinite Pro Night. So don't go, or Open Night, I should say. So don't go far.
For nothing, baby. Let's get in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Series E. Of course, our tournament continues. The lower bracket has made it to losers semifinals. Looks like Trail Mix did defeat Centenegra, Tony. They're now going up against Soul Crushers. We just watched Soul Crushers crush some souls conveniently, but this might be the end of that journey, Tony. Trail Mix, they're no slouch.
Either the end of the journey or the beginning of a new one. Trail Mix going up against Soul Crushers. And I think the favorites in this matchup would have to be Trail Mix. They're coming in as the number 2 seed, meanwhile Soul Crushers sitting at number 8. So it's great that they made it this far to begin with, but it's going to be tough in game number 1 going to King of the Hill Live Fire.
Definitely not going to be easy. Trail Mix, of course, this is not enough for them. To just win this is really just the start of what they're looking to do, right? They're trying to get their revenge tour on our grand finalist currently, who defeated them in a very close series, Native Gaming. So Soul Crushers, hopefully they put out a little bit more to bring them back, slow them down on the roll here, because Trail Mix, you know they got some momentum off that match with Centenegra.
As Forrest Gump once said, life is like a box of Trail Mix. You'll never know what you're going to get. Coach Cobb on screen, making the way towards the net side, having 2 members of Soul Crusher in front of him, going right in for the challenge. Coach Cobb still got it.
Well, series just started, so plenty of opportunities for Coach Cobb to continue to showcase it. Meanwhile, Eli Elite apparently is the one who's got it. He's got a ninja in the kill feed to start the game, and that might give the team some presence in the hill. Trail Mix already sitting in.
Not Eli the ninja, but Eli Elite with the ninja, if you will, as Bohm getting away with the sniper rifle. Multiple members onto the garage side, can't quite connect, but soon those shots will start. And now there's too many members of Soul Crushers to deal with, but somehow Trail Mix's Bohm is still alive, wastes all that sniper rifle before going 3 down. Soul Crusher find himself halfway done with this hill already and ready to take the lead in hill 1.
And a difficult hill to break, too, once the setup forms, though that setup actually not going to be put together here. Very quickly, Trail Mix, they find their bodies back in the hill. I think it was JK who managed to make the rotation through garage door to kick it off, and all of a sudden, this is a very different scenario. Looks like Trail Mix might have a chance to close this one out if they continue to lock it down.
Coach Cobb being left alone is quickly going to back down, and now we have a bit of a flank opportunity. Ends up getting himself an assist, but his location has been known. The nades start to fly, and Coach Cobb is on the hunt right in the nick of time because Soul Crushers are backing down. Soul Crushers are trying to play for their life. Meanwhile, this overshow is coming up and should be in the hands of Coach Cobb.
Should be, though maybe not. This man's in trouble, getting tagged left and right. He does help with the kill back scoreboard. Still a numbers advantage for that OS, so you'd think Trail Mix could get to it. The fight's still going down. JK with a line of sight. Not too much he can do from this position except obviously collect time for the team. Looks like slow and steady. Those Soul Crushers might be finding wins in their fights to get to OS. Now down to name to be a line of defense. JK comes in with the help. It's enough to get a kill. He'll take the shields off another player before dropping, but ultimately Soul Crushers with a little battle of attrition there. They'll break through.
Great battle coming in out of name right there, but sadly ends up going down. Soul Crusher is not only able to break through and steal away that overshield, but absolutely breaking the setup that Trail Mix had onto this tower side. Now we're seeing that hill gonna go in favor of Soul Crusher, but multiple lines of sights being created as Trail Mix look to come forward. One on top mid ends up going down.
Damn.
The bottom mid one gonna follow. That's gonna be a double kill, putting Trail Mix 3 down and leaving Coach Cobb by himself.
Rails out here just getting involved in fights, man, was just up and down everywhere. And it was enough to slow things down, but not enough to stop Trail Mix from regaining control. Like you said, Coach Cobb just came in guns a-blazing. He's got a snipe to work with because of it. Looking for a flank here, maybe 2. Rotation comes out to Hill. Neighbor in a position to start cleaning up bodies.
Sniper rifle in the hands of
that would've
Coach
been sick.
Cobb, trying to line up the no-scope. Luckily, his teammates are there to clean up that kill, but there's one in the mid-side. A little bit of team damage, not enough to stop your friendly neighbor from coming in. The no-scopes are starting to connect. The repulse going to send him back. You talked about how good he was with the repulse, and you're seeing it once again here on Live Fire.
Definitely finding a lot of great opportunities, making himself a tough kill too. Even though he still died, it's just that little bit of extra time it takes. The placement of the reticle to him instead of a different target gives his teammates the opening they need to continue to dominate, though it looks like Soul Crushers find that sniper instead. Hill still transferred over to Trail Mix, so they lead by 2-0. They're already trying to get set up here in A, as I say. In fact, he does take 2. Looks like the OS was picked up by Trail Mix, but Soul Crushers at least have the positioning.
2-0 lead over Shield in favor of Trail Mix, but now it's Soul Crusher to have a chance to show us how they can lock down this map, lock down this A side, which is a bit easier to control than, say, a mid-map. JK gonna try to break through the sandbags, finds himself one, gets himself a double assist, two quickly go down. The third one should fall as well after the missed melee, and now it's Soul Crushers quickly getting broken and Trail Mix getting back into their setup, and then Soul Crusher in danger of falling 0-3 in this game.
Wow, okay. Nice little answer, though, out of Soul Crushers. Was looking like a difficult situation for them with the setup forming, but its name ends up being last alive. Immediately rotates over to AR, keep his presence low. Soul Crusher's quick to get in the hill. Name does die in the feed. He gets one as he goes. So Trail Mix might be able to push up and break this quickly. Soul Crusher's going to do everything they can to get the time in this situation.
Trail Mix are pushing from multiple different angles. JK able to find one. The nade gets bounced back, but right to his teammate. JK comes in with the double kill. Boom, clears out the A side. And that's the trick. When you come for a broken setup, you got to come in from all sides, collapse, and make your opponents feel surrounded. And that's exactly what Trail Mix do.
And that might be enough to close it out as well. They've got a nice little setup around it. Boom just out front door. Coach Cobb already picking up one. Boom with a second. Here comes the third thanks to the heat wave and a killing spree for JK as 3 hills done and dusted in this game one. Trail Mix with all the momentum, all the points on their side, and 1 hill to close it. Soul Crushers, they need to soul search at this point.
Heat wave at the hands of JK, trying to find that ricochet damage. He does have 2 onto the C side, about to find out real quick. Finds the shots onto 1. Sadly, the push is just too much. The double combo coming out of Soul Snipe, and now you're seeing, Soul Crushers, and now you're seeing them come right off of spawn. Trail Mix luckily having that overshield toward the hill, so it should be hard to get them out, but Soul Crushers trying to get in position.
Trail Mix still just locking it down. Coach Cobb looking like a turret on the box here, just trying to find the shot. Opens things up for Name to clean up the kill. Picked up Snipe here, too. Now, can they get a hill and close it in style? Let's see.
Ooh.
Connects onto the first. 3 down goes Soul Snipe and Soul Crusher, excuse me.
Twice now.
As a snipe down with the hands of Dave, and it looks like this might be all she wrote. There's one last push coming out of Soul Crushers, and Eli Elite catches one right to the dome, goes in for the second one. The wingman is in. Trail Mix 4-0, shut out Soul Crushers, and go up 1-0 here in the series.
Name says, yes, I can win the game and do it in style. And Tony, you might not have to worry about whether or not to say Soul Snipe or Soul Crushers for much longer, because there might not be much left of this series. That was dominant.
And game number 1, and then a 4-0 sweep for Trail Mix in that King of the Hill. And Soul Crushers, it's going to be tough for them to bounce back in this one. Hopefully they're a better Slayer team than they are King of the Hill, and hopefully they're better on the streets than they are live fire, which kind of plays similar to each other with how punishing they both can be.
Even just looking at Slays right now, it was not very close, Tony. They heavily outslayed them. Of course, that's obviously part of the reason why they got 4 caps in a row, but just doesn't bode well for this team coming into Streets. Here's hoping they get a strong opening strat, though, because you never know with Streets. I think, even for a lower-level team, if you can start strong, you can keep momentum for a long time if you're, quick and coordinated off the opening.
Soul Crusher's gonna have to dig deep. Simple as that. I mean, they didn't look too good in that game number 1, and hopefully they're able to figure things out. When I'm looking at Soul Crushers, I'm looking at Rails. I think Rails is untapped potential. I think a lot of people haven't really seen him too much, but he's definitely shown that he can pop off in any given moment. Kind of a situation where we know Eli Elite, that former free-for-all player, he's going to get his kills. Kyle Groovy, we've seen him do it multiple times on multiple different rosters. He's been at this level before. And even Facty, along with the Hand, has been doing it as well. With him and Sylvanic, they were absolutely deadly to deal with. So I'm looking at Rails. I think if Rails can maybe have a pop-off game, maybe like a 12, 13, or even say a 14-kill game, maybe they're able to come out on top to Soul Crushers.
And if he's going to do that, what would be the tool of destruction, do you think? The shotgun would be to control the shotgun thrust. I think usually what leads to the most kills, I want to say, in a game. But, of course, the rockets, you can't ignore them. The stalker as well.
Hopefully, Soulcrush don't choke the way. Hopefully, don't choke the way I just did. I'm gonna say. Say the Rockets. I think obviously the Bulldog is really important with so much ammo that it has. You could really control the streets. But what Soulcrushers need is a quick 2 down. And then identifying the spawns and keeping the pressure on. I think the Rockets are the easiest way to do that. And Trail Mix do end up going 3 down like you want to see. Coach Cobb being left by himself onto the PD side. And the spawners are coming up.
Maybe it's not up to Rails, but up to Facty, as we say it, though, Tony, because the man's got the weapons. He's got a line of sight with the Stalker to work with. Going to get up closer, try to work with Rails. He's going to spot 2 in the alley. Not tagging any of the shots, though, unfortunately. Immediately, Trail Mix will turn and burn them. There go the weapons. And as they look to collect them, you can see Eli Elite just trying to stay alive.
Trying, but definitely not succeeding. Coach Cobb busting right through, locking them down. 9-6 lead in favor of Trail Mix as they bounce back quick. Soul Crushers obviously spawning onto the subway side. They ain't able to find the angle on 2 different players. Can't find the kill, but 2 get 1 shot, and JK comes in for the cleanup once again.
Comes in like a wrecking ball. This man just getting aggressive, getting involved in every fight he can. He'll drop Eli as well. Rails comes in with a trade. 11 on the board already for Trail Mix, and the trades you want to see. Kyle Groovy with another. JK, though, perfect timing to find a kill unless Groovy clutches up.
Miley Cyrus would be proud of the way JK were able to bust through that subway side. 2 go down, and a pivotal battle ensues once again. Groovy, though, having the Stalker rifle, but not having his teammates, and they go 3 down. Groovy goes in for the challenge. JK gonna eat those for breakfast.
A bit of a dangerous, aggressive play. He had a thrust he could have used to escape, but instead he used it to, get a little more aggressive, hopefully take a piv. You lose your life. That risk might pay. As you can see, Trail Mix have top map. They have presence for Rockets here. Its name. He picks him up. He'll whiff it, unfortunately, though. Groovy with a second aggressive challenge. This one works.
Name paying homage to Puckett right there. That's a bit of a Puckett rocket right up the mid and to the left, throwing a bit of a curveball. Trail Mix having multiple players onto the A side, 1 on PD and a couple in the cafe. This is going to be a collapse onto Soul Crusher. Looking at Sentinel Beam will end up getting value. In fact, he coming in for that bait and switch. Name finds himself a kill. Rail's going to try to get involved here. Watch your nades, buddy.
Unfortunate low positioning there out of Groovy as well. He dropped down to take the fight, ended up exposing his back to Spawners and Cafe. Deleted immediately. 22-19, though, still a narrow game. Elite looking to make it narrower. Assuming he survives. What? A little bait and switch there over by the pillars. He'll barely escape, only for now. Nade's going to kill him. Rails coming in to hopefully turn the tides of the situation, but he's in trouble. Make it 3 players he'll meet in the tires.
Multiple going down for Soul Crushers, and Trail Mix are obviously taking advantage. Soul Crushers now spawning all the way up toward the subway side. Trail Mix well aware of it, looking for an opportunity or creating one as JK finds the first pick. The second one goes in for the challenge. Damage goes in. Boom coming in for the cleanup. And with that, Trail Mix ends up going 3 down. Soul Crushers breaking out of their spawn and putting them within 3 kills.
Soul Crushers just trying to hang on. Keep that gap in scores low. And Groovy, nice place from him to live. Teammate there to support as well. Eli going to try to help. Coach Cobb with a nice nade cleans him up. Eli with the trade. Rockets up shortly. Survival is so important. Rails just worried about chasing him down, hopefully finding a victim here. The Sentinel being the perfect weapon for the job. They've got positioning for Rockets here too. A chance for Soul Crushers if they stay alive and stabilize this. You can see Trail Mix just dropping bodies on those Rockets to pick them up.
And with those numbers, Soul Crusher needs to get those Rockets, and somehow it finds the hands of Boom. Call him Boom right now as he takes down 2. That's not going to be good for his Soul Crushers. Once again, down by 2 kills, but if they were able to get those Rockets, they would certainly be tied up, or at least maybe even up. Groovy onto the cafe side, somehow finds a kill before being taken down. The Bulldog connects with the shot, but can't get the melee off.
Would have been nice if he got that too. Kyle Groovy has been the difference maker in this game. Look at that scoreline, 15-9 out of this man. Couldn't put the shot into use. Not quite sure where that weapon ended up. Looks like Trail Mix might have it. JK cleaning up one with the Stalker. Rails, no choice but to pivot into his death. Oh, into the death of JK. Apparently he's icing up. Hitting shots here too, making it double. These boys will not go down without a fight.
Soul Crusher needs to stop. They need to slow down Trail Mix right now. Hopefully stop them in their tracks, but they're not able to do so as once again, Soul Crusher is going 3 down. Coach Cobb gonna break up over toward the B side, but Factory finds himself a kill. Coach Cobb goes right in, now going in for the double. Don't challenge him. He'll put you down every time.
Some quick, clean reactions coming out of Coach Cobb here as he does get aggressive. He's got Name to help him out. At this point, the snowball is a-rolling. 44 on board the 38. Soul Crushers need to slow it down. They got no options in the situation. Eli does find a trade. It's not enough to stabilize the numbers, though. 46 at this point.
Trades are not going to do it. They need clean sweeps, and sadly, they are not finding it as this game is coming down to its dramatic conclusion, and Soul Crushers are still down by 7 kills. Luckily finding 1, but Coach Cobb comes in and now stuck over toward the PD side. They're going to send 1 challenger. That's going to be a double kill. The Sentinel Beam never looked so good as Trail Mix looking for their final kill, and these rockets might be exactly the weapon to get it. Groovy goes down, and so do Soul Crushers. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here.
Trail Mix looking damn good at the close of that, Tony. You look at the stats, and they're all so damn closely contested, right? Everyone's slaying upwards of 10 kills. Everybody double digits working together. You got, Mason Cobb trading out kills with the Sentinel Beam, just melting foes left and right into the rocket pickup. Like, there's coordination. There's some chemistry here, at least against Soul Crushers, and it's something you'd like to see carry to Losers Finals and beyond. But what a series to close that one out very quickly, Tony.
Soul Crusher is not going to be able to get the rematch against Black Hand, but for the first time, we're going to see Trail Mix meeting up with Black Hand, and the winner of that gets to advance towards the grand finals to play against Native Gaming. So that was one hell of a series, like you said, but it's going to get even better as we progress to the final matches here in this tournament.
Like you said, Trail Mix, Black Hand up next might actually be the most closely contested matchup of the tournament. We haven't seen them play against each other. Both of them did lose to the same team, I believe, right? They both lost to Native. They're both looking for revenge. They're going to find each other along the way. Maybe it's a love story, Tony. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be no love on the battlefield. I can only imagine. I imagine it's going to be blood, guts, and kills. Disrespect. I want to see body disrespect. I know respect. I want to see body disrespect.
You know what? I think especially at this level of play, too, when everybody's so hungry, you're all, they're looking for the spotlight. Like every week you've got like a different team that you're jumping into to get onto ESA, to get onto these matches. Who knows? Maybe there's some personality and a little disrespect that comes with it. I'm all for it, Tony. We'll get into this game as soon as we can. By the way, of course, that match did just end, so Neighbor and team will jump into a new lobby with Black Hand, get that set up, and then we'll commence the games. Here's the matchup on screen. Of course, we'll have our series layout shortly as well. Not sure if the maps will be changing this time around, but maybe an indication of how this will go.
In case you forgot about Black Hand, it's Cortex, who is the original member of this roster. Sylvanic, who was previously upgraded from their B team, and joining them are the twins Avenue and Diagram, a part of that famous triplets alongside Suppressed. But it's going to be Sylvanic, Cortex, Diagram, and Avenue making up Black Hand going into this matchup.
And I can't wait to see it. We got our series layout on screen. CTF, Aqua, Slayer, Catalyst, and Strongholds Streets to end this series, of course, if we get there. We've seen something similar today. I'm a fan of these Catalyst Slayers, Tony, personally. I know that the pros are kind of, they're not sure about it. Maybe some of them don't like it. But just something to do with the way the map works and how you have to work with your team and kind of covet the sword and the skewer. It's just a fun time to cast.
Catalyst sucks.
All right, well, thank you for shutting that down.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
no, again, Catalyst is fun. It's a good-looking map for sure.
Good-looking map.
I mean, obviously the Repulsor and Grapple get so much value, where I think they're always strong, but I feel like they're even stronger on Catalyst, and I'm sneakily liking the Skewer. I know it's a hot topic, but you know what? A one-shot weapon with the Skewer, and then with that long reload time, usually lends itself to a drop weapon in order for it to be useful. And then I just feel like with a sniper, there might be too much open space to work with the Skewer. It's kind of one kill, and then you have to count on your BR or count on an extremely long load time to get your teammates involved. So right. I sneakily like the Skewer for this map.
I kind of like it too. I understand that the sniper is like the playmaking device and people want to see more of it. I want to see more of it as well, but Like you said, it's that one-shot capability is interesting in play. I think it's a great counter to the sword as well, which we see a ton of throughout the game. It also just kind of makes me think of this tweet I saw from Penguin today. Tony, I'm not sure if you saw it, but he's like, so he says, so Mangler is GA'd even post-nerf. Are we going to undo that? He's like bringing up the idea of maybe just like either GAing more stuff or just let it all go. Let's just use Mangler again. Which people don't like the Mangler. They obviously don't think it's balanced, but the mindset of pros at this point is that every weapon is so freaking strong that you might as well have a Mangler in the mix to counter the sword or to counter some of these other like crazy weapons. Might as well just embrace all the craziness or remove it all. You know, it's a one or the other. As a caster, if you want to bring back the Mangler, like by all means, I'll watch the drop combo, the exchange that comes from it. But what do you think, Tony?
I think it'd be interesting. I think it would really change the dynamics of maps because with that 30-second respawn, it's
everywhere. Everybody's going to have one in the back pocket.
It'll get to the point where you're 5 minutes into the game and you're going to literally have 4 to 5 people with a Mangler in their hands, and at that point it's going to be a very different competitive Halo than we've seen. I would be to be honest with you.
I guess at least with the nerf, you can't like the issue with the Mangler abuse is how it slowed down the pace of the game because you could sit in the corner with it and just force a one-shot beatdown. So on recharge, it was like multiple people had swords on the map, right? Like you would not want to budge because there'd be a guy in a doorway ready to Mangler beat down you, or there'd be a sword guy, etc. Now that it's nerfed, like who knows? Maybe we should just embrace it. What is it? Release the flood, open the floodgates. Just let us use everything. See what happens. Fiesta Slayer now.
You put a Mangler in my hands, and I'm one tap at everybody. I'll just pop shot back down, pop one shot back. It's not even the fact that I'm gonna do a two. If we get into an engagement, sure, I'll 2-shot drop combo you. But for the most part, everybody's going half shields because everybody's getting a pop from the Mangler from me. And I mean, hey, if it ends up in a competitive play, it does. It would. I still think there needs to be some tuning with maybe some of its locations, and then also the timing on. I just think 30 seconds is way too fast. And then we have 27 bullets of ammo, hold up to 52. That thing just never leaves the map.
The thing is if we had that type of flexibility, then we probably would just have a sidekick instead of the Mangler, and this discussion wouldn't even be necessary. The issue is we just don't have options, so it's like use it or don't, I guess. Interesting, though, just seeing the pros talk about it, right? Because, what that could mean is either the Mangler or more GAs down the line if conversations like this continue. Like imagine the sword no longer in play, or, there are other specific weapons that pros don't want to use. Like even the shock players are in talk about, maybe GAing the shock is just so powerful. Like I get it from the pro perspective, but as a viewer, you want to see those weapons in the mix, I think.
Yeah, I think we could just if we just get a little bit of reduction in ammo with a lot of these weapons, maybe. I think it would totally change things. The sword in competitive play with the 100%, it's tough. The shock rifle coming up every 45 seconds, it feels like the thing's always on the map. I think it's really tough. So I think a reduction in ammo, maybe a higher spawn time with some of these weapons would be really nice. I'm down to GA the sword, to be honest with you.
It's annoying.
I like the shotgun because the shotgun I can outplay it. Like the 3 shots in order to kill you, 1 shot you can outplay a shotgun. You can't outplay a sword. If he catches you off guard, unless you have a repulsor, it is tough to deal with. Where the shotgun, you still have to, you still have to tap me 3 times before I'm able to fool you, which obviously is easier, but it still takes a little bit more skill than just mid-range shoom with the sword.
3 or 2 times, right? You can 2-shot with the shotty 2. I think the biggest thing is the
I don't know what ping you playing on. I never get no 2.
You never get a 2-shot?
Wow, God, but I see you be on 10 ping over in Canada. No. It must be nice.
16 is my number. It's like sometimes it'll waver like 15, 16, but it's 15 to 17 is like the lowest it goes. I've never seen under 15, which shout out to Formal. Man's rocking the 10 ping in the Optic House. That was really our tournament we just witnessed, honestly, is just, the best case scenario, I think, for those teams. And even then, it ain't perfect unless it's LAN, right? There's always something to say. Either way, Tony, our discussion spawned a comment in the chat, by the way, saying that the Mangler is going to be used on you. Suzaha says, Tony, I'm using the Mangler on you when I see you tomorrow. So you're welcome. Sorry, I guess. I don't. What do I say to that? Good luck.
I mean,
in matchmaking.
I say good luck right back, because the moment you use it and I get hit by it 2 or 3 times, I get to use it. And trust me, I love the Mangler. Trust me, I love the Mangler. So the moment I use it one time, I'm like, I'll let it go. 2 times sometimes, but a 3rd time, good luck.
It fooled me twice. Shame on, or no, it goes the other way. Shame on me, I guess. Anyway. Whew. At this point, we're getting ready for the match. We, as soon as the match is ready, we're going to jump in. That's why we are currently talking shop. In case you're just tuning in, welcome to ESA Halo Monday. $1 grand on the line. Our match is not quite ready. You can see Trail Mix and Blackhand about to go head-to-head. We've gone through our whole discussion on weapons and balancing at this point. Tony, what about CTF Aquarius? Maybe we zero in on that.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 thrusters on each side, and we know how strong the thruster can be, giving you an edge in individual gunfights, or able to slip out of some really bad situation, which I seem to always find myself in them. The heat wave, obviously so strong on the P side, but I love those dynamo grenades. Another thing, every 30 seconds for those dynamo grenades, you can get so much value, especially with chucking them towards that utility side, or if you know your opponents are spawning back base or fridge, things can get really bad, because not only those dynamo grenades give you that audio tech, not only they do that damage, but also slow down your opponent. So when they're trying to escape, it's even harder. So much value out of the dynamo grenades.
Very powerful.
Or as Shurzy calls it, the sizzle sticks.
Are we still going with that? He has the shirt for it too, right? The whole brand and everything. And finally, we're in the match, so we can see the sizzle sticks in action, hopefully, or a couple other things, like the thrust currently looking to make plays. Top mid is Diagram, though. Unfortunately, he will die.
Avenue going to try to make his way onto the dynamo grenade side, but sadly he's going to go down, and so do 2 members of Black Hand and Name, trying to make it 3 as he hunts down 1. A little bit of bait and switch. Wasn't ready for that one. Diagram finds himself a couple of kills, and the defense coming in is going to knock Trail Mix out of their base, and now this defense should turn to offense.
Definitely offense for Ev. He'll clean up Coach Cobb. Start to get aggressive here, car side. Looks like a player is dropping in from above, though, to ruin his day. This leads to a 2-man push through car. Boom. Looked like he hit every shot there, but somehow he took him a little longer to clean up that kill center map.
Coach Cobb going to be left alone here on the map onto the P side, and fending himself pretty well. Able to find some shots onto Diagram, but Diagram not going to mess with him too long. Instead, going to make sure that base is cleared out. Off-screen, Avenue finding Coach Cobb finally, but Bone going right at Cortex, and now the heat wave is coming in, and Diagram having limited options here.
Still finding a way to sneak through bottom mid. Looks like there's a player behind him. He'll double back 4. Should be a cleanup. Dynamo goes out. You can see just the power of that nade still ticking him as he tries to escape. But maybe an opportunity here for Blackhand. You can see they're starting to inch closer to that base. Always a flanker, though, to slow him down. The Slay's advantage is opening things up on the map and just keeping that pressure up as Sylvanic does go for the pull.
These opportunities are never given, always earned, and Blackhand has earned this pull all the way toward the car side and going to double back instead of going towards mid with the overextenders. Will have an angle on him. He's actually going to go wide onto the utility side. Might be left alone as Cortex wants to grab a hold of that camouflage. Coach Cobb able to find the kill onto 1. Name gets himself a double kill, and now this flag might be returned and a counter pull coming out of Trail Mix.
Oh, Cobb running the flag. JK putting it together. Back base in the meantime. Gonna hopefully look for a return on this. We'll step on the flag. Cleans up another kill. Still more to deal with, though, from Blackhand. Bone gets the second, though. Cortex now dead. Return might be coming in. It's Name just roaming top mid with the camo. Going to keep him back and maybe help them ensure the close on that first cap. What was looking good for Blackhand completely reversed by Trail Mix in a nice team effort.
1-0 lead in favor of Trail Mix, not having the camouflage anymore, but I'll trade out a camo for a cap any day, especially when you have the heat wave. But Diagram wins himself a piv and probably going to win himself that heat wave as well. Half the members of Trail Mix back on the black screen. The dynamo grenades getting remote detonated.
Nice.
And nice play coming out of Name. Even trying to stay alive while one shot finds the back smack onto Cortex. Well played by Name.
Name just snapping onto heads, making plays. All starts with that nice shot on the Dynamo, too. totally ruining that game plan of the player, right? He's running beelining for Dynamos, thinking he's going to pick him up, but completely disrupts everything in the process. That flag now dropped. Name still alive. Here comes the cavalry as the team runs the flag for a second one on the board. And with the progress they made, I don't think this one is going to be shut down either.
Now, many times you see a flag making it up the car side, up top P side, I should say, but Trailmix able to get it done, and now working on the return. We have JK sitting tight, returns in, flag is capped. Blackhand coming to utility, not only able to get the return, not only able to get the cap, but now stopping the push that Blackhand were trying to create.
Trailmix just coming in with the melt. Last one up, going to be Diagram as he does look for the fight top mid. And a tough fight it is, just getting peppered. The longer that goes, though, the more time for Bohm to slip in. Pick up the camo, hasn't activated it just yet. JK, he'll pick up his kill. Convenient. As Av dies, he'll drop the camo below. That camo now rotated to the next blue player. Eventually, looks like even Cobb can't get to it. It's a race to see who can pick up the power-up, but ultimately Trailmix coming out on top, and Coach Cobb still nailing shots with this commando.
And it was Name that was able to get a hold of it. I thought it was cursed for a few moments. As everybody touches it, ends up going down, but Trailmix gonna get that camouflage, not gonna do much with the Sylvanic, shutting that down immediately. We have JK looking to clear out the utility side, ends up getting caught. The nade comes in, and JK somehow able to get an inconceivable trade right there, and that's gonna work well in favor of Trailmix.
Really just feels like every member of Trailmix right now is just kind of punching through their weight class in these individual fight situations. They should be dead. They're turning it into trades and just straight up 1v1s. They're winning them. And it's leading to more and more opportunities to pull flags. As I say it, Bohm is doing exactly that. Tagging up top pink as well, going to leave it for a teammate. Cleans up 1P1 as they do rotate the flag, and his players drop. And that sight line is cut off. It's looking like maybe we have a third flag entering the board.
6 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, but we might see a 3-0 lead coming out of Trailmix. Blackhand are in trouble here. This is not the start you want to see, not here in your elimination finals.
Not if you're Blackhand, that's for sure. If you're Trailmix, this is beautiful. Bohm going to take a trade as well. 2 kills out of Blackhand just to shut them down in the base. The Avs already got that center map positioning. Dynamo's in. Av is the one who's getting dropped by JK, who's center map. Looks like Coach wants to get aggressive with a sliver of health. You love to see the confidence out of this team right now.
3 down, once again go Blackhand, and they're going to have to make waves. They're going to have to come off this spawn and relieve some of the pressure that Trailmix are able to create. And it comes from winning some of these pivots, forcing these 2v1s, baiting and switching. But Sylvanic, the first one to go down. Coach Cobb shutting down in every turn. Bohm able to get a kill off of screen. And once again, Trailmix taking clear control here on Aquarius.
Mason Cobb just getting involved in different fights. As you can see, he dips out of the one util, enters another, just trying to suppress him. Not enough to get a kill. Hopefully JK can clean up the pieces here. He does take one. Trade will come in. Cortex will dive on the flag. They got to do a little bit more than just get returns here, though. Blackhand need to start earning some slays. It's been a difficult process for them to just get to the flag.
16 kills and 10 assists out of Name as he puts his 17th on the board. Meanwhile, Coach Cobb, 13 kills and 16 assists out of him. Those are your 2 players that you need to keep off of the map for Trailmix. As Bohm finally the pick onto Diagram. 3 down, go Blackhand once again. Now you see Bohm taking the opposing thrust. 2 members spawning over toward the backside. Bohm not ready for it, but able to get the trade. That works in favor of Blackhand as they look to clear out their base. But JK and Trailmix don't want that to happen.
Little rinse and repeat at a Trailmix. They lose numbers. What do? They back up, back to the utility, and then use that to hold them off as the teammates spawn up. They get back in the fight center map once again. And gonna get caught on the rotation here as well. Perfect shots onto Av at a Name. Bohm can now collect the flag. He'll send that through bottom mid. Spawners up Fridge. And you know Trailmix is going to be just peppering him off spawn.
This is really tough. At this point, if Trailmix go up 4-0 in this game, I'm going to be scared. I don't think Blackhand are going to be able to come back from, especially with how well Trailmix have looked. A bit of a fumble, and even with that fumble, they're not able to stop it from going in. 1 cap away from taking the game. Meanwhile, Blackhand needs a cap about a flag per minute just to tie up the game.
Well, they broke it into the opposite side of the map. They've got numbers here, too. This is their chance to at least get 1 flag. All members of Trailmix now back at yellow and Fridge. Can they deal with him? Overextension already coming through. That flag is far and away through Util, but Camo up, and Cortex needs to deal with it. He can't quite get involved in time. Name with a pickup on the feed. That's 2, make it 3. I think that already. That flag almost at that finish line, but JK, he's on top of it. And a bit of a goal line stand here, which might lead to more for Trail Mix.
Boom, waiting for the opposition to spawn up as they look to collapse once again. They need these kills, but Name and JK end up going down. Boom finds a pick from across the map. Coach Cobb getting right into the action with that sidekick. Another 3 down for Black Hand. And now he's in the heat wave. Coming out of Boom. One shot in the base diagram ends up going down, and another pull, this time in favor of Trail Mix.
Boom just lighting things up, being a nuisance back blue. And give route to the team with that flag. One player does make it top mid. That'll just obliterate Coach Cobb, and Boom will drop here as well. So it looks like Black Hand will fend them off and deny that flag. How many more can they deny, though? They're running out of time at this point. They did make some progress. We need to see a real answer and see it quickly.
Obviously, Trail Mix having the advantage in this game, but Black Hand not making it easy on them. Love the fighting spirit come out of Cortex and the boys, but you got to feel like, 2 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. Is there even enough time for Black Hand to cap these flags? Right. As Trail Mix are perfectly comfortable with just making sure their base is cleared out completely before advancing forward. They have such a cushion to work with.
Biggest thing I think would be to prioritize that camo top mid, get the slice. They can push for flag, and you expect them to, especially with Name picking up 2 in the feed. But as long as there's no resource for Black Hand to use to flip the game, it's just about guaranteed, especially with the time left on the board here. Bone gonna look to clean up one bottom mid, not gonna chase it. That player will chase him despite being one shot anyway. Bone can pick up another, and with this numbers advantage, maybe they'll pull a flag too.
3 members of Trail Mix in their 20 kills right now as Bohm looks to put the 25th on the board. This camouflage so tough for Black Hand to deal with in their base. They're trying to clear out Trail Mix. Meanwhile, they also have to try to cap some flags, and now we see another pull going for Trail Mix already toward the 50% push on the map. Contesting early, though. Trail Mix end up going 3 down. Bohm by himself finds himself a double kill. You throw him to the wolves. He comes out leading the pack.
About to close out this game here as well. With the time on the board, it's just not happening for Black Hand. Bohm doesn't even go for the pull. He goes for the slight. Ends up losing his life in the process, but JK, he won't lose his. He's staying up. Cleans up Sylvanic in the process here. Can get another. What a use of thrust. Just to slip behind Cortex while one shot finds another here bottom mid. JK putting on a clinic as they close out this game confidently at this point.
Only 37 more seconds left. JK gonna try to run this flag just to add a bit of insult to injury. Black Hand finding some shots off the spawn. Cortex able to stop him short onto utility side, but Boom rips with the perfect kills. Call him cheddar cheese. Them shots are looking sharp.
Want to make Swiss cheese of the enemies is what I think you meant, but... Or just cheddar cheese, like sharp, like the smell of... all right, I don't
sharp cheese, man. Sharp cheddar cheese. Come on, man. What are they feeding you in Canada?
I've aged cheddar cheese in my house, personally. Either way, no matter what way you look at this, this is a steak dinner, Tony. Or actually, it's not that either. Dude, it's a clean win, is what it is. Steak is a very specific thing in Halo, and here I am slandering it.
Oh. Trail Mix able to shut out Black Hand right there. Oh. And that's a big win for them in game number 1. 1 win away from pulling off that sweep. Black Hand, they got to show us a whole lot more than they showed us in Aquarius. Otherwise, they're going to be knocked out a bit early. Luckily, everybody at this point earns himself a little bit of money. But come on now, we're going for that lion's share of the $1,000 prize pool.
You said it, Tony. We need to see a performance out of this blue team if they want any chance whatsoever in Catalyst. Catalyst is going to be tough as well, just considering the way the map works. Going to be difficult to bounce back if you go down here early on. Difficult to predict spawns here as well with this map. Can be kind of tricky. So we'll see. Hopefully they hold hands and conquer with that sword. I think will be the biggest point of contention.
Holding hands interlocked is going to be the way to come out on top here on Slayer Catalyst. On top of that, grabbing the sewer, grabbing that sword. And obviously that overshield coming into play right in the middle of the map for everybody to get their eyes on, but it's oh so hard to gain control of it. Black Hand on the ropes. And I'm hoping we see a stronghold streak for game number 3, but with what I saw in game number 1, I'm not very confident.
Not yet. We'd have to see something beautiful off the rip to start to hope. I don't want to believe they're out of the running just yet, though, because even just if you look back at Black Hand's performance in this tournament, they have traded blows with the best of the best already. I want to say they had a very close series with Native as well, who currently waits in grand finals. So there's definitely still a shot here. CTF was looking pretty rough. No real hope out of them in that first game type, but maybe Slayer is a different story.
Keep in mind, no matter what team makes it out of this losers bracket finals, will have to win 2 best-of-3 series over in your grand finals against Native Gaming, like you were mentioning before. So either way, an uphill battle for both of these squads. Trail Mix looking excellent. Black Hand leaving a bit more on the table, but no matter what, they already lost once to Native Gaming. Native Gaming must be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, they're looking good. It's honestly great to see so much cohesion on this Trail Mix roster, though, in the meantime. Like, they're called Trail Mix, I assume, for a reason. I assume they don't typically work together as a team. But they found something. They found some sort of chemistry, and it's all unfolding. And it's unfolding with, I want to say, Mason Cobb here at the helm. You got an OG on the team bringing some veteranship to the roster.
On board with Diagram, pushing up over towards the skewer side of the map. Pings go in. He's not able to get the kill, but he is going to feed that information to the rest of Black Hand. And hopefully they're able to collapse. You cannot let that player just roam around free. And now we started to get some backup from the rest of Trail Mix. This sword going to be so important. We've seen many players take control on Catalyst with it. Will we see Black Hand do the same?
They got numbers to work with, at least on the board. We'll see. Diagram to try to push up with Cortex. There's a nice answer for the first kill. They've got the buddy system in check, right? Hands being held. Diagram going to have to patiently play this as the nade does slow him down. Ab still here from behind, can hopefully land the kill. Nice cleanup for a double to keep the narrow lead on their side, but very quickly Trail Mix are finding their footing again.
Black Hand did momentarily go forward down, and now Name able to get a hold of the skewer. He's going to take height immediately. Looking for a target. Off-screen, Diagram finds the kill onto JK. Name does end up getting caught toward the middle of the map, able to stay alive, but can't connect with the skewer. Nowhere to go. Avenue picks up the double kill, and Black Hand holding on to their lead.
Staying alive here going to be so important. OS up in about 10 seconds. Cortex getting pelted by nades. Will want to back down immediately. This team fight will continue. About to be a bloodbath. Convenient timing there to Cortex. Bohm thought he had an opening to look down. And boy, did he pay the price. Because of that OS now up, Black Hand, I want to say, with a numbers advantage, but they don't have info in this situation. One player on Trail Mix, he's already rotated out to that Finn. He's sitting on the Mohawk. I think that was Coach Cobb who helps to pick up the kill. Teammates opposite side, they can make their way to OS. A line of sight will melt them, though. Black Hand doing everything they can to slow the push to OS.
Black Hand looking much better here on Catalyst than we saw in game number 1. Can they keep it up, though, as we switch on board with Avenue? And looks like Black Hand were able to get a hold of that Overshield, and it's Sylvonic that's pushing up with it. Overshield and sword combination. Name ends up getting caught. There's multiple players here. The green gun will connect. Wow. Can't even find the kill, though. Great play coming out of Trail Mix to neutralize that Overshield almost immediately.
Did he come out with no kills? I think he might kill Mason Cobb, right?
I'm sorry, but he couldn't get the kill with the sword, though.
Yeah, just a wild exchange, though, right? He gets comboed, he gets, like, meleeed. It's just everything he had just obliterated immediately. And that's sometimes how it goes when your opponents know how to counter situations like this. How do you counter JK in this situation? The rough go. Slips behind the corner, comes back with a sword ready to use.
18 of the team's 27 kills for Black Hand have been assisted right now, and assist really the keys to victory right here. Almost having more assists than your opponent has kills is what you want to see. Cortex going to try to stay alive, getting caught while one shot. He does have 2 teammates with him. That's over on the top side. Cortex finding the one shot easily. Now working onto 2 more. Damn. And they have no idea where Cortex is coming from. Multiple angles being found by Black Hand. This Trail Mix end up going 3 down, and look at them scurry like rats off a spawn, like roaches.
Here's what you like to see, though. Black Hand looking very different in game 2. They got all the info on the spawners. Like you said, they had to scurry away. One of them didn't get too far. He's actually hiding in that corner. And try to stay nearby as the sword and the OS does spawn up. Great positioning here for Cortex. He's got high ground. He's got a line of sight. He can work with Sylvanic and team as they take center map. They didn't pick up Sword, though. He's already going to lose that. The slide went over the OS. Not what you want to see for Coach Cobb there. He will miss it. He'll get deleted out center. That OS picked up by Blackhand, and with the lead they have, they'll look to extend it.
I'm starting to wonder if maybe he had like a repulsor or like a grapple that he didn't know about, so he had to switch or something, but a bit of a blunder by Coach Cobb, and not only in that play, but also in the scoreboard. 3 and 10. Only 3 assists to go along with it. Trailmix struggling against Blackhand here in the Slayer. Bomex going to try to find one. Instead, going to find a sword. Oh. And whether it's a sword or the Minded Gap, that player is going down regardless.
Right? I wasn't sure what he was going to do in that situation. He would just like sprint, repulse, send him off the map, or just go for the lunge. But lunge was the play. Oh, my God. Coach Cobb might regret lunging in that situation, though. Av, he was ready. He's got more to work with here, too. You can tell this man is locked in, by the way, with these YYs.
Lines that up almost perfectly. Avenue clearly knowing what to do with that skewer. And a 10-kill lead has emerged in favor of Blackhand. There's one victim coming up. Just barely going to miss that one. The BR does damage, but a flank coming out of JK out of nowhere. Numbers momentarily coming from Blackhand, but JK creating some kind of opportunity for Coach Cobb to steal one, but run into 2 more.
Yeah, Cobb thought he had an answer there. Thought maybe there were less players in that spot. He dropped down and immediately regretted it. At this point, the end zone of the game here, 39 on the board for Blackhand. It's a moment where Trailmix cannot afford mistakes. They need to push up off of little openings they gain here. JK has space on the map. He's got team center, or teammate center with the cross. You can see the full team of Blackhand trying to rotate away from this, though, reset the situation.
And Trailmix actually getting right behind the entire Blackhand squad right as Overshield is coming up. This is a pivotal moment here in the fight. Coach Cobb finding Avenue, diving in for the Overshield, and we see JK going for the challenge onto Cortex. Cortex finds the kill, but can't find the second one. And just like that, Trailmix stealing away that Overshield, down by 8 kills. This is still doable, especially when you have a neighbor on your squad.
It might be doable. They got to stop bleeding, though, if they want to pop out of this and earn a lead. You can see the skewer is on the feed in this situation, so Blackhand does have the weapon. Coach Cobb still nailing shots left and right, though, as I say it. Trying to stay up. And it's a one-man wrecking crew here. He wants it all, but if he dies, it's going to be that much more difficult to come back in this game. Trailmix, they can't afford mistakes here.
From 3 and 10 to 9 and 13, Coach Cobb is having a much better second half of this game than he had the first. Avenue on screen over towards the skewer side. And now Blackhand just looking for an entry point. All 4 members are going to be in front of Avenue. He's going to find out real quick. It's JK putting him down quick. Multiple members with the double push onto the Blackhand squad. 37 has been accumulated by Trailmix, but Blackhand are just 5 kills away from sending us to a game 3.
Boom, just bobbing and weaving. Man knows if he dies, it's game over. 45 for Blackhand. So close to the finish line, so close to keeping themselves in this tournament. They need to unify to stay this way. Everyone on Repulse side. Bohm has info. He's going for rotation here. He's already going to start by cleaning up one. Cortex did get the kill. Bohm taking some time to get this, but is it going to be enough at this point? We need to see perfect Halo. They drop. They're not going to come away with this. So the aggression out of Bohm as he goes for the chase here.
And even with that chase, he's forced to back down. Luckily, off a screen, Coach Cobb comes in to pick up one. There is the pings out of JK because there's more coming in. It's Avenue that slides in, steals away one. The Overshield sitting over toward the mid-map. Cortex having sight on it. It looks like JK was going to try to dive for it, and that's going to be a mistake. Blackhand, 1 kill away from sending us to that game 3.
It might have looked rough in CTF, but Slayer is a very different story for this team. They'll come out on top. With a 50-42 close, Blackhand, they stay in the tournament for now, and they give us a series, Tony.
We're going to the streets, Alex.
Oh, I can't complain.
We're going to the streets for game number 3.
Probably one of my favorite maps, too, Tony. This is going to be action-packed for sure. We got strongholds to play on it as well. I've seen complete blowouts on this map, regardless of game type, except maybe Ball. You know, Ball can take a little bit longer to play through, but Stronghold, Slayer especially, it can be very quick, right? You can get caught in the blender in this map, I want to say, more than just about any other. And that looked good for Trail Mix, I want to say, as far as Aquarius, right? When it came down to objective and map control, they had that in their bag. Catalyst was different, and maybe that's part due to the map and the game type being Slayer. I'm not sure what to think coming into this, Tony, but I think what was proved is that clearly these boys can hang on Black Hand. They can trade blows.
Yeah, obviously, Catalyst a much different change of pace than a map like Aquarius, and Streets, I guess, would lend a little bit more to that faster game type, which like Aquarius does, especially when you're talking about strongholds where you got to constantly be moving and be at one step ahead of your opponent, whether you're going to out-rotate them and go in for that A side when they're going after C or B, or whether you're going to try to move in for that trip cap, know where the spawn is from. There's a lot that has to be taken care of when you're playing strongholds, and it's going to take a full unit out of either one of these rosters. It's going to take a full unit. Everybody has to be on the same page. One player that goes off on their own might cost their team the entire game.
Right, and at the same time, one player that lives a little longer than he should might completely flip around the entire momentum of the game, too. So it's always the little things that I think have those big impacts. We'll see off the opening strat, of course. We've got a couple weapons to control. As we know, Tony, Rocket center, but what would you say is the most important game plan off that strat? One thing I've noticed recently, actually, is, and I guess we won't see it because the opening strat already underway, is this little alley-oop with the Rockets off mid, right? The team who spawns on top will grab the Rockets, send it to the player in tires.
It's a really interesting play. I'm going to try to work on that myself because I love it. I'm there for it. Coach Cobb is there for it as well as he takes down the Rocket player, and somehow Cortex finding the perfect kill from long range. Trail Mix end up going 3 down, and with that, Black Can getting the first double cap on the board.
Cortex just trying to live while they hold on to what they got. 2 kills in the feed here, too, so this is exactly what Black Hand's looking for to start the game. Do they push up on C? Do they let them spawn there? Looks like they'll let them spawn the back C in the situation, hold the 2 cap, and set up the perimeter.
Black Hand picking up where they left off in game number 1, looking as good as can be, but Name answers right back, taking down Diagram. Cortex now forced to back down while one shot. No more positioning for him. The Sentinel Beam's going to connect the bid, but Trail Mix need to take advantage, or Sylvanic needs to come in with the Bulldog.
Good work at Sylvanic to collapse with the team, though. Get aggressive, find that back positioning to clean up a kill. Not going to go for C just yet, though. It looks like a spawner does spawn behind him to collect the capture. And this might give him a chance to move up. As long as he's got this Bulldog, he's a very useful player on the map here.
Sylvanic going in for the challenge, but Name 3 down by himself, makes the play. Cortex quickly coming in for that cleanup. And about 19 seconds until those rocket launcher coming up, an Avenue beaming from long range. The cleanup comes in. That's going to be Coach Cobb coming in for that one, and Cortex going to try to break through on the C side as Trail Mix once again find himself 3 down, and Black Hand find himself with 3 stronghold points.
Starting to wonder what's going on here, Tony. Trail Mix came out with so much heat in game 1. 4 flags and unanswered at a Black Hand, but Black Hand off of 1 string of momentum in Slayer. They collect the map in game 3. Diagram just going to put that rocket into the staircase. Thankfully, he's got a Stalker in the back pocket and a trusty fist to the face for the kill.
Trail Mix are getting eaten up right now by Black Hand.
Nom.
Diagram with the Commando and Stalker rifle combination. Trail Mix once again struggling to stay on the map. We do see Diagram rotating quick over toward the A side. Now going to try to work on B and Charlie at the same time to try to get back up the double cap so they can steal the lead once again, or at least add more to the lead, as it's already 93-26 in favor of Black Hand.
Trail Mix just looking to stabilize. We need to see them win fights here, and thankfully Bohm does get his piv. That'll reset B. Teammates already in A. The nades flying in from what's left of Black Hand, going to delete Bohm. They can't quite get back to A safely, and Black Hand still finding ways to put them in the blender. Trail Mix yet to stabilize fully here. Av will bounce into B. Nade's going to come in as they do try to win out the trades here. Shotgun down on the ground, so an answer here maybe for Trail Mix.
Trail Mix trying to explode through the B side. They are being met by Cortex and friends. Luckily, the drop wall will take a bit of damage, but Black Hand seemingly on the ropes after that incredible start to come in. Trail Mix are gaining quickly on this lead.
Oof. Oh, little food chain right there. Back smack into back smack. A couple follow-up kills as this is a bloodbath started and ended by JK, who apparently got an overkill in the exchange.
JK now going to make his way onto the Alpha side, stealing away the AB setup once again. Does Trail Mix, and now all angles of the map are being watched as those rockets are coming up. Black Hand need to win these pivs. They need to get a hold of the rockets, but they're dropping left and right. Sylvanic and Cortex in the end of the black screen, and just like that, Trail Mix are starting to steal away control.
Bone with 2. Perfect timing. They're melting them back C. Rockets now picked up, and everything Trail Mix needs to go ham is in their favor. Looks like no PD spawners to screw him as well. Another overkill! This time out of Bohm. Trail Mix needed an answer to bounce back in the game, and what did they find? They found 2 overkills. Maybe not the Rockets, though. Those are not down.
Bohm just tripled his kills with that overkill right there, grabbing 6. Coach Cobb going to try to work and defend this B side. Meanwhile, Black Hand, after the strong start, have lost the lead. JK and Name back-to-back kills once again. PD side spawners and the back A side spawners are in. Diagram finds the pick onto one, but Coach Cobb is still pushing forward.
They got him on skates. Black Hand, they started so confident. They're starting to falter. Things are slipping. JK with coverage on A. He's got the Stalker all the way back here, too. Good line of sight. Name already making plays opposite side of the map here, so we'll see what they do to play off each other. Bohm wants to go up on B. Does he do it alone, though? Going to go in with the Sentinel beam. Teammates already pushed forward opposite perimeter. This timing going to work out as they take back the map and flip the spawn here, maybe, too.
All these engagements working in favor of Trail Mix right now. Sentinel beam comes in, and that means Av goes down. We do see some players coming up towards the purple side. All of Black Hand is pushing this A side. Trail Mix looking to meet him. Somehow Bohm still alive, putting damage onto multiple targets. And finally, Black Hand should be able to steal away this Alpha side, but it takes 2 to tango, and we're still seeing Trail Mix adding points on the board.
Pretty clear. Trail Mix had some fight left in him yet. They managed to bounce back in this game. Now I'm wondering if Black Hand can do the same. Can they find their second win? Name already covering tires. He's got Coach Cobb on his left-hand side for a driveway push, but that might not be the play for Black Hand. They're going through alley. They're trying to take the back of the map first, and whoever wins these fights at this moment can come out with rockets as well.
AC setup being held by Black Hand, but it's so tough.
You missed it.
Because on the opposite sides of the map, the Rockets try to be scooped up by Coach Cobb. It's not going to happen, and Bohm was trying to bait it out, but that's not going to happen either. And Black Hand taking control, now pushing in for the Bravo side, trying to get a trip cap as Trail Mix are falling off a spawn.
What an exchange. You know I want to talk about it, Tony. He whiffed a curb slide, and he didn't get out with the Rockets, maybe because of it. And it's the little things in the end of the day. If those little timings don't work out like they should, all of a sudden your opponents take back the map completely. And we're looking at a very close game for Game 3 here, Tony. 155 all.
Once again, Trail Mix going 2 down, so it makes it harder for them to push over toward the Bravo side, but they win the pivs, leaving Cortex by himself in the subway. He finds himself a kill. 3 down go both of these rosters, and Cortex gonna rotate onto the Charlie side. What a play out of Cortex to keep that momentum going. Black Hand once again having the lead.
Black Hand not letting up either. Sending 3 members through the alley to push up on A here. Cortex, a back player. He's got a line of sight into A to try to help with that push. Does not need to rotate. Sylvanic already up there as well. Might need to start watching his flank in a second. Instead, he'll join the fray. There's the flank into C. Cortex will call it. Takes the kill. That's what you like to see. Good awareness out of this player, or out of this man. Out of Cortex. Sheesh, as they try to stabilize this game, Tony.
Cortex and Black Hand breaking down the defenses of Trail Mix. Cortex finding the overextender onto the purple side, gets spotted and executed immediately. Diagram gets some good shots onto the player on height. And all this is happening. Black Hand continue to put points on the board. Rockets are coming up. Black Hand want their hands on it. They feel if they get these rockets, they can end the game right here, right now.
You're right. This might be the fight for the game. Still a little bit of time to go, but one push with the Rockets could take back the map and give us double time for Black Hand. Cortex wants a piece of it. He'll get right in the action, too. Melee in, not enough to get the kill. But that's a one shot and an easy cleanup for Diagram with the Rockets. A now under control. B being contested by Trail Mix, but they got an AC hold, and they got a rocket launcher to keep that hold.
Diagram able to isolate one with the Rockets, still having the Bulldog in the back pocket as well. Black Hand defending the Charlie side. Trail Mixer trying to push in. Diagram having a very important role. He has to win this. Doesn't have a BR to work with. The trade goes in. 3 down go Trail Mix. Coach Cobb going to go down as well. That's a full squad wipe in favor of Black Cat as they look to work on the PD side. Spawn as Cortex aware of it, nading, putting attention, and now you're seeing Trail Mix not able to break out of that spawn.
What a roller coaster this has been, Tony. Blackhand started out strong. Trail Mix, they punch back. Blackhand says, no, we're not done. They take the map. Here we are, the end zone of the game, 240. 2 Hills capped. They're going for a third. Blackhand won it all. We got to see bodies in Hills on Trail Mix. Name will get A. This is to slow the bleeding. They collect B. They got to fly into B if they want any hope at getting in this game. 1 second to do it. They won't find it. Blackhand in the peaks, the highs and lows of that game, Tony. They bounce out on top. They find their second win, and they find a W.
Black Hand are going to get their rematch against Native Gaming in the grand finals, but it wasn't easy. Taking 3 games in order to do so, and a back and forth action we saw, but Black Hand's start was incredible. The mid-game going in favor of Trail Mix, but they were able to clutch it out. Right when the lights were brightest, right when they had to, Black Hand absolutely dominated the kill feed, and with that, Trail Mix never had the numbers in order to steal away those objective points, and now it's Black Hand the ones in the grand finals.
Which is wild to see kind of just how that went, though, right? Because that was Black Hand with domination to start, and then we saw back-to-back overkills to reset things out of Trail Mix, and then what was it? Like, that's what I'd want to, if we had like a replay, Tony, I would go back and say, what was the point where Black Hand did take control and start that, little momentum string of their own to close it out? Because once they had them locked in, that was really just, like you said, they didn't let up. They consistently found the kills and the advantage off of spawns to keep the hold in their favor.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't know if I can even pinpoint the exact moment, but it was just multiple rounds of slays that went their way, and Black Hand never let their foot off of the gas. And I wish I knew what that turning point was, but either way, it happened, and Black Hand definitely earning that win. And big ups to Trail Mix as well. I think they played great. Hope to see them obviously play next week. Love me some Neighbor. Bohm is absolutely incredible. I love the whole team. But this was all about Black Hand and their potential new roster.
Right. So a lot of potential there with Native, like you said. And I like that you shifted gears. Even more important is this. We don't know if this is their finalized roster, right? They've been kind of going through a couple different players. Now they've got, Diagram and F that they're working with. These boys, a lot of experience under their belt in different tournaments and FFAs as well. Looks like so far there's a good chemistry here, especially that considering the comeback we just saw in that series. I believe we're sticking together, Tony, by the way, straight through to grand finals. We're not doing any breaks. We're just, it says they just asked if we want a break. So we're going in. Tony doesn't need one. I don't need one. We want more Halo. So the moment the lobby is ready, we're going to jump into grand finals. It will be Native Gaming up against Black Hand, who are looking to carry the little snowball they've created.
I heard from a reliable source that you guys in the chat, you don't like breaks. So you know what? Let's push through it. Let's get through it.
I don't know about you, but I just want, we need to, I've done enough casting for the weekend and for Monday. I don't know about you. I'm feeling it at this point. Let's just power through this and kill it is what I'm thinking, and give the viewers a show. No more breaks. And then I can break after.
Exactly. We'll take a long break. We'll take a nice long break. I'm going to take an 8-hour nap on my break. Yeah. Native Gaming was waiting in the grand finals through the winners bracket. Piggy, King J, Mines, and Huss making up that Native Gaming roster. Meanwhile, you just saw Black Hand, Sylvanic, Cortex, Diagram, and Avenue. And it's going to be Black Hand that are coming out of the elimination bracket, so having to win 2 best-of-3 series as located by the giant L next to their name on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Native Gaming only having to win 1.
Yeah, of course, bear in mind, it is a best-of-3 series for our grand finals. I know a little bit unorthodox, but we keep our tournaments quick on Mondays. You come in, you either make the bread or you go home. That's how it is. You bring your A game in our ESA tournaments, and we best-of-3 the whole way through. So Native Gaming, that means they could close this out quick if they're still feeling good, or if they're cold and they go up against a very hot Black Hand, we might see a very quick little turnaround.
Strongholds Recharge is going to be game number 1. And for the final time, break it down for us, Shaway. What do you want to see on Recharge, specifically Strongholds, in order for either one of these teams to come out on top?
I want to see, of course, the A-B setup, typically, right? You want that coverage, spawns over to C. If you get the opening, though, this is where I like, when players have, let's say you have grapple and you can really roam on the map, you can push into C, You can get the capture. You can force the spawns over to pipes, even just like, or elevator, let's say, and let them start capping. What I've noticed with a lot of these teams, not that you let them cap, but what happens is to try to break out, they'll put one player in A, let's say, and then another player will rotate, try to, go to Whirlpool, fire shots into B. If you're a player with a grapple, you can just get involved anywhere. So you can fly straight into the upper door, force a 1v1, win the fight, get the reset on A. All of a sudden, that player who's rotated out of elevator thinking that was a free capture don't have it anymore. Now they're caught in a stumble. They're caught in a snowball. So same type of, vibe that you'd expect in other maps. Just, start with the A-B hold and then coordinate how you're going to get aggressive, I guess, around it.
Yeah, the one thing I'm noticing with these professional teams, at least we're watching all weekend, is that no matter where they spawn you at, no matter, what they're working with, they always try to limit your options. So the moment you come off a spawn, you only have, if say you're spawning over to that long haul side, you're getting cut off one way or another. And usually those teams are able to influence both of those sides. And that's when you start to feel overwhelmed. So when you spawn over to C side or long haul, a good team, a great team, I should say, is going to make you feel trapped. It's going to limit your options and going to make you pay for going multiple down. And once that triple cap happens in either favor, that's when things start to grow. That's when your backs are not only against the wall, against your spawns, but now against the scoreboard, the timer, and things really start to get out of hand. So Strongholds Recharge, a big map, but you can still lock it down completely, and that's what we look to see out of Native Gaming and both Black Hand when they find their slates, which obviously going to happen on the board.
Right. And sometimes, making that rotation and being out to sea is the good play depending on, what point in the game we're at. If a camo's coming up, you want to be on C plat, right? So if you do get aggressive and camo's about to come up afterwards, maybe you want to spawn him gold, which would in some situations be a power position. When the camo's up, he's kind of out of the field of play. It's harder to get that coverage. So it's really, being flexible and making sure that whatever it is you're doing it with your teammates, right? You're moving together. There's no, you're not going rogue, right? You have a full understanding of what impact your play is going to have on your player around, or I guess your teammates, around your teammates. But it all starts with the opening strats. We don't have to talk shop anymore. Let's get into the game. Finally, our grand finals of our ESA Monday. A best-of-3 series, and a bloodbath in the center.
Enough talk, let's walk. King J on screen. Huss able to find the pick quickly. And with that, another 3 down go Black Hand, but Diagram finding the back smack seemingly out of nowhere.
Love me some seemingly out-of-nowhere back smacks, Tony. Always the best. Little sneak attacks. And it looks like openings like that do create a capture in the B stronghold. Some nades will go down here too, and a melee at a Diagram to delete. Piggy, Black Hand coming out with a force off the rip, that's for sure.
Black Hand with the AB setup, already working on that triple cap over toward the A side. Cortex finds himself the pick onto King J. And now seeing Cortex pushing early onto Alpha. Meanwhile, the spawners, again, we talked about it, limiting those options, spawning over towards Long Haul and being met by Black Hand immediately. The early trip cap and a 35-4 run out of Black Hand.
Native, I believe, have defeated Black Hand already in this tournament winner's bracket. They can do it again. But what they might not be ready for, as we can see, is just the momentum that was gained, I think, coming off of that previous series. 65 and counting already with Black Hand. Coming right at a lower bracket. You can tell they're feeling good in this one.
Cortex definitely feeling good with this one, as Native are able to steal away the Charlie side, but still Black Hand very comfortable holding on to the AB side. And with those slays, Diagrams off for screen, finding the kill onto Mines. Cortex getting captured as well. 2v2 right now. Avenue needs to win the piv onto Whirlpool. Not able to do it. Piggy takes one. And looks like Native take A. And now the double cap in favor of Native right as the camouflage is coming up.
And you see in this situation, they have an AC hold, but the camo's popping up. This actually benefits Native. And as I say that, Mines does have camo, I believe. So they can work off of this pickup, off of this positioning to hopefully regain the map. Rotation comes in at a Black Hand, though. They're trying to get involved. King J just being a turret from the back of the map does enough to help. And enough to, I think, get Mines to safety here. Piggy, he needs no help whatsoever. He's got all the weapons he could ever want.
From getting trip cap to putting a trip cap of their own, Native have taken control and looking strong once again. Piggy now with the shock rifle in hands, want to defend this A side, has the shots over toward the bottom control, but there's multiple members in front of him. Off screen, Mines finds himself a pick. Can Native Gaming hold on to A? It looks like they will.
Well, Native probably have a lot of faith in Piggy with these weapons here. Looks like there's no more shock, though. That'll go back on respawn. If anybody wants to get aggressive, he can hear it. He can pull out a sword and take the fight. Blackhand, rightfully, looks like they're opting to go for an attic side push instead. Send their numbers there. Piggy with the line of sight, though, doing some serious damage here. Diagram already dead. Av and Cortex, they do pick up 2. This will give him an opening to get back to center map, but Piggy is ready to get involved once again as he takes 2 here.
They start to fly. Native do take the lead here. Blackhand going to try to work onto the Bravo side. There's multiple members of Native that are able to surround it, but not able to get a line of sight. And looks like Bravo will change hands, but Native rotating onto the C side, adapting to the situation. But Piggy goes down, and so does the sword. Diagram getting that angle onto the B side, finds himself 1. There's one more player that wants to challenge over toward the Bravo, and it looks like Piggy cleans him up.
Diagram just trying to muscle back the map there on B. Tough fight to take. Thankfully, Cortex has some presence on C and an angle to work with while the camo spawns. Av's going to slide in for it. Cortex going to catch a battle right out on his left-hand side. Doesn't take the win, though. Where's that camo? In the meantime, Diagram, not the one with it. It's Av who's trying to sneak his way up through Mangler door. And Blackhand just trying to get themselves out of a tough situation. Native once again taking the map here.
But Blackhand were able to get away with the camouflage, and that can be absolutely deadly. Shots onto the long hill side, cuts him off immediately. Huss will go down, and so the 2 members of Native Gaming, almost a third. That player barely sneaking away with the strong side. Sylvanic, though, still finding the kill. Blackhand creating pressure, but they need to capture that alpha.
Slow and steady. Av just pushing up, doing damage. Not going to spot Huss with the kill from behind. All of a sudden, Native winning all their fights here in A. They'll take it back. Piggy back up on the bat ledge where he wants to be. He's got the sword, the grapple. He can also spot the shock that's currently spawning. Expect him to likely grapple it to himself when he needs it. Just the control of all these weapons in this situation, the reason why this setup is going to be so powerful.
Blackhand looked like they're trying to send 2 multiple ways, but ends up going 3 down. That's going to leave Cortex once again by himself. Cortex rips a double kill out of nowhere. Sylvanic spawning onto the gold side to try to support him, but there's only so much that they can do on their own. Multiple times going 3 down, having to fight these pivotal battles, but Blackhand are struggling in the Slays department, and Native are eating off of it.
Well, they feeding for sure. 180 and counting. Native, no need to move whatsoever. Piggy, this has been his game plan all game, right? Cover A side, either the low door or the high door. He's got it locked. Nades will come in. Not quite sure what the attempt was with the grapple there, but in case he does want to get aggressive, he can. He can grapple the camo if he wants to, too, or use it for the sword. This is the perfect kind of combo to have exactly for the situation. And despite him having it all, he won't find the kill. Diagram, what a play to win that fight.
Diagram getting so aggressive on that one to take down the sword player. Huge plays across the board from Blackhand as Native Gaming going 2 down once again. 100-point lead in favor of Native Gaming. Blackhand might be able to come back, but it ain't going to be easy.
Mines. That was beautiful. He backs up, gets the shots into cross map, and kind of baits the challenge out to the doorway. What does he do? Turns to his right, and then banks a nade and cleans up a kill. The mind games right there, making his name all more important, I guess. He's got a sword and cover on A now, too.
It looks like Alpha is going to change hands over towards Native Gaming once again. So AB setup being held, but Avenue ripping across the map. Long-range shots are starting to connect for everybody onto Native Gaming. Avenue ends up going down courtesy of Piggy, and with that 3 down go Blackhand over-challenging a bit. Native Gaming love to get in those gunfights.
King J and Piggy just trading out this main Slayer role at the moment here. Piggy has 17, King J with 14. The double kill, too, out of Piggy. Things just looking so good in the Slay category for Native, and it's just giving them that map presence. Mines with a challenge up with King J. They'll find yet another. This will give them back A. You can see Blackhand are in B to just try to slow the bleeding, but at this point, they're running out of time and opportunity to get the map back.
Every time Blackhand push for a strongholds point, they're being out-rotated by Native Gaming. Finally, numbers going in favor of Blackhand as Mine's going to be the final player alive. Shots go in. The spawners do as well, but Blackhand going to rotate onto Charlie. and also an alpha at the same time. We're about to see a trip cap here in the late game for Blackhand.
10 points to close this. Blackhand, they do have high ground. They got to cross up through control. But Piggy's already in A. They got no choice. They got to move to A or B immediately. Piggy going to lock things down in the doorway. Doesn't have nades to work with. But that nade, whoever it was massive. I think it might have been cross-map. It just deleted the shields at 2. They still make it to A. They'll make it to B as well. So Blackhand not ready to give up the map just yet. We'll take the full map here and put Native back to C.
Blackhand able to wipe out Native Gaming, and with that, we're about to see them try to put the most miraculous comeback that I've seen on Stronghold's recharge, because at this point, Native Gaming only needing 9 more seconds. We do see Avenue flying in with the grapple and the shock rifle. The nade will finish that player off as he looks away like Steph Curry, knowing that shot was going in.
That was nice for him to just immediately ignore it and be like, 100%, I got this kill. Let me just focus on what's next. Try to make sure they don't get the caps. He needs to live. He drops the stick behind. That'll get a trade. It's not enough. They got to get in the hill, and they don't have time to do it. Native Gaming will close out game 1, 250 to 153. They're looking confident in this series so far.
Native Gaming showing why they were able to make it into the grand finals through the winner's bracket to begin with. A dominant performance over Blackhand, and now it's Blackhand that are on their back foot instead of the hand indeed Live Fire Slayer. Native Gaming already showed us how punishing it can be in the Slays department, how willing they are to identify spawns, and how much they can pressure you the moment you go down. Blackhand, I'm not sure if they can live to see game 3.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Blackhand were on their backhand or something. You tripped it up with or you switched it up with the
back foot instead of the black hand.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. They're on the back. They're on the ropes.
On their backs. Period.
They're on their backs. That's it. They're on their backs. They gotta wiggle back into a standing position or something. Tony, something needs to happen. It's got to happen here in Slayer Live Fire. It is the way it is with Grand Finals best of 3. If you don't regain quickly, then that's a tournament. That's the prize pool. Most of it going to first place.
We definitely need to see Blackhand wiggle out of that situation.
I gotta wiggle out into bed at this point, Tony. I don't know about you. I'm over it. Did you just wiggle your headset off? You did.
My wiggles ain't as good as yours. I'm lacking on the wiggles.
No. The difference is I got earbuds, and you have just the full-on space. This is why I don't wear headsets. It's just I feel like I'm like going to space or something. It's just the combo of the headset. You took the mic off. You have the headset plus the mic, and then the mic in the face. It's too much. Anyway.
Blackhand going into game number 2 down 0-1 here in the series, and also coming out of the elimination bracket to begin with. It's going to be really tough for them to come out on top, especially if they start off going 3 down off the rip and losing all of those resources immediately to Native Gaming.
Looks like they do lose them. That opening strat going to go to Native, like you said. And that means the OS will go to them as well. Mines has the snipe. They got the heat wave. They've got the OS that they haven't even popped yet. Mines, if he's in trouble, he puts the shields up. This could not be better for Native to start as far as utility. They did, Blackhand did at least get a kill to answer, but it just seems like a matter of time until things open up here.
And like you said, Mine's actually still not activating this overshield, waiting for the right time, and the heat wave comes in, and that's the time he tries to activate it, but he ends up going down. High risk, high reward, but in this case, it's not going to pay off. The no-scope ends up cutting for King J, though. Absolute incredible shot. Avenue answers back with a double kill, but once again, Blackhand momentarily going 3 down and down by 3 kills.
Wait, did they win the fight for OS, though? Did you see whether or not it was popped? Because I think King J tried to pop it. He might have died in the process. I think somebody else picked it up. Might still be a member of Native, but just a bit of a hot potato here with the utility on the map. Was looking good for Native for a second. Blackhand found a way to bounce back and really neutralize what could have been rough. One thing they didn't account for was Mines and a Needler, though. You always got to watch out for this pink mist.
Mines somehow surviving despite being one shot, and now finds herself a heat wave, puts it to work immediately, takes down 1, and has the reinforcements coming in. Blackhand will respond immediately, 2 down for each of the members. This next battle going to be pivotal, and with Native Gaming going 4 down, Blackhand in firm control and stealing the overshield away.
Cortex expected him to go for the flank here. It looks like he will take his time with it. They're challenging to Huss. Going to try to put him down. Can't quite do it. But did he delay long enough for the OS? Looks like he did. Av has it. Puts it on during the clamber. He'll look to get aggressive with it. Does spot multiple, and I like that he changes his route immediately. Maybe he can force a 1v1. Piggy will be that challenger. Diagram already has a kill. As Av looking to get aggressive here. Doesn't spot Piggy right-hand side. Thankfully, he's weak. Cleanup comes in. Cortex here to help. They're peppering Binds on the box, and Binds has no option to live. Blackhand, they found themselves a little snowball.
Blackhand taking a 1-kill lead here. Avenue already putting the pressure onto the spawning Native Gaming. Huss ends up going down. Piggy, though, breaks out and is going to go down himself. Blackhand starting to add some distance on the scoreboard already. And now Blackhand putting Native on spawn onto the B side. The nades start to fly. Native are snowballing.
You're right. Blackhand have that spawn to wear disadvantage. It really just comes down to them making a mistake to losing control in this game. Native need to do what they can to break off of spawn, put themselves in unpredictable positions so they can disrupt the flow here of Blackhand. Blackhand just going to let them kind of spawn up together, try to slow down the pace of the game. 6-kill advantage to work with.
Calm before the storm here. Native Gaming find the access point over toward the A plat. Nades start to fly. King J gonna challenge out. Doesn't know that Sylvanic has the heat wave, and Sylvanic putting 11 on the board. Him and Diagram combining for 21 kills. Meanwhile, the entire Native roster combining for 21 at the moment.
Pretty convenient situation for Sylvanic. They're checking the right spot, bottom mid. As that player enters his reticle, he gets the help for the kill. Now covering the OS. He might be in trouble here. Huss, he'll get aggressive. Shield advantage. But he stuck himself in the face. Either way, he was dead. OS about to pop. Native looking to answer back off this OS. This is their opportunity to get some control.
King J gonna back pocket this overshield. This time activated a lot earlier than we saw the first one. Sylvanic trying to stay alive onto the nest side. Doubles back and right into the hands of King J. 2 down, go Blackhand. And now Blackhand going 3 down. And now you're going to see Native Gaming attempt to punish the spawners of Blackhand the same way Blackhand were able to do to them.
Oh. Was a little scary for a second. That snipe did whiff, fortunately for King J. Now he's got it to work with. 4 shots, drop while out front. Just needs teammates to draw some attention, give him an opening. Looks like that push is starting to come in too. All down to whether or not King Nick can land a couple shots, open things up for the team.
King J wants to slow this down, hold down this tower side. Huss is over toward the overshield side of the map, but if Blackhand recognize, they might push him, or Huss can somehow find the kill with the plasma grenade. Diagram ends up going down as well, courtesy of King J. It looks like King J gonna go down, but 36-32 in favor of Blackhand. Native Gaming looking to come back, and the Slays are going in favor of them.
Not quite though, right? No dice on the snipe. What a grenade at a Diagram as he cleans up Huss, cross map somehow. That puts him down to 3. Blackhand did this in the previous series. Remember, they got beat pretty badly game 1 against Trail Mix. They came back in Slayer confidently. What did they do? They closed out game 3 and took the series. Starting to see a little bit of a repeat of that if they hold on to their lead, and that might come down to the OS control and the battle around it.
With only 4 kills separating these two teams, this overshield will indeed be pivotal. 15 seconds until it comes up. Cortex trying to find an angle over toward the key door, shut down immediately. Looks like King J gonna find himself a pick as well, so Native Gaming starting to inch forward here towards the end game.
This is it. Native Gaming they have an opportunity to get everything, I think, on the map at this point. Snipe did just spawn. I believe they picked that up too. So Heatwave, OS, Snipe, awareness here too. They got the perimeter. Huss is ultimately alone. How do they take 2 kills there though? Diagram with a double. Despite having everything on the map, Huss will at least take a trade. But Blackhand still finding a way to hold on to their lead. Now 43. Yeah, the sniper off that.
And looks like Diagram does indeed have that sniper, having Avenue pushing over towards the overshield side of the map with him. Huss trying to find an angle, trying to find some cheeky shots onto the sniper player, but has to watch his head. Meanwhile, Mind's a bit by himself onto the nest side. Diagram not able to stay alive with that sniper. Avenue gonna scoop it up, but he looks like he's just running away to play his life. Piggy isolating. Cortex finds himself the kill. Now only 1 kill separate these 2 juggernauts.
Down to the wire. Tie game. Snipe, I think, just dropped as well. Who grabbed it? Huss has the Heatwave. There's the snipe. Nice little slide to pick it up. And here we go, tie game. Once again, Native with an opportunity. Not quite sure what happened last time. Diagram broke through, but now Blackhand cannot afford mistakes. They're doing a 4-man push through A. And this is kind of how it's been working, right? They just unified. Native is spread out so much on the map, thinking they can form a perimeter around them. But what they're really doing is not being available.
Oh my God! What the? Oh, what a play at a piggy!
I completely lost my train of thought seeing that, Tony.
Piggy getting the repulse ninja right there. Absolutely lights out. King J gonna push up. Meanwhile, Huss gets the stick onto Avenue. Tied up at 47 apiece. Both of these teams only needing 3 more kills to take the game. And now we're seeing King J trying to find an angle with the assault rifle. The skill gap comes in. The trade will as well. 48 all.
48 all. Make it 49. One more kill to close it. And the tournament. Black Hand, they need to live. Huss just barely getting out of the fight. Black Hand, they have high ground. OS about to spawn. They can't afford to give up a body for it. King J, he's weak. They're getting aggressive on it. Abby's one shot. Nate comes in. Then they clean him up. It's a nice BR shot out of Mines to close the game and the tournament. A 2-0. And what an exchange at the end, Tony. I wish I did the piggy play more justice, dude. I'm like in the middle of a I don't know what I was talking about. And then the man just, a clothesline snipe on someone sliding, and then he just jumps over his head, and it's the type of stuff I love to see at that moment in the game.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do you jump over that wall and get people with the ninja once in a while, but never with the repulse on the opposite side? Like, you usually have to use the electric box to jump over the other way to get a ninja on somebody. I've been caught with that and caught other people with it, but never repulsing back over toward the electrical box side and finding the ninja from the sky. Piggy and Native Gaming able to close that out. A 2-0 sweep. Black Hand were almost able to send us to that game, to game number 3. In fact, they even had lots of control and looked like they were the favorites in that matchup, but Native Gaming never giving up.
It definitely did look like the favorites at multiple points, right? Black Hand had control in multiple situations. We do have a replay. Thank you, ESA. Look at that. Beautiful little snipe, and then repulses up with great positioning. Like, they come out that door looking for him. So nasty, Piggy. My God. And 45 all when he's doing this.
What the hell?
Ooh.
What kind of psychopath even thinks about doing that? At 45 all in the grand finals, you sick freak. God bless. Piggy's an animal.
I wonder, was it a big brain, just like, like massive cojones type of play where he meant to do it, or did he mean to repulse up and then accidentally hit the wall and then faded back into a back smack, right? We'll never know. Maybe the dude's he's just cracked and he's got a big brain and he doesn't care. It's, it's grand finals down to the wire. He's still going to go for it. Or maybe he just pivoted out of a mistake. Either way, that's just beautiful Halo in the end of the day, Tony. I love to see it. That makes the tournament, though, of course, our winners, Native Gaming, well-deserved victory for them. They close it out 2-0 and get the lion's share of the prize pool. Thank you, Tony, of course, as always, casting it with me, man. It's been fun. Any final words before we throw it out?
Yeah, like you said, always a pleasure casting with you. Always a pleasure working here with Esports Arena. Everybody in the backhand making this go. You have the admins, the observers, and everybody putting in that work. Obviously, you guys in the chat being involved and watching this. Competitors were absolutely insane. And make sure you guys keep coming. I mean, Esports Arena has been doing this for how long? $1,000 tournaments every single week, even dating back to Halo 5, where most people given up on Halo. And I think they're going to continue to do so. And soon we're about to see a resurgence. When Forge is in,
I hope so.
I'm telling you guys have no idea. I'd say the Battle Royale's going to come from it, the fun jump maps. There's going to be people engaged. The player base is going to come back, and I can't wait to play a little bit of Fat Kid myself. So I'm really happy that Esports Arena are here doing this. I hope you guys come in and continue to watch and also continue to support. Hey, sign up for the tournament. Even if you think you don't have a chance of making it towards that prize pool, just come and get that experience, have some fun. I know I'm going to be playing I'm going to be playing next week. If I'm not casting, I'll be getting a team together myself.
Thank you, Tony. I agree with most of that. I don't know if I'll get a team together myself. Maybe I should try to get in the grind as well. But shout out to ESA, right? I think in the end of the day, when we look at the viewership for these tournaments, that's where I get hope, right? Like yesterday, seeing upwards of like 60K watching that tournament and then seeing Forma with like 7 or 8K by himself. Like, there is still a great game foundationally. We just need that content. Hopefully Forge is the ball rolling. But either way, that's it for tonight. We'll be back on Friday. We'll be back Monday and beyond. So stay tuned with Esports Arena. In the meantime, have a good night. And Yeso, take it away.
Thank you to both of those gentlemen. So much fun to kick off our week here with Halo Infinite, and no better crew to put on the call than my friends Tony and Shyway. Crushed it tonight, as did Native. Coming into these grand finals, of course, they already have the 2-0 over Black Hand there. They get the rematch, and they get it done once again in a very tense second game there, especially. I mean, I think at one point Black Hand had a double-digit lead, but Native able to slow the game down and claw their way back in, and that awesome play from Piggy. We got two awesome ninja plays today there, and Piggy just getting really creative there with the repulsor to slide in behind that player and grab the double kill that was key. And I mean, crazy, as Shyway said, what kind of player that deep in a game, you're tied at 45, thinks to make that kind of play? Well, apparently Piggy here today, and it's a big reason why they grabbed that win. So congratulations to Native. Thanks to everybody who came out and played today. Thank you to all of you who came out and watched. I hope you enjoyed the show. We sure as hell enjoyed putting it on for you all. Remember, we've got a full week here of Series E going down. We've got Apex Legends tomorrow, Guilty Gear Strive on Thursday, our first tournament host Evo. Of course, congratulations to our Evo champion, Umisho, representing Team Razor in Series E. We'll talk a lot about that on Thursday night, but make sure to be here all week long. Of course, we cap the week off with Halo Infinite on Friday, so that'll be a good time to clear your schedules. Make sure to get in on the giveaway here during Mike and Ike week and celebrate here with us. But that's going to do it, folks. My name is Yeso. Always a pleasure to be your host for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow.